other one, you bastard!
Brought to you by everyone who's stuck with me over these past several years. Seriously, whether you've been there from the very beginning or have only joined recently, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. You make this all possible. The shift from the Aaron Archer era to that of John Warden was a very visible one. Not everyone knows the specifics of what happened, but everyone can see its results in retrospect. Big chunky behemoths transitioned into spindly, gimmick-heavy mediocrity. And sure, there were some highlights, particularly in Titan's Return, but when the majority of figures had their limbs literally scooped out for the sake of the budget, you can see why many people, much like myself, craved for those earlier days. The shift was so drastic that it caused the one and only third-party exodus. It's no surprise that around this time there was a drastic shift towards third-party masterpiece, especially among G1 fans. However, many of those fans were inevitably brought back, and alongside them a vast range of new fans entered the fold. Late 2018 saw perhaps the biggest shift in engineering ideology since the shift between the first and second movies. It was an evolution so great that we're still living its after effects to this day. It doesn't matter which niche you occupy, you cannot deny the brilliance of the War for Cybertron trilogy. Reusing an old name from a video game you couldn't legally purchase even at the time, it's set to reignite the passion for engineering with this franchise. And sure, it had its fair share of frustrations, particularly in its over-reliance on Generation 1, as well as its tendency to run on autopilot when covering said generation. But for a 4-year endeavor, 3 of those years were pretty good. So, to celebrate a wonderful journey on this channel, just shy of 150 episodes and 8 years! I thought it was 6!
Oh, God, I don't feel so good. Oh dear, oh Christ.
Anyway, to celebrate 8 years of my nonsensical ramblings, I feel it's time to take one last swing at this series. The trilogy had a ton of good figures, and I feel like taking a trip down memory lane, or more accurately, a hike down it. Greetings, Cybertronians, I'm DrLockdown, and for this extra special episode, today's diagnosis pertains to every single figure from the War for Cybertron trilogy, ranked in order, from the opening waves of Siege to the final closes of Kingdom, from Final Strike to Netflix to Golden Disc, from the Micromasters all the way to the Titans in their chonky splendor, from the Countachs to the Tetrajets to the Datsuns to the racism. Today we celebrate a trilogy that touched the hearts of many and made Transformers collecting, for the first time in approximately 5 years, undeniably cool again. But first, some ground rules, because this is a big-ass list and we need to set some boundaries and such. Firstly, figures are listed in release system. If the figure came by itself, that's 1 entry. If it came in a set of 3, that's also 1 entry. 10, even though they each have different numbering,
That still only counts as 1!
Initially, I thought about listing them by number, but some list 1 number for a 2-pack while others have multiple 2-packs in a single number, and some sublines don't have numbering at all. It's incredibly confusing and difficult to categorize. And covering every figure individually doesn't make much sense either. That would split the Micromasters in 2, which just feels wrong. And the list is already 202 entries as is, so we have to cut things off somewhere. Speaking of, this list will only cover lines that are definitively War for Cybertron. Outside of mainline, this includes Western Generation selects, specifically labeled retailer exclusives, Amazon sublines, and the Netflix trilogy. I basically had to draw the line at Takara Selects and Buzzworthy Bumblebee, as those 2 lines sort of have 1 foot in War for Cybertron and 1 foot outside, so it didn't really feel appropriate. It does mean I can't include Super Megatron and Origins Bumblebee on the list, which does disappoint me, but the line has to be drawn somewhere. Wait, that's not gonna work. According to TF Wiki, some buzzworthy stuff is actually branded War for Cybertron. The list is already ridiculously long as is. Also, no Studio Series 86. I know some figures are supposed to go together, but it's just too far off the beaten path, I reckon. And no Shattered Glass, unless said Shattered Glass figures released under the banner of one of the other lines. This does mean we sadly miss out on some absolutely killer decos, but everyone I consulted with agreed that it just wouldn't be appropriate.
You're never gonna be popular. 'Cause you're a lesbian.
And I can't believe I have to say this, but no, Collaborative is not War for Cybertron. No clue why people on my friends' channels are claiming this, but hey, people are stupid. Now this does mean reissued Prime Wars trilogy figures released under the War for Cybertron banner do count. And that does feel weird, but ignoring those would make things inconsistent if I ever try to do a legacy video, so we're keeping them in for now. With all those cataloging nightmares behind us, from here the usual rules still apply. The rankings seen here are purely subjective, as are the analyses contained within. The opinions expressed within within each entry may be at odds with the placement on the list. More so now actually than in previous ranking videos, though you'll see why in a bit. Chances are you're going to disagree, and that's okay. The objective is but a myth, and your list is equally valid. If you take umbrage with my selection, feel free to make your own list. Though, best of luck if you do. This was a multiple month undertaking. And with that, I think we're good. I don't want to spend too much time here as we have a lot of figures to get through. Anywho, onward to the longest video I've ever produced.
202!
To anyone who's been with my channel for more than a couple of years, this one will be no surprise. But to anyone who's only started watching recently, or recently-ish, this will be confusing. And yeah, I have to admit, this spot almost isn't warranted. Grapple actually isn't a bad figure by most means. The basic engineering is solid, and the articulation and sculpting works together really well, making a very vibrant base. Said base unfortunately suffers from a weak as shit deco, but as it's already a decent release, Toy Hacks is a justifiable purchase to fix it. In fact, I don't hate this figure at all. My copy is all repro labeled up, and I quite love him. He has all the makings of a wonderful figure. Except for the fact that without modification, he's a ticking time bomb. People these days forget just how widespread the breakage issue was. I'm not going to go into too much detail as I've already covered it extensively in a standalone review, but basically the hinge was designed in such a way where unless you sanded it down, it would get stuck and break itself. People complain about Studio Series Jazz having cracked windows, and Legacy Nacelle releasing with molds, but figures like these pale in comparison to how f***ed over Grapple was. The only other modern-ish figure that had a similar breakage rate is Titan's Return Weirdwolf, where the hinges would eventually crumble to pieces on the back. Yes, it was that bad. I wouldn't go as far as saying the majority of Grapples were broken beyond repair, but it was clear from the outset we were getting dangerously close to those numbers. I quite like Grapple, not gonna lie. Even though he's the weakest of the lorry lads, he's still a solid mold. That said, a figure that eventually breaks after minimal transformation is a fundamental failure. Your copy might be fine, and no doubt I'm going to get a shit ton of comments calling me ridiculous for this, but fundamentally, a toy should survive light play at least. Grapple doesn't. If the peg issue wasn't a thing, he'd probably have a substantial ranking, but the issue is a thing, and as such, it's a figure that, unless you're comfortable with modifying, should be avoided like the plague.
201!
Netflix Hound is this low down the list for a very similar reason to Grapple. The Netflix line was a bit of a weird one. It was sort of built upon grabbing whatever molds they had access to and trying to do them in what they considered a premium deco. What they considered, not what we considered. Hound is definitely a lazier one of the bunch. The differences between him and the regular version are quite minimal. Conceptually, I don't have much to criticize, save for maybe the fact it's a bit pointless. The scratched gold is a nice change, though not enough to make it better than the original. More of a side grade. Unfortunately, the paint they slathered this thing in caused a pretty bad issue. According to several reports, the added paint between the neck and the head joints have a tendency to cause the neck to snap clean off. Or at least that's word on the street anyway. See, it doesn't take a lot to come across evidence of breakages online, but it's difficult to ascertain whether it's all copies being affected or just a few. That's the main reason why I ended up putting Hound over Grapple. A head breakage is way worse than a backpack issue, and it's not even something you can fix. But the thing is how widespread it is true? Is it real life, or is it just a Bohemian Rhapsody? I don't know, but I know people who've had theirs personally break on them, and I trust their word. At least I trust them enough not to transform my friend's copy here.
200!
I've already spoken at length about the issues with the Quintesson Judge in my review of the Pit of Judgment box set. The problems are very simple. The designers had a choice to lean into the transformation or lean into the gimmicks, and they chose an awkward middle ground that keeps no one satisfied. While the Quintessons are a difficult design to turn into a transformer from their inception, this toy doesn't even make an effort to commit to any solid idea. The concept of a jail is interesting, but they didn't follow through properly, so you just have to ask what the point is. This is all stuff we've seen on the show before, it's nothing new. What is new is the color scheme. Color scheme wasn't necessarily something I took issue with on the box set version, but for the retail release, god, this is boring. It's all so subdued based on the show colors rather than the movie. Not sure why they released these in this specific format when it would have made more sense to release the more well-known version on store shelves, then kept the ill-fated third seasoner to the box set. But no, we all got stuck with the laziest color scheme, derived from the worst animated season. Welcome to Earthrise laziness. May I take your order?
199!
You know those moments when everything perfectly aligns and comes together in a 1 in a million chance to deliver the absolute worst figure you could possibly imagine? The Earthrise Battlemasters fit into this category insanely well. The context is bad, because instead of making Legion figures or actually cool and creative play patterns, we got stuck with the same old Target Master over and over again. Then the idea was bad because who wants these to turn into ramps? Then you get to Sound Barrier himself, and it just gets even worse. The all mode is bad because it doesn't even sit flush with the ground, making the ramp mode really difficult to use. The build quality is bad because it's made almost entirely out of extra brittle clear plastic, cracking the hinges whenever you try to use it, and providing multiple reports of the ball joints snapping off. The articulation is bad because the legs can't move with the kibble behind them. The proportions are bad because he is literally a torso and nothing else. The design is bad because it's boring as f***. Heaven forbid we actually make good pocket toy designs. It's just, who the f*** thought this was a good idea? Seriously, I want to know what they were smoking, and I want to have some of it.
198.
Earthrise RC is a huge disappointment, like spilling a glass of milk, or finding out your favorite femboy streamer was actually a girl.
For the love of God!
Or at least that's what I would say, if she wasn't totally awesome. Her cuteness is off the charts, her colors are rich, her proportions are very appealing, and her head sculpt is bright-eyed and pleasant. It's classic RC, refreshingly updated and recognizable, without dogmatically restricting her to the cartoon aesthetics. Not only that, she has more than enough posability to absolutely slay, like Tyra Banks. Or Martin Lawrence. And it's all thanks to the fact that her excessive kibble is made removable by design. That's where the true genius of this figure lies. Nobody wants to have all this crap on her back anyway, so why not take it off? I think it's such a pragmatic design choice that I have a hard time considering it a negative. But gay for May! Doesn't that prove how worthless she is as a Transformer? If you could reduce all of her vehicle kibble to an optional accessory? Oh, you mean the free stand they give you, letting her do even more dynamic poses? Now I know parts forming and shelf forming are two of the biggest cardinal sins of Transformers. Turning her into a car feels like you're trying to stuff a Nezuko body pillow in a tight closet, but your grandma's coming over and you run out of time and you just can't do it. But she could be doing something much worse, like drugs? In a world where so many fembots suffer from quote-unquote Barbie with a backpack syndrome, I feel like ERC deserves way more credit for trying to break the mold.
197.
Now, unlike some certain Uzaki enjoyers who may or may not have shown up in this video unannounced, I do not actually like this mold. And yeah, you can probably guess why. It's barely a Transformer. It's a robot with a shell on its back. And even as a standalone robot, it's clunky and weird. It's also a painful reminder of the squandered potential from the Netflix series, taking one of the best characters in Earthrise. Then, stellar as May Cat is as a writer, there's just no saving this series. And this toy ultimately serves as a reminder for that. Wasn't always going to be that way though. I bought her on a really bad day, and ironically her shittiness actually did a pretty good job of cheering me up. Think watching a rubbish direct-to-VHS movie after a rough day of work. It works sometimes, but after the Netflix show, I don't think I can feel that way anymore. It just reminds me of wasted potential, both on the show fronts and the toy. And these days, she's just not necessary. We have the Legacy version, which is an actual Transformer. And hey, the original Power of the Primes version still exists. Hell, these days I'm even thinking of getting rid of the Legacy one now that I have Minerva, because Power of the Primes is just a superior figure. Sure, the combined mode is arse, but who even uses that anyway? So yes, it may have offered a brief respite from the oppressive dread of the world around me, but these days, it's just a bit shit.
196.
When aligned as well, it's inevitable that certain figures are brought forward to pad it out. Astrotrain and Spinister were never meant to be in Siege, but they were shuffled around and ended up being some of the best figures the line had, depriving Earthrise of that recognition, but to be honest, it's funnier that way. Blaster is obviously a legacy figure, with his distinct line work that separates him from the rest of the trilogy and a simplicity that just works. Just like Legacy. Sometimes this can backfire though, as it really depends on the quality of the figure itself. Kingdom Hot Rod fails on that front. It's a core class figure that just makes you ask, why? Why does the car mode not hold together? Why are the windows this awful shade? Why is the transformation so complicated when it doesn't need to be? Why does the robot mode have all this weird kibble? Why is the torso this ugly shape? Why the hollow head? Why is the face sculpt awful? Why does the sword have these pulsating veins? It really seems like they wanted to do something different from the last one just for the sake of being different. And they fell flat hard. This should have been a slam dunk, but instead we were left with a figure that's still shelf-warming in many stores. I'm not asking for a figure on the level of the Mech Fans Toys version. I'm just asking for one that's maybe slightly better than the Combiner Wars rendition, but instead, I got one that was infinitely worse.
195.
You have no idea how bad these two truly are. No, seriously, you look at these and despite their faults, they might seem like perfectly cromulent Micromasters. But look beneath the surface and something far more sinister emerges. Stores sell units by buying in bulk at the start of the year, complaining by the end why nobody's buying their stock that's 3 waves old. Round and round the cycle goes until stores decide not to stock Transformers anymore, or they finally wise up. This is what happens to these two. Already they're some of the worst Micromasters with their mismatched aesthetics and atrocious build quality, but overflow them into every store across the planet, to the point where you can still find them in some stores today, 5 years after release. Yeah, you can see why the perception of the Micromasters was so bad. It wasn't just fans complaining about the perceived lack of quality. When all customers saw was old stock they already had, it's no wonder the size class failed. Well, it was that and other reasons, but you can't deny these two had a big hand in killing the size class. I've already talked about their general flaws at length in their standalone review, but my hatred for them comes from what they did to my precious Micromasters. We could have had something great, and they it up.
194.
Amazon lines have certainly been very hit or miss throughout the years, haven't they? Siege kind of flumped out its exclusives where they were either kind of bullshit, stupidly hard to obtain, or both. Golden Disc was good, but nobody wanted the damn things, so they got shunted off to JB Hi-Fi and then eventually TK Maxx on deep clearance. Wreckers was alright, but the QC was kinda shit. And Pre-War was genuinely good, but getting my A-Cell was a pain in the ass with 2 cancellations in a row before I finally got my copy. Nobody can argue against the fact that Galactic Odyssey was the worst, though, with bullshit reissues of bad toys, bullshit reissues of good toys made bad, pointless redecos, and these fuckers. I've never seen a set that was simultaneously so sought after and yet so despised. You have Ratchet, or more like Rat Shit, who takes a fairly liked mold and runs all its good qualities into the ground. Cybertronian parts clash with Earth parts to create an unholy mismatch. Sure, this mold does work quite well in Shattered Glass and Diaclone colors with some upgrades, but in this form it's shit and bland, though arguably not as bad as Ironhide, so why does it take a lower spot? Well, Ironhide was packed with a rather decent prowl, but Ratchet got Lifeline, the worst fembot mold of the trilogy in the worst deco. Apparently she only exists too because the Warden team had a bone to pick with the Fun Pub crowd, and wanted to devalue those old exclusives, or at least that's what I heard through the grapevine. So it's 2 molds, and one of them was chosen out of spite. Great! So glad we have a superior mold for Ratchet on the way, though personally I'm fine with the Siege version. Now if we could just get a new Lifeline out of the 86 mold, that'd be great.
193.
One thing I love about the War for Cybertron trilogy is the increase in unique and interesting conversions. After the monotonous slog of the Prime Wars trilogy, it was wonderful to finally get a diverse array of transformations. It was truly marvelous to see the boundaries of engineering in mainline pushed to heights never before seen. The battle charges are a case of that engineering being used for all the wrong reasons. The engineering process has been used for the purpose of accuracy, except they've been accurate in all the wrong places, leading to a toy that's just not fun to handle. Oh shit, we gotta have the double wheels from the original G1 toy, but we engineered the torso like this, so we gotta have fake bulbous wheels at the back here. Whoops, now there's no panels for the backs of the calves, so we've gotta leave them practically as scaffolding. And why do we with the chest? Because we needed to use a faux part, of course. The chest has gotta be slimmer like the cartoon. The cartoon where it was bulky and toy accurate. I'm confused here. Was the point to be accurate or not? I'm not a faux parts hater by any stretch, but when it means they have to make all these other sacrifices, it just comes across as baffling. Doubly so considering this line already used legitimate chests frequently to great effect. But those are all issues with the mold itself. Beyond that, there's issues with Run Amok specifically that put him lower than his far sexier brother. Quick question, why are you giving this guy a shitty matte finish when it's already cast in white plastic? It'd be one thing if they were the same type of paint used on Sideswipe, Cliffjumper, and Warpath. A rich yet durable coating that makes them feel closer to Masterpiece. But this is that cheap, chalky shit. The kind of rubbish infamously seen on Battle in Space Hot Rod and... And also, why doesn't he have any color breakup? Yeah, I get that the toon was entirely white, but it just does not transfer well to toy form. This thing really needed more highlights to break it up. Not even the repro labels fix it, lest they ruin the intent of the design. This thing is an insulting mold coupled with an insulting color scheme, and of course, he was the one to receive a retail release. I kept watching and waiting to see if someone would make an upgrade set to maybe improve this fellow, but it turns out the majority of people buying him only want him as a representation of the character. As such, the majority of units just went straight onto display shelves, never to be bothered with again, and consequently, everyone just accepted him and moved on. Well, not me, mind you. After years and years of annoyance surrounding these two, I resolved to hunt down the botcon versions at TF Nation. Only for a friend to sell them to me on the cheap. And yeah, these two are just better figures. I don't even like the Wheeljack mold, yet somehow I'm drawn to these. They really hit the spot for me, and I wish the Earthrise ones had in the same way. But it's an Earthrise figure. Of course they had to f it up somehow.
192.
Man, it's been so fun collecting the Season 1 cast of Beast Wars. It certainly would be a shame if they were to release a really bad mold and, Kingdom Scorponok is the classic case of an overambitious project that didn't have the chops to make it work. The concept of each mode works well enough. It could, hypothetically, make a really good figure. Unfortunately, they didn't quite pull it off, so the Scorpion ends up getting stuck with these really conspicuous legs sticking out where they shouldn't. I can overlook the beast head, hell, I actually like the realistic approach, but I can't overlook this shit. And the robot mode proportions really suffer as well. Scorpio is supposed to be a lanky fella, but instead he's just built like a toddler wearing cardboard box armor. It's hella frustrating because this could have been good, but they just squandered all the potential. And they kept releasing this mold over and over again, in packs where you're forced to get it even if you don't want to. I'm tired, man. I just want this to be over. Can we move on from this shit yet?
No.
Okay then.
191.
Thank you, TFWiki, for not including this on any of the main pages. Thank you, TFWiki, for making me have to go back and renumber everything at the last minute. Thank you, TFWiki, for forgetting such an integral figure.
Thank you, dickhead.
Actually, yeah, this figure is pretty forgettable. I get what they're going for, but as far as G1 homages go, this one's pretty niche. Legit single-episode characters like Devcon would have been an easier sell, in fact, he specifically was. As for my own stance, I don't particularly like clear decos. Some of them I make an exception for, but they have to be really good. This one just isn't, I'm afraid. He mimics what he's trying to represent well, but it just translates to a boring toy. There's just nothing to talk about, aside from my run-in with the stolen toy mafia. Won't say who specifically, but after releasing my Stolen Toys video, one of the sellers of stolen factory samples contacted me to textually abuse me. He then proceeded to offer me this figure for an absurd amount, and when I declined, he went back to textually abusing me again. Laughs were had by all, and this figure was forgotten by all shortly after, including TFWiki. Thank fuck T-Fanpage 101 reminded me on accident at the last minute. Would have looked like an idiot otherwise.
190.
Now, of course, given that there are 201 figures in the trilogy, at least by my standards, inevitably there are going to be some that my friends do not own. Yes, I can borrow a bunch of figures from different people, but that doesn't work for all of them. The fact that I didn't have access to only a few of these for my temporary filming measures is honestly pretty surprising for me. I expected to have to do a lot more figures in this style, but that wasn't the case. Just a few of these I'll have to explain like so, because, well, nobody I know owns them. And the first, of course, is Earthrise Megatron. Because of course it's Earthrise Megatron. Who the hell owns this? Well, I know a few people who owned it, past tense, but everyone has since sold this thing off because it is awful. Now, of course, word on the street was this was never intended to be a partial. The vast majority of the design team wanted this to be a ground-up new mold, taking similar ideas but creating something new and fascinating. While I'm not sure those thoughts of the designers translated onto the other Earth mode figures we ended up getting, the results here remain the same. Earthrise was regrettably hit by a rather niche phenomenon known as COVID-19. It affected production levels, leading to a lot of figures being underproduced, budget levels, leading to many figures getting cancelled and having their budgets slashed, and of course, this thing. The tank mode is awful, but the robot mode itself, it's not terrible. And I have examined versions of it that I do like. But like, why would you change things here when they already worked on the Siege version? What am I looking at here? What the f is this supposed to be? And why do they downgrade the midriff? It's just, why? And this sword spear thing? Oh, because the awesome combining weapon from a Siege version was such a terrible idea. All of the iconic chunkitude from the Siege version, as flawed as the Siege version was, is completely lost here. And instead of fixing the deco, they've just doubled down on this boringness. Why would you get this when you can get Siege or Titan's Return? There's just no reason to. It's no wonder all my friends sold this f***er off. It's a toy that ultimately just does not need to exist.
189.
Galactic Odyssey continued to be an absolute shit show well after its first release, proving that just because something is a good idea doesn't guarantee a good release. Power of the Prime's Couch Punter-Couch is a very good figure, and a very desirable figure. He never really fit into any CHUG line with his sort of middle ground aesthetics, but as his own figure, he's pretty damn good. And a prospect of the better Datsun mold getting done in the best deco of the last lot? Well, that sounds magnificent. Too bad! PCP is now cast in this god-awful Nightbeat-ass color scheme, with cheap as shit plastic that makes it look like a knockoff. And not only that, the build quality sucks as well. And Barricade? Well, the balance the artwork had, let's turn the grey slider up to 11 and deliver something boring as shit. It's stupid because the Siege version was a homage that didn't use permission, while the Earthrise one actually did have the blessing and royalties stuff worked out with Guido Guidi. Why did this turn out worse? And why does the bonnet use that god-awful chalky, scrapey paint? The original already did this fine, why change it? Ugh, it's no use asking simple questions of Earthrise. Nothing makes sense. Why would it?
188.
Double Crosser is another example of a pretty disappointing Battle Master, but he is slightly better. At least the articulation works this time and the clear plastic seems more solid. And my word, the colors on this thing really do it for me. Transparent red can be used wrong if they use too much of it, but this finds an appropriate balance. And at least he sits flush this time, something Sound Barrier failed at. Baby steps at least. I still gotta wonder though, why put in so little effort? We had evidence of other Battle Masters in production that looked way better, but they got cancelled for some reason. And Jizai Toys made some damn good concepts that may have been able to work on the budget given, but instead they went for the most bog standard conversions available. And when combined with the fact that they never really gave the modulators the attention they deserved, this whole system ended up being a farce. Emblematic of the Earthrise line indeed. My word.
187.
The Netflix subline was definitely a weird one, all things considered. I'm glad it exists, don't get me wrong, but it had some pretty odd decisions. The first wave also had that feeling of,
okay, but why though?
A lot of these toys were still on store shelves, and there were really minimal differences. The worst of these, excluding literal breakages, was easily the re-release of Chromia. She combines all the most frustrating aspects of the subline. Shit mold? Check. Deco that's trying to be premium but comes out shit? Check. Barely any differences to the original, meaning it's essentially useless? Check. Build quality issues? Well, it's the Chromia mold, so definitely check. It's just a stupid idea for a toy wrapped up in even more layers of stupidity. Why do they even pick this mold? You do know what this mold is, right?
186.
Power of the Prime's Moonracer is perhaps the perfect representation of John Warden's design philosophy throughout his run as lead designer. If he doesn't think there's a market for something, it's not getting done. This figure was essentially the girl mold. If you were a female character, you were getting shit out adjacent to this release. Perish the thought of unique fembot designs. Women don't buy Transformers, why would you assume such? Suffice to say, while this figure became very desirable amongst G1ers wanting to complete their Sunbow cast, most of everyone else hated this thing with a passion. I ended up selling mine to a G1er friend for a tenner, mind you. It's the very copy I'm borrowing for filming this now. So, with the vast majority of the fandom disgusted by this attempt at female representation, why the f did they do this again? Chromia is not a retool. This is a new mold from the ground up. No parts are shared. They had to design this from scratch, and they copied the worst design they possibly could. This thing doesn't transform so much as de-shell. It goes beyond the typical shell former to ridiculous levels. The actual robot detail is fine, I suppose, but the alt mode just does not integrate at all. And there's no reason for it either. There's no combining functionality anymore. Why bother? The alt mode also blows. It's just a big blue block of nothing, with super washed out mechanical detail that doesn't understand the concept less is more. It's not even cohesive. At least Moonracer tried to get her torso to blend in. This piece of shit doesn't even attempt that. Hell, it doesn't even tab in for fuck's sake. It's just a really ridiculously bad looking and feeling figure. And to top it all off, the clear plastic is super thin and brittle, so if you aren't careful, it can snap. This piece here is actually a mold recast by M's Toy Customs. It also means the resale value on this is absolutely just hope I can get rid of this piece of shit before they show off the upcoming Legacy version. But they weren't just content to leave it at that. Oh no. They weren't just content to remake the mold from the ground up, because
185.
They had to bring back the original as well! Yes, Siege decided that for its multitude of exclusives lines, it would be a brilliant idea to bring back the third worst combiner limb in history. They did this to entice their audience into not just completing their G1 Fembot lineup, but also to complete the fabled combiner Oritha. So, essentially, you're paying top dollar for a super expensive exclusive, and it's shit. And it's the same old as all the other shit figures before it. And they didn't bother putting in the engineering because women hard. And it combines with the worst torso of the line. Look, I love Power of the Primes Elita 1, perhaps more than the Legacy version, but for fuck's sake, she doesn't work as a combiner. None of these do. And to add insult to injury, this deco sucks. The mismatched and de-emphasized purple push all the focus onto the orange, and she just ends up looking ridiculously boring as a result. The G1 design balanced the colors rather well, but this, not ain't. That's why she takes the lowest spot of this family of molds, ignoring the updated and infinitely worse remake that followed. Speaking of,
184.
yeah, Greenlight isn't much better. It's the same shit again, only in slightly less hateful colors. The green and white is fine, I guess. It's not hurtful on the eyes like cancer, and it accentuates the alt mode quite well. But again, it's the same mold. It's still a load of crap. And there's actually one element that's worse than Lancer 2, the price. Lancer is expensive on the aftermarket, but Greenlight is ridiculously expensive. I have 3 questions. What the fuck? Why the fuck? And how the fuck? We know who the fuck because it's G1 is trying to complete their casts, and we know when, which is right now. As a toy though, this thing isn't even worth the bloody retail price. In fact, none of these bastards are, or the remakes. Enough of this shit. Aside from the somehow clever tentakill, this mold can off and die.
183.
Selects definitely had a rocky start getting off the ground. After Power of the Primes gave us sort of mediocre ideas with Red Swoop and Ricochet, hype in the line really didn't seem to be there. You'd think though, with access to new and exciting molds, that they'd be able to rectify this and deliver some bangers. And for the most part, they certainly did. But not at first. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Blackface Megatron. I really don't know how else to describe it. It's a shit deco with a face that, if you didn't know any better, would seem racially insensitive. The deco stinks, and for some bizarre reason, they made an IDW minor Megatron head, then never used it again? The pre-war deco actually uses a completely different head sculpt. It's weird and stupid, just like the figure itself. I'm fully aware this is accurate to the original, but remember, being accurate to a fault is very much a thing. This toy definitely fits into that category, which is a shame because with a few tweaks it could have been really good. I guess I should be glad it's not the Earthrise mold, but at the end of the day, it's still shit.
182.
You know what's a rarity with modern Transformers? The G1 version being better than the modern rendition. It's just something you don't expect. Very few figures reach those depths. The Astro Squad, unfortunately, falls into this rare category. Sure, the articulation is better, but that's about it. The proportions are wonky in a different way to the original, and arguably the G1 toys are more pleasant to look at. The G1 toys stand better and have better kibble management. The alt mode is way better, actually having decent proportions to the Earthrise version. Yes, it's got hinges, but it doesn't look weird with that sort of stylized for the sake of being stylized look. And it doesn't even make sense either. The Earthrise one is actually licensed by NASA. Why would it look worse? And sure, they've made it so that each half is a standalone vehicle separated. But these two don't look like vehicles. At least I could buy the Battle Squad as artillery units, but this? Nah mate, not in a million years. Almost wish they didn't bother, like on the originals. Oh, and we finally got a stand port, and it's on the back. These two just stink. They're barely passable as figures in their own right, and as remakes of older figures, they're just infuriating. Talk about a disappointing end to the Micromaster size class. Yeesh.
181.
Yes, these do actually count as War for Cybertron figures. Yes, these also count as Galactic Odyssey figures. No, they're not any good. The G1 clones are sort of the antithesis of the modern retool. Identical robot modes, but completely different conversions. In fact, I'd liken it to Studio Series Bumblebee Blitzwing and Starscream. Completely different toys with different alt modes. I don't think the Titans Return team got the memo though, because these fellas really suck. They use the same basic torso and it works for the robot mode. You get a few oddities with the back of the head on Fastlane and the slightly weird wing storage on Cloudraker, but in this mode, they're fine. But for some reason, the designers forgot Transformer Design 101 in vehicle mode, because the tabs here are atrocious. Instead of taking the derpy G1 modes and making them sleek and sexy, they've arguably been made worse, especially with the lack of tabs. And then, on top of that, instead of rectifying the mistake and making a new set of them, they just reissued the Titans Return renditions. Specifically the Takara Legends redecos, I think. I'm using the Takara Legends ones as stand-ins for this script bit. Yes, it's technically cheating, but nobody I know actually wanted these after the first time round. We really need new versions in Legacy at some point, or whatever future line follows it.
180!
Second verse, same as the first, only this time with a better color scheme. And better alt modes too, the bestial style works a lot better, especially with Wingspan. But now you gotta deal with truly atrocious paint chipping to make up for all those improvements. Paint chipping that affects both the original and Siege releases of the Takara paint scheme. I checked online, they didn't fix it after the first time. I could fix this myself, but let's face it, these figures aren't worth saving. They're just here for the Legends completionism, or were at least. Fortunately, I'm clean now. Probably the only time in my life I can thank Zeta for anything.
179!
3-packs are hard to get right, because instead of having to make sure 2 figures in a box set are worth the price of admission, you have to do that for 3. It's quite a tough ask, and no set does that better than the Fan Vote Battle 3-pack. What? That doesn't seem right. Is that a glitch? Anywho, as I was saying, no set does it worse than the Fan Vote Battle 3-pack. Just a set of 3 figures that do not work at all. Impactor is the strongest, but this head does just not work on this body. You got a massive chunkster meeting this gangly old thing. The head isn't bad, but it needs to be paired with an appropriate body type, which this flat out isn't. Aragon somehow ends up being a worse cog than Red Cog himself, taking all the dumpy charm of the original and shitting out whatever this is supposed to be. The legs look super segmented and everything else just really needs more breakup. And again, shithead.
It's a thief!
So far only Zetar is breaking the Power Dasher head curse. And then we get to clear Mirage. As if the standard legs on Mirage weren't bad enough, now you gotta deal with the whole mold being a ticking time bomb. It's just a load of shit. And who the hell would invest in this box set anyway? They're all so unrelated. A Marvel UK deco, a G1 cartoon deco, and an obscure G1 toy that most people don't collect because it never showed up in the cartoon. Matter of fact, these 3 all belong to completely different people. It's a miracle I got all the owners in the same place on the same day. I guess that's just the magic of a classic Aussie barbecue.
Hey, the only thing better than this is the Cybertron.
No!
178!
Let's be real here, the G1 Power Dashers weren't exactly the pinnacle of G1. Some toys from the long past 80s still provide a lot of fun today, but the Power Dashers definitely seem to fit into the more rare than fun category. Still, the prospect of a Generations update is intriguing at least. With an update can come a fresh new take on the character, with engineering you wouldn't even think of. Unfortunately, these guys came a bit early to the game, and someone thought it would be a splendid idea to turn the worst weaponizer into one of them. Chromar is the perfect storm of a flawed G1 figure being redone as an already bad mold with a deeply downgraded color scheme. Oh no, we can't do Chrome anymore, guess we gotta do boring grey and black. The head is accurate to a fault, which, yeah, I get, but it still doesn't help its case at all. And at the end of the day, it's bloody 6-gun. I know not a lot of molds were available at the start of the trilogy, but this was a really bad way to do things. Why, may you ask?
177!
Well, remember how the Iron Factory version used its simplicity to its advantage? Siege 6-gun doesn't do that. They stylize the robot mode in a way where it just ends up looking anorexic. It's delving into third-party stylization territory, where they stylize things without actually taking into consideration what the end goal is. It's just stylization for the sake of stylization. In many ways, 6-gun doesn't feel like a Siege toy at all. Then there's the fact that as a weaponizer, he does it probably the weakest out of the bunch. A good parts forming figure works on one of 2 philosophies. Either each of the parts does something unique and meaningful, or it has an integrated conversion so it doesn't need to anyway. This is Siege, so the latter is out. But what about the former? Well, the arms do jack shit, barely masquerading as guns. The fist is just awful with its dual thumbs and pitiful weapon ports, so most figures can't even use it. The legs and torso are fine, I suppose, but the G1 version arguably did those better. So yeah, nothing here is worth it. And the jet mode. This is why you f***ed with everything else. This is why you had to ruin the aesthetic and parts forming. It doesn't even transform without parts forming, so it has no excuse. There's a reason this mold hasn't come back since its first and second outings. Brunt's got the Centurion drone, Cog got Red Cog, though I'm not so sure that was a good idea given it's currently shelf warming at TK Maxx. And that just leaves these two from the original lineup. Forgotten by time, left to wallow in their shittiness. Maybe that's for the best. As elusive as they are, I'm fine with my Iron Factory version. It's even compatible with most modern CHUG releases due to its 5mm peg system. They were conceived as an upgrade kit after all. But Siege doesn't even work as that. For shame.
176.
This figure still haunts me to this day. I keep trying to block it out of my mind now that I have the Fans Hobby version. Hell, I actually forgot to include it on this list until I started talking about Botropolis, where the inclusion of his missile reminded me. But he always comes back. He always makes his presence known. I can't even bring myself to sell him off, partially because his cassette functionality is kind of fun, but also partially because he's bad in such a unique way. Every mode is compromised. Every mode is wrong in some minuscule way that ends up somehow ruining it. He's an enigma. Why do they make him this bad when they could already do so good? Right. Earthrise. The line's so bad its best figures jumped ship to Siege. Whatever, you already know the drill. Wonky vehicle mode, hollow bird mode, hollow and wonky robot mode. I've already covered this extensively, and I still hate it.
What's new, pussycats? Whoa!
175.
Already I don't like this mold. Already I'm fundamentally opposed to how it's designed. I think most people on this channel get that, to the point where they're holding onto it more than I am. But when it comes to Bug Bite specifically, I'm sorry, from day one this design has always been bland as f***. It's so boring! It's just an endless sea of white with nothing to break it up aside from the other limbs. This hatred doesn't just apply to the Selects version either, mind you. I own most of the eHobby minibots. Matter of fact, I own all of them except Bug Bite. Yep, he was the only one I didn't buy because I hate him. Am I being petty? Oath I am. Do I care? No! Bug Bite is a bland, uninteresting design on a fundamentally ill-designed toy. In the words of Alucard and Trevor, eat shit and die. Yes. You.
174.
It's Cliff Jumper, but in yellow. Matte finish is nice, but it loses that premium vibe Cliff had. Fine as a box checked for G1 collectors, but it's a mediocre deco of a disappointing toy. What do you want me to say?
173.
This one actually has a fairly nice deco, but it's still the same bloody mold again. I like the fact they hinged the back separate to the clear plastic, so it doesn't break down over time, but it's still the same bloody mold again. I don't mind the use of the darker yellow plastic compared to the original Toon and toy. I understand yellow is a difficult color to match, and no doubt Volkswagen had a say in the whole thing. But it's still the same mold! In fact, arguably, it's worse, as that torso just does not work with this body type. Really? This is the best Bumblebee toy ever? According to a bunch of people? God, I hope the upcoming SS86 version is a new mold.
172.
Earthrise Optimus Prime is a great figure. I don't think anyone's denying that. Well, not unless you're bot posting. And it got some pretty good redecos over the years, ones I'm glad to see. This one wasn't one of them. No, it wasn't. Already it's the wrong mold, and I mean that literally because it's trying to be accurate to the Siege version, but the Siege mold was in use at the time for Nemesis Prime, so that was off the cards. They then take the concept of Polygon Pictures green windows, but don't go all the way. Like, what's the point if you aren't gonna commit? And finally, he's paired with two of the worst Battle Masters in piss yellow. Need I say more? No, seriously, what else is there to say? It's a 3-pack, and it makes sense why it was outsold by Soundwave from the same wave. Talk about taking one of the best Earthrise figures and running it into the ground. Yeesh.
171.
The Earthrise Battle Masters may have been pretty disappointing, but make no mistake, the Siege ones were no slouch either. Or rather, were a slouch. Just a nothing size class. White noise the price point, so to speak. Still, none of them were particularly bad. They were boring, but mostly fine. Except for Taraxodon. I think I might have been the first to post a public sighting of this fellow, way back when it dropped at Hobbyco on the 29th of January 2019. And from day one, I have hated this fucker. Bulbous ass body, boring colors, stumpy legs, wings that are way too small, pitiful axe that can't decide whether it's an axe or a pizza cutter. The only saving grace is its use as a bow for archery lesbian flame war. And I think that connection was purely coincidental because there's no way the designers actually thought this up. And yet, everyone seems to accept him, claiming he's fine. Am I crazy? Have I been locked in a room? A rubber room? A rubber room with rat traps? I don't think so, just typical fortnightly panic attacks. Just bog standard mental illness, I'm afraid. Maybe it would be more fun if I was insane. Maybe I'd actually enjoy this figure, but as it is, fuck Taraxodon.
170.
See what I mean by every girl character gets the the same mold. Yes, despite not fitting the body type at all, Nightbird gets shoved onto the Chromia body with no regard for the design whatsoever. And don't get me wrong, there are things to like this time around. The deco is great, especially in the alt mode. Like, hot damn, this thing is smexy. The gibble hides are way much better in this deco too, since it's all black parts blending into the gunmetal. And the head sculpt is great, though in fairness, it's pretty hard to fuck up Nightbird's head sculpt. But like, it's still the Siege Chromia mold. All of the previous issues are still here. They didn't just magically vanish because it's a cooler character and a better deco. It's still a deeply problematic release. Also, why do these two have removable underpants? They get lost super easily and they shouldn't be removable anyway because they serve no purpose. They don't assist in the articulation in any way. It's literally just, you can remove the panties if you want to. I don't know which is worse, this or the sculpted backside on Legacy Minerva. Call me crazy, but I prefer horniness be saved for pornography and not go nuts on action figures. Yes, I say that having bought Nicey, but that one actually had a pretty cool alt mode.
Oh no, the underpants broke off. How wonderful. I now have to fix this and hold on to it. Or if I do end up selling it, perhaps I'll have to put a disclaimer in the description. So yeah, the sale value of this thing just got completely f***ed. How fun!
Either way, the mold sucks, and the Black Convoy effect can't save it. I'm just glad we never have to worry about this mold ever again. Oh, come on!
169!
I never really understood the love for COG. Everyone seems to go nuts over him, claiming he's the best weaponizer ever created. Like, bruh, ignoring for a second the fact that Slammer exists. Really?
Oh, he's got a cool design.
Not really. It's just a bunch of blue greebling and not much else. Brunt slays in that category.
Oh, but the transformation is good.
Yeah, mandatory parts forming that turns into nothing. And it's not satisfying like Brunt or Slammer. If you're going to do parts forming, incorporate it into the figure's identity and do something crazy with it. COG just feels like he could transform normally, but doesn't because that's not the gimmick. And it's too soon for the Junkions.
Oh, but his parts are the most versatile.
No he isn't. Brunt exists, and even then, the base figure ain't that good. It's like saying a Lego brick is a good action figure, as in just the brick. It's not even associated with a good Titan because Fort Max is the worst of the modern ones. And character recognition doesn't work either because the whole time in the show he just complained and did nothing else. Was actually glad for his on-screen death. Ah, peace at last. So no, I don't get why he was so revered, but maybe times are changing. Lately, Red COG hasn't sold very well, ending up in clearance outlets everywhere. Maybe Brunt's supremacy is finally upon us after all.
Victory! 168!
I'm probably one of the few people on the planet who will unashamedly defend Siege Magnus. As a double homage, it provides a lot of fun despite its limiting price points. Sure, in stock form the thighs are a bit short, but at the end of the day, I still love it. Unfortunately, the community did not see it that way. People complain about the lack of car carrying functionality, about the lackluster nature of the core robot, about how it was apparently an insult to both RID and G1. Siege Magnus is easily one of the most hated leader class figures of its time, because at least the Triple Changes and Voyagers with Bits developed a cult following after the fact. So, how did Hasbro rectify this perceived error? No, not quite. Bit before that. How, you may ask? By pulling an Earthrise in Kingdom. Oh joy. Kingdom Magnus is an incredibly clunky clash of three separate aesthetics. Siege, although adjacent to G1, is not G1. Its greebling is very distinct, and although other lines work well alongside it, there's no mistaking a Siege toy. Siege Magnus balances this aesthetic with the RID alt mode quite well. But then you add traditional Generation 1 into the mix, and the whole thing falls apart. What was once a clunky but charming Cybertronian truck is now one of the worst truck modes of the trilogy, with piss-poor proportions and mismatched trailer bed aesthetics. The trailer copies the scaffolding of the G1 toy, but without the defined bed, it just turns into essentially scrap metal. Siege wore the illusion of the car carrier fairly well. Kingdom does not. The core robot looks obese. Admittedly, it is somewhat funny on the Tensegrity version, whom I've dubbed Dadbod Prime, and the darker colors of Powered Convoy disguise it better, but neither of those existed when Kingdom released. We were stuck with this ugly, boring shit. And sure, the combined robot mode is adequate. Some might even say it's better than the Siege version, particularly with the head sculpt, but I think it's more of a side grade than anything. But at this point, after two modes have already failed to deliver on the point, what's the point? I'm all for options tailored to different takes on each figure, but especially now with the SS86 version, I don't see the purpose for this. People who prefer the core robot are usually more aligned with a preference for engineering rather than a specific aesthetic. Are those people really going to settle for a cobbled together kit bash that vaguely resembles the Generation 1 aesthetic? Or are they going to go for the original? I don't think Kingdom Magnus has a place in the franchise anymore. He was surpassed before he was released, has been surpassed by his redecos, and has been surpassed once more by the Commander. He's simply a pointless figure, born out of hatred for another. This is why you make figures based on inspiration, not on the complaints of whingers.
167!
Man, how the mighty have fallen. When Airazor hit the scene, she was a real breath of fresh air. After all the bullshit fembot molds that didn't treat their audience with respect, she came out with a simple and refreshing transformation and a gorgeous color scheme. As such, the prospect of a Pterosaur retool was quite intriguing. Unfortunately, reality ain't always so sweet. Pterosaur sucks all the life out of his base mold and delivers a figure equal parts bad and boring. The conversion no longer has the awesome chest flip around, instead awkwardly shoving everything onto his back. The deco is boring as hell, missing much of the silver the show model broke everything up with. Can't even blame it on toy accuracy because the green is missing. The alt mode looks more like an awkward chicken than a flying death machine with a head that refuses to blend in with the rest of the body and wings that look awkward in practically every pose. And sure, a lot of this stuff is fixed with the buzzworthy deco, but I just don't think this mold is good enough to justify swapping out. Unless TF Wiki constitutes that release a legacy one and I have to do an eventual legacy ranking list. Either way, they had their chance and they didn't make use of it. That's a them problem, not for me.
166!
What can I say about the Alucon mold that I haven't already? It's the same old nonsense Earthrise was known for, over and over again. It's a character that never got a toy before, so we can be lazy and cheap out on the transformation. And we can't have this actually looking resplendent like the prototype showed. No, we must make it boring and bland. Because why would a robot that turns into a bipedal alligator ever be interesting? Sure, the bailiff is neat, but this ain't the bailiff. This is a retail release, just like the Quintesson Judge. It's almost like the team that worked on Earthrise were contractually obligated to make the most frustrating figures imaginable. Jeez, imagine if that was actually the case.
165!
I really don't want to do this. I really don't want to do this.
2 years. It's been more than 2 years since I put the complaints to rest. It's even been 1 year since I swore off joking about him entirely. And yet, he persists. He remains. Everywhere I go,
Dr. Lockdown hates Cliffjumper. Dr. Lockdown keeps shitting on Cliffjumper. Dr. Lockdown is scared of Cliffjumper. Is it funny to show Dr. Lockdown and Cliffjumper?
guys, it's just a toy. I joke about toys, but it's purely for comedic effect. I don't actually let this shit live in my head rent-free. Christ, it's just a toy. At this point, you guys think about my relationship with this figure more than I actually think about this figure. So no, I will not elaborate further. I've covered this figure extensively. You can just go back and watch that. I'm not going to feed the niche's zeitgeist any further. Yes, he parts forms. Yes, it's frustrating. But at the same time, it's old news. It didn't end up having a lasting impact on the fandom. Parts forming cases are few and far between, and even when they do pop up, it usually makes sense. So who cares? It's only Cliffjumper. Move on. I certainly have.
What about in regards to the obscene backpack kibble?
I don't know who you are, but it's been 2 years. You can forget about
You
this
have
now.
disregarded the backpack kibble!
164!
Y'all talking about Cliffjumper this, Cliffjumper that. You want to see what really grinds my gears? Picture this. The Siege Tetrajet hits the scene. You have no expectations for it. In fact, from the convention photos, it looks kinda shit. But one day, when you're hankering for a new toy, it's the only Siege toy available. Against your better judgment, you pick it up and you're instantly blown away. The engineering is incredibly clever. The articulation is stellar. The personality is endless. Then the redecos start to trickle in. Sure, some releases are harder to come by than others, hell, some are even geo-blocked and unable to be purchased at all, but you end up falling in love with the concept of a full lineup of Tetrajet Seekers. Having fun there? Enjoying yourself? Well, f*** you, take this infinitely worse mold instead. This is the main Seeker mold now, you are obligated to like it because it's G1 and Earth-based and we're gonna use this mold to death because f*** you. I don't hate this mold as much as I hate a bunch of figures on this list, but it's the one that I keep thinking about more than most. They had something brilliant, something special, and they threw it aside for an inferior outing that's built on lazy copying. There's a lot I can discuss with this mold. Hell, I already did way back in the day. I could go on about how it's it's lacking in articulation, or the paint chipping is awful, or how it's generally a worse version of the Classics Deluxe, with all the issues blown up to Voyager scale. But the truth is, those aren't as significant in my eyes as the way it cut my hopes short. Sure, we get the occasional Tetrajet here and there, but it's just not the same. The fandom doesn't see this as a seeker, it sees it as a weird offshoot. They even have the nerve to call it a shell former just because the wings cover the rest of the body, like every other seeker in existence. I don't know if I'll ever forgive the precedent Earthrise Starscream set. It's been 3 years and I still haven't. I'm still holding out hope that one day we'll get Conehead Tetrajets, but logically, that's never gonna happen. We already have Coneheads. They're done, and they're not the good mold. They're the shit one, and in the eyes of the fandom, you're wrong for preferring the Tetrajets, because it's not G1 enough. It hurts, man. It really hurts.
163!
The first wave of the Siege Micromasters was pretty well known for its awesome vehicle modes. The Battle Patrol was a wonderful little set that effectively laid out the groundwork for what the line should have, but sadly didn't. They were simple but effective, prime candidates for a retool set. It's just a shame that the retools we got kinda stank. The vehicles are just so bland, lacking in detail and charisma. You can't even turn Bomb Shock's turret properly due to improper molding on the turrets, something that allegedly affects every copy. If you have one that works fine, I'd love to hear about it in the comments, because so far I ain't found shit. The rubber modes also just lack that tiny charm of the original, misappropriating existing parts that don't fit with the new aesthetics and just refusing to stand the majority of the time. Not even the gun works well, it's so slapdash to the point where they tried not advertising it. In fact, TF Wiki assumed it didn't combine at all until I pointed out that Takara magazine featured the combination. Can't save it though, it's just an absolute shit show. There's a reason these are, like, the only set that never got redecoed. Period. These almost didn't end up coming to Australia, and you know what? Maybe they shouldn't have back in the day.
162!
Trip Up and Daddy-O aren't much better. Imagine Swindler done twice with all the charm sucked out. Yes, it's quite nice that they fixed the back so that it doesn't get stuck in the transformation, but thanks to the combining functionality of the guns, the torsos just lose all their charm from the original. Plus these colors, they just ain't it. Gone are the rich shade and awesome flames, replaced with something that wouldn't look out of place on a bootleg. They function, sure, but at the end of the day, you're not getting the best this price point has to offer.
161!
Not gonna lie, this figure kinda makes me sad. It's a figure with a lot of potential, but it just falls flat and wastes a perfectly good opportunity. I don't like Siege Soundwave, but I don't find myself getting angry at it in any way, especially with the existence of the Netflix version. But Sound Blaster here, well, they had a wonderful opportunity, and they blew it. Black redecos typically make figures more passable. It's just a fact of life. And Sound Blaster definitely takes that to heart, with an absolutely gorgeous black deco and orange paint job. If this was a straight up redeco, perhaps I'd even have considered getting this one. But no, instead they had to with the torso because people complained the original could only hold one cassette at a time. Yes. That's most Soundwave figures. And legitimate cassette players. What kind of off-the-shelf standard cassette player holds multiple? As such, you get this bulbous box that sticks out the front and makes the whole thing look a bit shit. Might seem inconsequential to most, but to me, it's an absolute deal breaker. And it frustrates me, specifically because the deco is so sexy. They could have had something truly special, but now this deco is wasted on a mold like this. Mark my words, we're not getting something this sexy if/when they get around to doing a Sound Blaster out of the Netflix mold. It'll most likely be something in line with the Core Class rendition, a much more accurate affair. Goodbye, gorgeous deco, you were wasted on a figure like this. Rip in Pastoroni, the spaghetti is cassette tape.
160!
Now, this figure's been on a bit of a journey since he first released way back in 2019. Initially, he was the most anticipated figure of the wave, and initial sales fell in line with this, until everyone got their hands on Starscream. Suddenly, he was the shelf warmer, but he was still reasonably well loved. Then came the Netflix version, and consequently, people began claiming Siege Soundwave was never good to begin with. Then the Netflix version became super hard to get, and people began saying the Netflix version was always terrible. It all culminated in a Legacy repack, minus the battle damage on the torso, and despite not having much of a shelf presence, it did end up selling remarkably well. So we've gone from hyped to ignored to respected to loathed to clung to, and eventually we've ended up with a figure that's worshipped like the Virtual Boy. As for me, I never liked this thing from the very beginning. I'm not saying so in comparison to the Netflix one. From the day I got mine in hand, I found this infinitely stupid. The robot mode is okay, I suppose. It's sculpted and painted quite well, and although the battle damage on the chest might be a bit much, it's far from hateful. My only real criticism in this mode is the backpack. It doesn't lock in place like it should, no matter how hard you try. But other than that, this mode is fine, I guess. But then you get to the alt mode, and I say alt mode with a bucket full of quotation marks. What am I looking at? What the f am I looking at? In a line where you can make literally any alt mode you like, courtesy of the Cybertronian aesthetic, you choose to make a space brick with vacuum cleaners for wings. Couldn't do anything with those arms, eh? They don't even solidly peg into the pelvis. They just sit there, right in plain view. I'm not going to act like it's the worst Soundwave alt mode when Studio Series Bumblebee exists, but this just screams we do not give a shit. This mode likely came about because the lamppost mode wouldn't sell to retailers. I get that, but it's no excuse to gimp this mode when you've got triple changes on the same line at the same price point doing insane engineering. Nothing tabs in, it's more of a fan mode than anything, and this is all on its own merits. Start comparing it to the Netflix one, and it falls apart. Netflix can do the lamp mode as well, and access the cassette lineup as well, and it does all of this while providing an actually functional alt mode. I don't like Netflix because Siege is so shit, nor do I hate Siege because Netflix is so good. They're both great examples of how to do a concept right and how to do it wrong. Since this figure's release, I've never understood the love for it. From the outset, it was great in robot mode, but not much else. Hopefully with the eventual Legacy United repack, people will finally see things my way. Though they didn't with Nacelle, they kept complaining he wasn't the Earthrise molds. I have no alt mode, and I must scream.
159!
Siege Mirage in under 2 minutes, because why not? Back in the saddle under contractual obligations. DrLockdown swore he would release my family after this. I remember having a really mixed relationship with this racer mode, because that sure is a spoiler, alright. Spoils my view. Do you get it? F off. Although shitty jokes aside, I do have to give this praise where paint applications are pretty good. That's actually silver paint, and I'm sure this is Arabesh for some Cybertronian cigarette brand. My life hasn't been the same since I stopped. Fuck me. All in all, it's a pretty good vehicle from here, and pretty mid the rest of the way. Also, it rolls. And it's got weapon storage too. Oh wait, this is supposed to be deliberate. Plus it's got great weapon storage too. Also, just in case you didn't know, this guy's really an Autobot. Like, he's really into the whole thing. Just like he's really into faux parts. I hope they give you the chair for this one, Mirage. I gotta be real though, this robot mode is just one of the many examples of Siege being phenomenal. With the big, bulky, clear plastic shins that aren't anywhere near to breaking, that just say F you. Plus the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher that just says, eat shit. Just gives this guy an overall clean presentation. I can't hate it. Also, a moment of praise, please, for the clean backpack. No kibble. Oh, but sheep, doesn't that count as kibble? I bet you were one of those people that clapped during Five Nights at Freddy's, you f***wit. Basically, the gist of it is, I like this figure. The head sculpt and chest are great, and he just... Hi, Skeletoni, what are you doing here? What, like, urgently? Okay, come on, we'll do it on my channel. Mirage is a solid 5 out of 7. Get one while stocks presumably last for a while until they inevitably do an SS86 one.
158!
Hello there, my name is Sixo, but more on that later, as it's time to talk about Hoist, who I'm sure you'll agree is one of the most unfathomably underrated Transformers in history. This perfectly portly lad has been a franchise mainstay ever since his debut in 1985. Yet despite being so undeniably adorable in every single sense, he's all too often overlooked, even frequently playing second fiddle to his on-screen colleague and husband, Grapple. So as a Hoist fan, imagine my excitement when the Earthrise figure was unveiled as part of War for Cybertron in 2020. This deluxe class offering boasts much of the same chunky charm as the vintage original, but now with approximately 300% more posability. Whereas the 80s articulation was confined to moving elbows, this guy is even rocking double-jointed knees and the like, which, although it feels a bit overly dramatic for a Hoist toy, is appreciated nonetheless. We also have to acknowledge what is surely one of the finest head sculpts in the entire trilogy, or at least of those which clearly weren't stolen from some already released masterpiece design. All in all, the robot mode is just super solid fare, and tons of fun to pick up and pose, especially with his stumpy orange blaster either in hand or pegged into one of the many convenient holes perfectly placed over Hoist's body. Choices. Then we turn our attention to Transformation, which is a supremely satisfying series of well-defined movements mostly reminiscent of the classic design but with a few new twists and turns thrown in. There's an unmitigated joy in how it all comes together with the kind of precision click into place sadly lacking on some modern releases, and leaving you with a delightfully daft alternate mode into the bargain. True, there might be a fair whiff of kibble towards the underside, and sure, the interactive tow truck play feature doesn't work quite as smoothly as it did on the vintage figure, but that aside, there's plenty to admire here. Besides, if nothing else, how can you not love a bot who looks like he's turned up to the office Christmas party wearing his best festive jumper?
They're the same picture.
In conclusion then, it all adds up to a worthwhile descendant of the original toy. This hoist is enough to make you marvel at how good it is. TTFN.
157!
Despite my immense hatred for Earthrise Starscream, I have a bit more respect for all the other versions of this mold. There's obviously a lot of them, and I'm always going to be frustrated with the concept, but as I never owned most of the others, I don't get as up in arms about them. That said, I definitely find Thrust the weakest of the bunch. The colours are quite nice, and I appreciate they got the Conehead face, right? It's not bloated and huge like the Masterpiece versions. Yeah, I get that it's accurate, but come on, it's a toy, it's gotta be adjusted. So yeah, overall, not terrible, but not particularly great either. The wings just end up being clunky, and it's disappointing they never changed the null rays on the shoulders to the larger missiles. Could have pulled a new age and had an extra casing, but I guess that wasn't on the cards. I don't hate this figure, and I genuinely hope it gets a repack for those who missed out. But for me, I just can't find much to love about it either. Will admit though, it's definitely better than the build quality disaster that is the Make Toys version, or the Phantom release of Mars Toys, because at least this toy exists.
156!
G2 Ramjet fares very similarly, though without the clunky wings it does reach a step above. Unlike shitting out Lifeline out of spite, I do actually think it's beneficial to have another option for fans to sample G2 Ramjet. Sure, I may not be the biggest fan of this mold, but G2 Rep is always a good thing to see, and Ramjet is easily one of the better seekers out of the lot. The colour scheme has always been a wonderful lost relic of 90s Transformerdom, and to have it more accessible to the masses is very much a good thing. If this was the only option to get this deco on a modern mold, I'd wholeheartedly recommend this outing. Unfortunately, I've been spoiled. I already have the FunPub version, and I just think it's better. Beyond being the superior mold in my eyes, and yes, I genuinely think the Classics Deluxe is better than the Earthrise Voyager, it just does the colours better. Where's the red on the new version? Without those highlights, it just ends up looking bland. And again, this mold really needed proper Conehead missiles to bulk out the shoulders, now that it's lacking the wings behind. It just ends up looking anemic, all things considered. Yes, there is a toy hack set you can get, but nah, I'm good. I'm happy with what I got. I know it's sort of dumb to rank a figure poorly just because I have another figure, but again, my list, my rules. If you want me to lie and not hurt your personal feelings, just say so.
155!
The Black Convoy effect is a phenomenon that occurs when an existing toy is given a paint scheme that primarily revolves around the colour black. It is often paired with a secondary highlight colour, particularly a striking one like turquoise or red. The end result is a toy that ends up being much more highly regarded in the public eye. Everyone remembers Scourge, but who remembers Laser Prime? Don't tell me he's more iconic given what G2 nearly did to the franchise. That effect is in full force here, but not enough to save the poor lad. It's just the same mold. Yes, the colours are infinitely better. I'd even argue the deco is superior to the FunPub version, with its crisper black and greater emphasis on transparent reds. It's honestly a crime that this release was the one that got the exclusive treatment, not even coming out in Australia, while the infinitely worse one made it onto shelves worldwide. I'd hate to be hunting the lad on the aftermarket. The weapons are also superior. Nothing crazy, but now the combining functionality actually makes sense, and the added paint is a nice bonus. And of course, there's no god-awful chalky paint finish to frustrate you, but he's still the Earthrise Battle Charger mold. The engineering still only exists to hide the majority of the car in his backpack. The legs still have more hollowness than Ulquiora's asshole. The chest is still baffling. I want to know why they even bothered trying to fail to be accurate in the first place, considering these two only appeared in 1 and a bit episodes. We're talking skids numbers here. Of all the figures to go this far for, you chose the ones based on the toys that sell so bad they serve as a litmus test for how the prices at a vintage store are. The extra wheels are still dumb as shit with no paint to actually let them stick out. It's like they made fake annoying kibble then didn't even commit to the idea. It just disappoints me that this is probably it for the Battle Chargers. They're probably considered done for the next decade and a half, since again, everyone thinks they're fine or wants a reissue more than an actual update. Well, between the two of them, I've had enough. I've got my nice fancy FunPub version, so it's probably time to let go. If I had to keep one, I'd probably keep Runabout, but the two two are a set. There's really no point in holding on to one but not the other, especially with superior molds sitting around. And with the prices Runabout goes for on the aftermarket, at least it'll be good for something. Hopefully whoever buys these will enjoy them more than I do. Hell, maybe they'll even be able to answer why the front of the car has holes drilled through the whole thing, yet the pin only goes through the middle. It's not that I can't figure out why, it's that I can't be bothered.
154!
Another entry, another Seeker pack. Fortunately, these fare a little better on the tooling side than poor old Thrust. It gels with both modes more solidly. I also appreciate the torso tooling a lot more here. It sort of got lost on Thrust, whereas here, the box ear shape pops way harder. It's obvious they were pushing the limits of the retooling though, because the wings are fully painted as opposed to cast in solid plastic. If I had to take a guess, they're probably gang molded between the two. Fortunately, the Legacy repack of Dodge fixed this situation, and I imagine when Ramjet gets the same, he'll be afforded such as well. When, not if, because people want these and Hasbro is happy to oblige. I do find it funny though that people frothed at the prospect of a repackaged Dirge, but Netflix Soundwave is apparently the spawn of Satan. This fandom confuses me sometimes. Still, at least these two have a reason to be an exclusive set. The Coneheads aren't obscure by any means, but they're far less popular in the eyes of the public. If any team was going to be exclusives, this would be it. What I want to know is...
153!
Why the did you make these two exclusives? Sure, these were far easier to get than the Elite Duo. At some points even dropping on Amazon for the price of a single Voyager. And they honored it too. I was seriously tempted to go for them. But that's not the point. These should not have been exclusives. Why was Skywarp an exclusive twice? Whose idea was this? As for the toys themselves, they're just more Seekers. It's cool to see this specific take on the mold done without the paint chipping on Screamer, though personally I'm more partial to the Buzzworthy pack-in. Just got a much richer shade of blue, even if it isn't specifically Thundercracker. But beyond that, it works, functions. Could be worse at the end of the day, though it could also be better. I don't have much to say. They're more Seekers, slightly better than the last two. That's it, really.
152!
I guess Impact is a good figure. The Siege version was pretty damn good, and I guess the 3-pack one was alright, if kinda stupid with the way it handled its proportions with the head. But like, look at the legs here. Short legs. What else is there to say?
151!
Siege Megatron is one of the best looking Megatron figures out there. He resembles his G1 counterpart, like, a lot, while also having some updates to him. Just almost everything about his robot mode is pretty accurate to the G1 show. Not 100% though, there are some noticeable differences, as this is from a different show, but the G1 style is still appreciated. Another thing I really like about this figure is the head. The head sculpt on this is amazing and one of the best ones I've seen on a Megatron figure. Once again, it is like his G1 counterpart, but also simple and clean. Further down the figure, you have his Decepticon insignia smacked on in the middle of the chest, boldly and proudly displaying his faction. I'm not the biggest fan of the weathered battle damage paint job this figure has on it, but this mold has also been used like 1,000 times, so it doesn't really matter. He does have a bit of a backpack, which are the treads for his vehicle mode. It's folded up neatly and it's not too bulky, so that is nice. Now the head for this figure can look up, but only about that much. If you try to do it anymore, you get this. He does come with his fusion cannon, which looks great, and his HPR telescopic laser strike launcher. That is a mouthful, so I'll just call it the big sword, because that's what it looks like. You can combine them to get an even bigger weapon, which is neat. Now the tank mode on this isn't bad, it's not great either. The front is pretty good looking, and his big sword attaches to become part of his cannon, but the rest of the tank mode just looks kind of weird to me, especially from the back. I'm not sure what I'm looking at here. To be fair, it is a Cybertronian vehicle mode, so it isn't supposed to look like a real-life tank, so I can cut it some slack there.
150!
A lot of figures from the Siege line have been forgotten as they've slowly been replaced with their Earthrise counterparts, but there's one that sticks out more than most, or rather, doesn't stick out at all. Many renditions generate a lot of discourse, but there's one that's special for the fact it doesn't. Nobody talks about the Siege Cyberpunk Datsuns. They're easily the most forgotten Siege toys, and the reason is quite simple. Not only are the Earthrise ones unequivocally better, but the Siege versions are kinda boring. Prowl is both the worst of the 5 and the most emblematic of their issues. The vehicle mode works fine enough, but it's just so bland and boring. The top half of the vehicle has barely any detail and paint, leaving an endless sea of white. Bit of a mistake adapting the G1 color scheme verbatim. The blue plastic is hella bland. Using clear on the wheels should be an awesome aesthetic cue, especially for the cyberpunk aesthetic. But it just doesn't work here. At least not yet. The robot mode also falls flat, combining boring blandness with some really odd aesthetic choices. Why is his chest so angular compared to everything else? Why are his legs all window and nothing else? Why is he so wide? It's just an overall frustrating figure. It could have worked well, but it crashed and burned where it countered. No wonder this mold family got forgotten so quickly. There's just nothing to latch onto here.
149.
The Siege Battle Masters, outside of the unique ones, were, let's face it, pretty boring. Sure, they're better than what would have been if they were packed in with the deluxes themselves, but they just did not put any effort into these. It's basically a dude that folds up and that's it. Sure, the G1 versions were exactly that, but that's no excuse to be honest. Plenty of Legion figures have presented really cool conversions over the years, and these are, in essence, Legion figures. Why not give them more pizzazz? And of course, the weakest of these would easily have to be Aimless, because the deco is essentially what the name implies. It's just so boring, there's nothing to latch onto because nothing stands out. It's a fine pickup all things considered, but who actually wants these things? No, seriously. Who?
148.
And Blowpipe is pretty much the same, only he has a slightly better deco thanks to his reversal of color scheme, with more emphasis on blue and better blast effects. I love this little spiky pineapple of death, it's so versatile on the little fellas. But as a figure itself, it's the same thing again. What do you want me to say? It's boring.
147.
Years ago, I took Hoist for a spin and didn't have a very good time. It was a pretty frustrating release with annoying use of gimmick integration, misuse of brittle clear plastic, wonky shoulder kibble, and a general unbalance of scale versus actual figure construction. I had a lot of fun working on the review for it, but not a lot of fun with the toy itself. I sold it, moved on, and ended up skipping Trailbreaker. Was I right to do so? Well, I will admit he is better than Hoist. The backpack is a lot more solid now that he doesn't have to contend with the really stupid airlock system, and he does have a bit of that Black Convoy effect magic, where the deco makes him seem less troublesome than he is. But unfortunately, it's still the same mold again. It has all of the same issues, right down to the shoulder panels. Seriously, you couldn't have mounted these separately like a Gundam? Was that so hard? It really disappoints me, because I can see the potential in a really good Trailbreaker Deluxe. I don't like to compare official to third party, because it's often reductive and lopsided, but owning the Magic Square version, I just wish Earthrise had the same ingenuity. It could have been great, but instead I'm stuck with two shit figures because I went down the Diaclone completionist rabbit hole. I am in a hell of my own making.
146.
In case you don't know, I'm a big fan of black repaints, namely any kind of Black Convoy, Scourge, or in this case, Nemesis Prime style repaints. He may be a repaint of Siege Optimus Prime with the Siege trailer, but this figure does not disappoint. He comes with so many accessories. He includes the weapons that originally came with the Amazon exclusive Power of the Primes Nemesis Prime, including Gisa, who is a reference to Arms Micron Nemesis Prime's Minicon partner. And he comes with a repaint of the Cobra Shield Battlemaster guy, meaning that this Nemesis Prime has not one, but two pets. I always love it when Transformers have pets. Plus, he comes with some Energon cubes and Play-Doh for some reason. Not to mention that Siege Optimus Prime is a very good mold itself, hence why they've repeatedly retooled it and re-released so many versions of it even now 4 or 5 years later. And this set just gives him a sexier color scheme and loads of accessories. Overall, definitely worth the price if you could find it in stores at the time or can get it for a good deal on the aftermarket now.
Okay, so I'm going to group these two together because my thoughts for them are pretty much the same. Now, I don't have access to them now because the friend that owns these has since moved to Victoria, but I have seen and handled them in person a long time ago, and for the most part, I think they're okay. Sure, when it comes to the subtleties of the deco, Megatron loses a lot of it in the tank mode, and Optimus loses a lot of it in the robot mode, especially around the torso area, but for the most part, they're fine. They're the original molds, just done in this weird, but ultimately fine deco. Of course they're not going to be as good as if a customizer did these on his own terms. Do you have any idea how much money they put into those things? These have to adhere to standard budgetary requirements, and for what they are, they do pretty well. They're not my thing, but they work. They function. They ain't.
143.
Poor Siege Magnus. It's not enough the community hates his guts. He has to be roped in with lackluster remakes as well. He may have had some pretty good retools and redecos from his initial release, but when those redecos missed, they missed hard. Netflix Magnus is an okay release, but by God, it's a downgrade from the original. The crisp white has been replaced with this god-awful grey, and it just makes this mold feel depressing, almost as depressing as the show itself.
We are not the
If you don't have access to the original, I suppose this is an okay release. Its transparent rung is nice, if a bit tangential to the series itself, and it could be worse. It could be way worse. But if given the choice between this and the original, I just don't know why you'd go this route. It seems more like a release of necessity than one of passion. They had a slot open and needed a leader that appeared in the show. Astro Train only had like 5 seconds of screen time, so it was always going to be Magnus. Dead, old, charred Magnus. Yeah, maybe this figure was a mistake, but it always had to exist. Though, one thing that confused me, why the putty? What purpose does this serve? It's such a pointless inclusion. Is it supposed to be Shockwave's I have a virus? Whatever, the putty will likely be forgotten, the figure will likely be forgotten, and the show will likely be forgotten. They're all like poetry. They rhyme.
142!
Fire Drive is another Battlemaster, so again, he's just kinda mid. He gets the job done and provides some good blast effects, but at the end of the day, he's just adequate. Boring ass deco, same old transformation, it is what it is. Not much to say.
141!
There's no denying these figures were problematic upon release. Paired up with the Wavemates that largely contributed to the death of the size class and presenting an absolutely infuriating transformation to some people, it was a set that just didn't function in the eyes of many. I'll always remember the story of a neurodiverse customer purchasing a second copy due to the figure's difficulty, though I won't drag down this video recounting it as I've already gone into it extensively in the original video. Twice, mind you. The Chonk Man especially struck a nerve with people. But I gotta say, I kinda like these two. Sure, the Netflix versions are better, but I still reckon these are alright cassette bots. They're far from masterpieces, but I don't think we need an SS-86 Laserbeak or a Ravage anytime soon. Buzzsaw aside. Sure, with the upcoming Legacy United Soundwave, there probably won't be much of a reason to get these in the future. But for now, yeah, they're alright.
140! Yada yada, it is good day to be not dead. Pow! You are dead. I'm dead!
The Heavy is dead.
Yes, I am dead.
Why is the Heavy dead?
I don't know. I think it was. You are dead. Okay.
What's up, you wankers? Who's up for it? Ah, what the bloody hell just happened? The Heavy is dead. The Heavy is dead. Correct. So, did you see the murderer? No. Sorry, mate. I will find him. I will capture him. And no one will ever die again. Ah, that's nice. Proud of you. Attention! The Heavy is dead. We know who killed him. We don't know. I will find clues. What's that? A weapon? That thing is why that Heavy is dead. The Heavy is dead? Yes. He died.
Move! No! In my medical opinion, that Heavy is dead!
Doc, what happened?
My professional opinion? The Heavy was killed!
Oh, God. I don't think it's anything to worry about.
Well, now what?
Clippity-clop, mother...
Oh, come on.
Look at this! The freaking Heavy's dead! What do you think of that?
Yes, Scout.
Yeah.
Good home.
Ah, come on! Friggin' unbelievable. Oh, seriously.
Okay, let's get back to the point.
I think Heavy is dead.
The Heavy is dead?
Oh, seriously? Who killed Heavy?
It was me.
Oh, yes!
I did it like this.
That's the joke, lads. It was
him.
How did
you know? I didn't.
That was a joke.
That's right. It was me, you monster.
But why?
Because you're fat, boy. And another thing, you're ugly.
Engineer, stop! Engineer, you are so big! He's not funny. Come on. Engineer!
Oh, damn it, Heavy. You're dead.
No! You are! You are dead! No big surprise.
Well, that was idiotic. Off to hang myself. Off and learn. Oh, what? What?
I am alive! He's nice. Yes, this is stupid.
Yeah, it's fine, I guess. Decent mold, but easily the most boring deco of the bunch. I know it's quite literally meant to have the life sucked out of it, but seriously, it looks like it's had the life sucked out of it. Classic John Warden!
139.
The Micromasters have had some really great releases and some really shit ones. But I feel this is where they really started to fall off into mediocrity. There were bad releases before them, but this is where the blandness settled in. There's not much I can complain about with Powertrain. Sure, Ironworks is better, but this is a solid little Micromaster. Unfortunately, High Jump is a classic case of worse than the G1 version, with a stupid combining gimmick forced in a way that completely ruins the conversion. Couple that with a very boring deco and you're just left with half a set that doesn't pull its weight. And this is where the Micromasters started going downhill, because although we get the awesome Battle Squad beyond that, the remaining Micromasters were very much in line with this release. It's really a shame the way this price point went, because it had so much potential. Not everything lasts forever though, and Powertrain and High Jump were regrettably the beginning of the end.
138!
Road Handler and Swindler are essentially what Elwood Blues would order at a classic 80s diner. Plain white bread with nothing on it. They function alright, aside from some slight issues standing at times, and their decos are fairly nice. There's unfortunately just not a lot to them. In essence, they're plain white bread. Toasted. With nothing on it. Part of that likely comes from the amalgamation between these and the Sports Car Patrol. They can't lean into their source material as they have to double down on their retool potential. On top of that, the torsos don't look as good thanks to the combining gimmick. Again, this thing should have been left in the past. But issues aside, they're fine. They're not hateful in any way and definitely worthy of their price. You could do a lot worse, but you could also do a lot better.
137!
I think Sandstorm was the point where I realized Hasbro was never going to put in the effort required into redeeming this mode, at least not during War for Cybertron. I thought maybe a good deco could save this thing, but nope. Sandstorm goes full slapdash with a patchworky deco and wispy splotches. The unreleased G2 deco really needs extra budget allocation to make it work, and they just did not deliver. They also didn't bother retooling the proportions on the legs, so now he looks really weird. It's just a mismatch of bad tooling and deco choices, and ends up being a figure that's not terrible, but is still very disappointing. I'm glad this exists. I'm glad both this and Cloudraker exist, so that these decos can see the light of day. Unfortunately, by the time we ended up with one that actually worked, it was simply too little, too late.
136!
Blue Streak is a killer color scheme, so logically it'll make the Siege mold look a lot better, and for the most part I'd say it does. The rubber mode definitely gets there pretty well, with a wonderful red to black to gunmetal ratio. It really pops, and if you're going to leave this thing in robot mode, it'll do you quite well. Perhaps not as well as the Earthrise one, but it'll do alright. But when it comes to the vehicle mode, I don't know, something just seems off. It really shouldn't. It has all the ingredients for a killer alt mode, and yet it just doesn't hit right. It's not even something I can explain properly, so I guess I'll have to chalk it up to personal preference. One thing I can call out specifically, though, is the release schedule. Much like his cel-shaded buddies, this figure was a Walmart exclusive. A geo-blocked Walmart exclusive. Why does Blue Streak keep getting shafted in Australia? Why must they torture us so? The vast majority of Aussie Generations fans have never had access to this character in this style. For shame.
135!
Smokescreen is easily the sexiest of the Datsun trio, so logically, out of the originals at least, he's the best of the Siege versions. At least it has a leg up on Prowl, with adapting its specific G1 deco into a cyberpunk style. Admittedly, the printing is less than ideal. It's a little sloppy, especially for a Selects figure. Still a perfectly cromulent cyberpunk car mode though. The robot mode is mostly fine too. The legs feel a bit better proportioned in these colors. It's not actually anything different, but it seems that way due to the colors. Think of it as an optical illusion, a visual smokescreen, if you will. Also seems a lot slimmer in these colors, though the torso does not work with the overabundance of blue. This mold just wasn't designed for this deco, unfortunately. So yeah, out of the main three, it's easily the best, but out of all five? Just kinda middle of the road. If I had to buy one of the main three, I'd go with this. But fortunately, we don't live in a world where you're forced to buy figures you don't like. Imagine that, being financially responsible.
134!
Now this is one that a lot of my friends actually do own, but they're all on display behind tons and tons of other figures. And logistically, it's just impossible for me to film it in the way I usually do it. So we're doing it in this style. Sorry about that. Regardless, I don't really know why I had such a hate boner for this guy back in the day. It's not something I can really explain. In fact, it's something I can pretty easily debunk these days. Big old Scorpio here was essentially the last proper G1 Titan they needed to do. And in an era where they were going really hard on G1, it made sense to do him. Way back when, I used to hate these hollow sections in the ankles, but I've gotten Black Zarak since, and in person, they're fine. Sure, I did fix it on my version, but that's because I already liked the figure in general. Black Zarak, of course, not Scorponok. I never owned Scorponok, sadly. But yeah, out of the box, it's fine. Who cares? Hell, I even voted for Scorponok in the Hall of Fame votes back in Titan's Return. So I should have been really excited for it, but I just wasn't. Maybe I was just getting tired of the over-reliance on G1 and Earthrise, coupled with the general lack of effort being put into many of those figures. Perhaps my hatred for it was a representation of my mental state, being at my lowest point before being diagnosed with clinical anxiety. I'm still very much in denial and in the closet. Whatever the case, it's probably categorically the best Titan class mold, at least from what I've experienced. I haven't had a chance to take a look at Cybertron Metroplex yet, but from what I've handled, this is easily the best. In Black Zarak form, of course, but same difference. It's just not a design I personally care for. It's not something I typically pay attention to. Still, it's got great paint, fantastic detail, does all three modes well, so sign me the f up for Black Zarak.
133!
I feel like this guy is a bit overhated. I see tons of people talking about this thing like it's the spawn of Satan, when really, I don't see what else they could have done. Reflector is a very difficult character to do. The prospect of releasing 3 characters together doesn't really work in the existing price points, or at least it didn't back in 2019. These days, things are a bit different, but back then, what did you expect? So of course it's going to turn into a cube. Of course it's going to be simple. And of course they have to give it another standalone mode, and of course it's going to be compromised. But at least this mode actually looks passable. Let's face it, it could be a lot worse. And the camera mode is a proper camera. No shitty fan-moded nonsense that FunPub cooked up. It's an actual camera that has an actual lens and actual buttons. It has a stand. New Age doesn't have a stand. Really, the only thing I can criticize is the color scheme. The silver they've chosen is a bit bland, so the actual aesthetic is a smidge iffy. But like, it's not hateful. It's a solid reflector. People treat these poor lads like they're a crime against humanity, and I just gotta wonder why. They put effort in and gave us a solid rendition. Sure, the other decos are far better, but if this was the only option, I'd take it in a heartbeat. Not because it's a representation, but simply because the base is solid and well worth the purchase.
132!
I still don't get the love for this mold. To this day, a small subset of collectors keep defending it over the Kingdom version.
Oh, the torso isn't fake. Oh, the missile launcher works.
Yada yada yada. I'm sorry though, I just cannot agree. I admit the Netflix version isn't hateful, all things considered. The colors are absolutely gorgeous, and I've become more accepting of the alt mode now that I have a good Mirage anyway. But like, the alt mode is still hella compromised. They didn't have to design it this way. They already made a good Mirage way back with a proper conversion, and they retooled a good one out of this. But the kibble on the legs just stinks, sticking out like yippee! And I'll gladly take a fake chest and a lack of missile compatibility over those issues. Though the original chest is kind of fake too, at least more fake than the Siege Seekers. Still, I'm no longer frustrated I bought this. It's a good deco, albeit a tangential one, though no more tangential than some of the other figures from this line. I guess it's fine, and it's definitely sticking around, even with the superior mold out.
131!
Alright, I do have to give kudos to Hasbro on this one. After countless redecos and remakes of the same damn conversion scheme, they finally gave us a proper new bipedal mold. Reng is deserving of it, and thankfully they delivered. But by virtue of the fact this design turns into nothing, well, this design turns into nothing. It works in robot mode, but the Target Master conversion is just a thing. This is also one of those figures where the concept is much cooler than the action figure itself. It's great that a figure of Rang exists, but as a figure himself, yeah, if you're not into the character, he's an easy skip. Had more Target Masters followed in his footsteps and delivered a diverse range of conversions, maybe he wouldn't seem out of place, but he's a budget Siege release, so of course, unfortunately, they didn't put in the effort where it counted.
130!
There's not a lot to say about Lionizer, and that's both a good thing and a bad thing. There's not particularly many flaws to deal with, but there's also not much to point out in terms of points of interest. Closest is his included blast effects being great fodder for Siege Spinister, but if the only quality of a figure is being an accessory for another release entirely, that's not doing a very good job. Fortunately though, Lionizer does work well as his own standalone figure. I think the main issue would be his lacking deco, something future versions would fix. But even then, it's still fine. I have a soft spot for him, primarily because he's a heartfelt apology for how shit Titan's Return Sawback was. At least now we have an actually good $10 Lion accessory figure. Apology accepted.
129!
It's Cheetor, Buddy Black. That should be a recipe for a great figure, but between the nondescript mutant head and the nothing deco, it just doesn't strike the chord it should. Cool this exists, but it really didn't need to be a regular release. Selects would have done it fine, guaranteed Transmutate would have sold better at mainline than him, with her neon goodness. Both sort of shelf-warmed, but Shadow Panther shelf-warmed hard. Neat thing to exist, but this didn't need to be produced in the way it was, especially with such a boring deco. Mang, I know you're accurate, but if you want to do a black deco, you gotta spice it up. Give it some oomph. Go hard or go home.
128!
Finally, we actually got a good Earthrise Ramp Master. Third time's the charm. Last time's the charm. But yes, if any animalistic design would appropriately line up with the ramp system, a Cobra would be it. The engineering is simple but effective. The design conveys the animal well, the colors go hard and line up effortlessly with Barry. It's just a solid Battle Master. But this shouldn't have been the best. This should have been the baseline, and then they could have built from there. But no, instead, this is as good as it gets. Makes sense though, even with the linking capabilities to make an extra long, sneaky, slithering snake. By this point, no one was buying them. These things ended up on deep clearance, lasting around for years. It practically took closing down sales to finally get rid of them. It's a real shame, because I should like Slitherfang for what he is. A pretty decent ramp dude. It's just, I look at him and I'm reminded of what was and what never was.
127!
Kingdom Core Class Prime isn't a bad Prime. He's got issues, but the core is solid, pun not intended. Rubber mode functions for the most part, and the vehicle mode isn't hateful. It just needs a bit of bulk added to the back, proven by the Legacy box sets. Wasn't expecting to like this one, but a simple shield piece really improved my perception. So yes, not a bad figure, but definitely a disappointing one. After how good the other Primes in the trilogy turned out, this one should have been a slam dunk. And yet, everything it does, the old Thrilling 30 version does better. Imagine if this had been the definitive Legends Prime. Not a third-party over-the-top insane release, but a definitive mainline Legends one. This should have signaled the start of the return of the Legends class, but instead he's outclassed by his wavemates. It's a shame, because I see the potential here, and yet, it's just not realized.
126!
Well, at least he has a good deco this time. Definitely one of the better ones thanks to finally fixing the abundance of grey, but like, it's another Target Master. If you're not a completionist, who gives a shit?
125!
Slightly worse deco than the last one, but I prefer the torso proportions on this guy. That and his blast effects are gorgeous. Fine, I guess, but as I said before, if you're not a completionist, who gives a shit?
124!
Galactic Odyssey continues to fumble with a set that just screams, "We need something to fill the wave!" I kinda like this set. I think it's nice to get new Micromasters like this, even if they're lacking in deco somewhat. But like, compared to the 10-pack, these are just so lazy. The decos are all subdued and safe compared to the batshit homages we got. And they couldn't be bothered retooling parts for the Combiner fillers when they already proved they could in the Botropolis spacefaring sets. This whole line just screams, we need product to ship but don't have any proper ideas. It's inconsistent, poorly implemented, mostly terrible, and worst of all, just boring. What's the point of an exclusives line if it's just going to be boring? You wouldn't buy an Amazon line of entirely Silver Knight Optimus Primes, would you? Because that's what this feels like, or at least dangerously close to it.
123!
People really underestimate the shelf-warming power this figure has. Nobody wants this thing. It's still sitting at JB Hi-Fi's everywhere to this day. Hell, trying to find a friend who bought this was a nightmare in itself. If you're watching this in this particular format, then hooray, I've managed to get someone who did pick it up. I think I know why this figure failed though. It's the chest. The original toy had a slight bronze finish on the torso. The new version does not. You see this on a shelf and you're just met with this giant wall of grey. That's gotta cause issues for sales. But yes, it makes sense why this figure failed so hard. And I do feel sorry for it. Not sorry enough to buy it, but it's definitely a good mold and deserves some more recognition.
122!
Triple changes are meant to be fun. They're meant to be endlessly enjoyable to flip between modes and push engineering to their limits. A good triple changer makes you go, wow, how did they do that? Snapdragon just makes you ask, wow, why do they do that? I have never seen a triple changer this boring, and that's including figures with half-assed third modes that barely even qualify as fan transformations. Snapdragon's jet mode is supposed to be sleek and sexy, but here it's just grey and dull. Snapdragon's dinosaur mode is supposed to be a Godzilla homage. Hell, the whole point is very likely supposed to be King Kong and Godzilla in Transformer form, but here it's just grey and dull. And the robot mode, okay, I can forgive the lacking articulation, but I cannot forgive him for being grey and dull. The stock photos make him look rich and vibrant, but in person, there's just nothing to get excited about. The surfaces here are all so flat, with aimless greebling that doesn't stand out. And no highlights to speak of. He's just a great big slab of nothing, which is insane. He's Snapdragon. That concept is awesome. Why wouldn't you go hard? Once again, it's another case of Earthrise being hella lazy with its outputs and just doing the bare minimum. And you know what? Call me crazy, but
121.
I actually think Apeface is better.
What?
What the hell?
Are you serious?
Ayo, what? What the actual?
You motherfucker!
Yes, genuinely. Apeface is a superior figure to Snapdragon. See, here's the deal. Snapdragon is a more solid figure, but he takes no risk. Apeface has some blemishes here and there, but at least he's interesting. Yes, the plastic color is shit. Yes, there's no waist swivel. Yes, the backpack is annoying. Yes, the jet mode is infinitely worse. But at least the ape mode is dynamic. At least it has personality. At least the robot mode has presence to it. The head sculpt actually looks mean compared to Snap Kamata-kun. At least the turquoise windshields stand out, compared to this old snooze fest. I know a lot of people claim he was a Titan's Return figure brought over, but honestly, I don't see it. Aside from the weird use of ball joints, everything here is unmistakably Siege with its chunkiness, just as Snapdragon is unmistakably Earthrise with its laziness. Yes, I do wish they'd redo him in a better deco. If they ever do, I'm absolutely swapping out. But if they never do, I'm honestly alright with this. It's far from the worst deco, and it's far from the worst figure. Hell, I never even had the supposed problem with the clear shields. Maybe I'm just lucky, but I've been fine, and all my friends have as well. Though chances are, after posting this, a bunch of my mates are gonna come out and say theirs crumbled to pieces. Tends to be my luck. Still, he's not perfect, but he pushes the limits in a unique way, and we all could learn a thing or two from him. In a world of Snapdragons, be an Apeface.
You ignorant fool! You have forgotten!
Huh? Wait, no.
You cannot ignore the backpack kibble included.
120.
Siege Omega Supreme is the model for what a Titan should be. He's the best one, by far. At time of recording, soon. Just like the rest of his Siege brethren, he is smaller than past Titans, but I can't pretend to care. That shrinking came with the standard Siege benefit. Sturdy plastic, the heft, the engineering in here, beautiful. The joints are brilliant. Ruin the audio. Seriously, you can get some great poses out of this guy. Okay, this isn't one of them. Also, on the subject of posing, every Titan needs an up and down head joint. They're huge. They're always going to be looking down. Obviously, he's a handsome son of a gun. I mean, just look at him. Really quite impressive how a few pops of red and yellow make a beige robot look interesting. Every surface is just coated in detail. Oceans of panel lining and rivet detailing, little nubbins for blast effects. I know the Siege Greebling was a bit of a hot topic at the time, but come on, he's a Titan! If ever there was a place for it, it was here. And you know what? I'm gonna say it. He could have done with more of the weathering. All he's got is these weirdly circular patches here and some bits around the ports. He's a rocket base. Of course he's covered in black soot. When I first saw the pictures of him, I wasn't crazy about the proportions, if I'm honest. But in hand, they've really grown on me. Combine the proportions and the details, and he just feels industrial. I hope that makes sense. Now obviously the bot mode is brilliant, but he also has a base mode, and they're so often terrible. This is where I truly fell in love with this toy. You start by plucking his wings. He'll never fly again. And then you rip out this arm strut thing. A few quick panel folds later, you get this. It's a rocket. By not just having the forearms parts form like normal, they were able to get this huge rocket. Come on, it's awesome. It's a proper Saturn V. I challenge you not to swoosh this around like a child. Next, you untuck his trousers and play with his nipples. Then, you rip his heart out. A simple but satisfying change later, and you have a little tank. It's meaty and mean as hell. It doesn't have the rotating turret anymore, which is a shame, and it kind of cheats because obviously it's not the back of his head, but it's a big cannon and that would have been a small cannon. You tell me what's better. Now, we're left with the carcass. One classic Titan squat later, one moment. Yeah, it's not a great shot, is it? I kind of wish my favourite Trilogy toy had been a deluxe. Real talk, this is the best base mode of the modern era. To be fair, Omega's base mode has kind of always been more interesting than most. But look, he's putting that potential to use. This ain't bad robot yoga. This is a cohesive playset. No smaller figures required. Definitely the only base mode I ever go to by choice now. Oh, actually, speaking of smaller figures, this is Countdown. He's a little moon buggy. And he's a little guy. Countdown is perfect, and I will kill for him. It's getting warm in here. It's not light, I'm not used to it. As a result, the shins not doing the parts forming anymore and still being sort of chunky on the sides, the whole track is raised now. It's not accurate to G1, but I kind of prefer it. It's hard to explain. It feels like a proper little unit now. Look at this thing. It's what a base mode should be. There's like an episode of TV going on in front of me. And come on, you know a kid would have an amazing time messing with this thing. So there you have it. Siege Omega Supreme. One for the ages.
119! The Siege Ironhide mold is good. After quite a few addings that just refused to hit the mark, he finally delivered a proper release that was G1 tangential and was also good. He also absolutely demolished the competition a year later because Earthrise Ironhide is, well, Earthrise Ironhide. For the time it was damn good, but these days I just don't see much need for him. He just lacks that Ironhide energy, something which, admittedly, the Earthrise version does have. But even ignoring that, we have two Studio Series 86 versions that capture the essence of Ironhide so much better. In hindsight, Ironhide just looks scrawny and malnourished, which mind you makes the mohawk stick out way more than it should. He is a good mold that happens to be Ironhide. But these days we have better decos like Crosshairs, Autotrooper, Alicon, and oh yeah, Ratchets! Gorgeous Ratchet who SS86 could never outclass. So yeah, I got my fill on this mold. I don't really need to concern myself with Ironhide specifically anymore. He was good for a time, but now he's a bit pointless in the face of better figures. Still, more useful than the upcoming X-Transboss version. If you ever wake up feeling like you have no purpose in life, just remember this thing exists.
118!
And here we have what I would consider the most forgettable figure in the trilogy. No, seriously, I literally forgot to include him in my ranks list when I was scripting everything for this video. I had to go back and re-edit all the previous list entries, renumbering them. He doesn't even have an excuse because the other examples were horrifying and tucked to the back of my mind, or stupidly not listed on the main pages of TF Wiki. Thank f*** it was only the first of a few that were done at the time of writing this, because it could have been a disaster. But yes, Dracodon is a good mold, but this deco doesn't particularly do it any favors. The mold really thrives on the dark colors as Vertebrake, but here, yeah, not so much. Had he had more colors on show, maybe some black parts here and there, could have been a winner, but instead, it's just all green. Yeah, not really my thing. Neon figures should stand out, but because he doesn't provide any points of interest, Dracorex just doesn't. Sorry, I mean Dracodon. See, is so forgettable that just like in the original review, I'm getting the name wrong half the time.
117!
Honestly, I'm just shocked this figure exists more than anything. Single episode G1 redecos are somewhat common these days, but back then, unless you were a shitty low effort fembot retool, there wasn't much of a chance at all. And yet, in hindsight, this was always going to happen. It's already the perfect representation of the character, with a bony but compelling design. I know a lot of people would have preferred the TFCC rendition, but this rendition I feel is closer to her character. Stark and powerful in spite of her malformed nature. Is she better than Paleotrex? I don't think so, as I prefer the head sculpt and more unified deco personally. But she is an awesome fossilizer to have, and a wonderful addition to Generation Selects. And it's at this point that I'm realizing I've sort of stumbled into a full Beast Wars lineup in my collecting journey. I really am going to have to collect them all now, aren't I?
116!
Jesus, why do I keep forgetting figures until the last minute, having to constantly go back and redo things over and over? Anywho, Ravage is another figure where it's great to have a modern update. The original is extremely goddamn expensive, so having an accessible version is great. Except this version wasn't accessible. It was one of the early PulseCon sets, so unless you were Aussie with access to EB Games, getting this thing was a nightmare. I've seen people complain that he was even harder to get than the Earthrise exclusives. And while I'm a bit skeptical of that claim, it's a real shame either way. New releases should be more accessible than the last version, not less. Doubly so because this is a pretty good one. It's basically what Shadow Panther should have been, with some nice retooling that changes the silhouette and a healthy dose of highlights to keep it from being boring. It's not as interesting or as solid as the original Cheetah mold, and maybe it would have served better as a Tigatron alike. But they did a good job on the Forever Decepticon, and they even got G1ers interested thanks to the inclusion of a double-sided cassette form. Yes, not single-sided like the original, printing on both sides. The novelty of that cannot be understated. All in all, compared to other PulseCon releases, it's not the best, but it does hold its own. Solid purchase, long as you aren't paying the entire GDP of Townsville for it.
115!
Oh my god, is it finally time to talk about the Tetrajets? See, the Countages might be the most consistent releases of the trilogy, but to me, the Tetrajet is the trilogy. It so perfectly encapsulates what this period was known for, taking ideas that on paper would seem boring and/or impossible, and delivering a surprising level of quality. Regardless of what you pick, you're bound to have a good time, even at its lowest point. And unfortunately, the Rainmaker 3-pack takes that bottom spot by default. I don't think many people really wanted these three to be accurate to a fault. I can only think of one person off the top of my head who genuinely approved of this choice. You're just left with three Seekers that basically do nothing. No color breakup, no interesting deco choices, just solid colors. Discount Thundercracker looks boring, Urinary Infection Gatorade Sunstorm looks obnoxious, and Genderfluid Icon Acid Storm, okay, this actually looks okay. But maybe that's just because I'm still disappointed by the color choice New Age did. The decos on these stink, and yet they're still decent. The mold itself still absolutely rocks, and even when the color choices fight tooth and nail to ruin everything, they don't succeed. The charm cannot be denied. The Tetrajet mold is unruinable, even with mold sell years later. Were these three worth the absurd asking price to import them? Hell no, especially since they were reissued en masse years later, and are still clogging up Singaporean and Malaysian online stores. But I'm glad I own them, as I am glad to be a Tetrajet completionist.
114!
And the Netflix Sparkler Seeker does much of the same thing. Fantastic molds, somewhat weak deco. It's slightly better than the Rainmakers before him, but it is still pretty boring. The stock photos make it look like it's a navy camo green, but in person, it's more sickly than anything. I very much would have preferred something in line with the Sparkless bot we got from the same wave. But well, we have what we have. And what we have can easily be upgraded with toy hacks, ones that lean into the military style and create a hound-like aesthetic with a Doctor Who-esque name.
Brigadier now, I've gone up in the world.
The deco, ultimately, is fine, and the figure itself is still fantastic. It could be better, but given it's already one of the best molds of the trilogy, it also could be a lot worse. I already love this mold to death, so even with a deco as weak as this, I'm still going to find some enjoyment. When you get down to it, although not literally, War for Cybertron started for me with a Tetrajet, so chances are, it's probably going to end with one as well.
113!
Going into Earthrise, I was a little concerned on how they'd handle the weaponizers. Sure, the modulators were doing quite well, but at that point we'd only had one good weaponizer so far. Were they actually going to continue the trend, or were they going to fall flat on their face? Turns out they did continue the trend. Fast Track is a solid little deluxe that does quite well with his parts forming gimmick. The detail is solid, the deco is alright, the parts forming conversion is engaging, unique, and done in a way that couldn't be achieved with a standard conversion. The spear mode is alright. It all makes for an easily recommendable release. I just didn't go in on him because I wanted the gold one instead. Although no Black Zarek was announced at the time, I really just wanted to vote with my wallet. Plus he ended up looking better, and I never bothered to get the original Scorponok anyway, so story compatibility didn't factor in. But yes, years later, and I am very happy with my choice. Hell, I even got the mold a second time with a Shattered Glass exosuit. So I don't recommend skipping Fast Track, but he's by no means a bad figure. He's quite good, just not suited for my collection.
112!
You know, you'd be surprised how popular Earthrise Wheeljack is. See, I work in retail, and the amount of people who come in asking for one of these things is quite absurd. This is the year 2023, mind you, 2 years after Kingdom ended, which was the time of the last repack. Hell, there were leaked listings of a third repack in Legacy, though obviously that never came to pass, so I assume it was cancelled. Point is though, people want their Wheeljacks, so it makes sense for the Netflix line to do a battered up redeco for its second wave. And as far as Wheeljacks go, this is a solid option. Some might even consider this better than the original. Hell, Michael, whose copy this is, certainly does. I, however, don't necessarily agree. I don't know, it just doesn't feel the same in vehicle mode without the racing livery. Like, I haven't bothered getting toy hacks for the original because I don't think they look better than the stock tampagraphs. And said tampagraphs are kinda lost here. I get the reason, it's supposed to be how he looked on Cybertron, and it wouldn't make much sense to have Earth writing before he ever reached the planets. It also wouldn't make sense for him to turn into an Earth mode, but that's neither here nor there. If you don't mind the switch out or even prefer it, this is a fine option. But for me personally, I'm just not feeling it. Soz, mate.
111!
Dr. Lockdown has asked me to share a few words with you about my favorite figure from the War for Cybertron trilogy, Siege Optimus Prime. Now, this figure is incredibly important to me because it was the first Optimus Prime figure that I got when I started my collection. And for the most part, I think this holds up extremely well. In my opinion, it looks fantastic, being what I consider to be the spitting image of the cartoon model from G1. It also feels great in the hands, the articulation is amazing, and for my money's worth, I think that this is the best example of Siege's battle damage gimmick. Then again, they didn't really continue it on into the other parts of the trilogy. Granted, I won't call it my favorite figure of all time, nor will I call it the greatest Optimus Prime figure, nor will I call it the greatest Voyager-class Optimus Prime ever, but it's up there. And yes, I am aware of its flaws. It's got a lot of bagginess around the back and the forearms, and it's also got a lot of the details swallowed up in the soft red plastic. It really makes the detail feel as though it's half in focus, like Refractor took a photo of Optimus Prime after their little Energon drinking party. But honestly, Siege is perfection for me. However, thanks to Doc's generosity last year, I learned that this figure can actually get even better than that with the premium version. Yes sir, just pony up an additional 30 to 40 bucks and box yourself this magnificent piece. It comes with all the little details from the Netflix series and a guaranteed lifetime of nauseating Jake Fushi voice acting flashbacks.
Oh, the humanity!
I should also mention that I wanted to include a little tangent about how I consider Earthrise Prime to be inferior to Siege Prime, but I respect Doc's sanity enough not to include that. So instead, I'm just gonna include my funniest complaint about the Earthrise mold, which is that its Ion Blaster kinda looks like a chode next to Siege.
110!
This here is a solid set of Micromasters. The vehicle modes are interesting, the decos are nice, the robot modes are solid, they stand properly for the most part, and although the combined gun is shit, it's unintrusive compared to many other members in this lineup. If you want some cheap Micromasters to populate your bases, these guys are quite nice. My main issue is that for Earthrise, this is as good as it gets. Again, these should be middle of the road, but because the other sets are either boring or awful, this is the high point. They aren't bad by any means, but frontrunners in the line? Hardly. It just goes to show that the Micromasters were just too safe. They should have pushed the concept and done some really weird and wacky ones, which is kind of what the recent minicons do. But because everything had to be repaintable, they couldn't go for any of the fun vehicles until HasLab rolled around. That's not these guys' fault, but man, it's hard to get excited about figures like these when they're caught in the crossfire of the laziest part of the trilogy.
109!
Centurion Drone seems like an inevitable redeco, one that was only a matter of time. The original mold was designed to be a homage to it, so of course doing an accurate deco is a given. And kudos to them going as far as they did with the silver, not quite Black Itachi one levels, but pretty close. But still, an entirely silver figure is still pretty boring. Yeah, this thing needed some gunmetal breakup, like something out of Studio Series. But no, that wouldn't have been accurate, so no chance of that. I get it, but it's still kinda boring. There is a toy hack set that fixes it, and as I already like the mold, I'll probably get it eventually. But if you're trying to hunt one down, don't count on it. Because this fellow was originally packed with a metric ton of semi-useless accessories, which I split with the guy doing Waspinator on this list, this figure is insanely hard to find. Him and Leadfoot were two of the most nightmarish figures to track down, both costing leader price. Maybe some deluxes are worth that much, but not this old lad. I'm happy to have him, but if given the choice again, I'd probably skip.
108!
Now, for the ranking in this set, we're only really considering Skellyvore, because the Megatron is nigh identical to the previous version, as it's basically got his own ranking further up the list. No, seriously, there's like 2 different paint apps and slightly different accessories. That's it! Besides, most collectors already had the original Netflix one, so anyone buying it's really just wanted to get boned. And as far as clear redecos go, this is one of the few I tolerate. The plastic is a much softer material than usual, so you don't have to worry too much about degradation and cracking over time. The purple is quite striking, and the new paint on the face sculpt gives him a knightly aesthetic. Plus he works as a really cool homage to the first episode of Beast Wars when they're scanning the dinosaur fossils. No idea how that relates to Kingdom, much like Clear Rung before him, but still, nice release. Though my friend actually thought the scanning thing was going to happen in the show because of this release, as if any of the accessory figures actually appeared in the show at all. Sorry viewers, we did not have budget. Still, again, I have to give the win to Paleotrex. He's just a more cohesive fella at the end of it all. Still, a nice little bone bro to have, even if his name is a bit Rule 34-y. Christ, I feel like I'm being more explicit than May here, despite the fact he's in this video.
107!
I can't recall if Cheetor or Rat Trap leaked first, but you can pretty easily say Cheetor was the first proper look into how Kingdom would handle the beasties. And I gotta say, right out the gate, they did pretty well. Big concerns going in were complexity and kibble management, and Cheetor succeeds in both. The conversion functions smoothly and the kibble is minimal in both modes. He makes great use of parts mass, and doesn't need to show off to get the job done. Sure, you've got the tab that snaps off after a few conversions, but honestly it was kinda useless anyway. For the first bestial outing in the trilogy, it put a lot of concerns to rest. It's just that he was quickly outclassed by every other beast after him. They kinda needed to set the groundwork before they could start going crazier with the engineering, which makes sense. He's not bad, just not as interesting as the others. He'd likely be my definitive Cheetor if it weren't for the deco. I gotta know, who the f decided on this pastel baby blue? Everything else here goes show accurate, so what's the point here? It's a decent deluxe otherwise, and thankfully less boring than Shadow Panther, but come on. We were so close to getting this right.
106!
What's there to say about Transformers War for Cybertron Kingdom Deluxe Class Waspinator? Well, he's a divisive toy, seeing as everyone compares him to the previous and much loved Thrilling 30s toy we got almost 10 years ago. According to the upload of MGo's review I checked to date him, I've owned both molds, and well, I prefer the awkward nature of this Kingdom version. Yes, he's not as posable, his stinger weapon is puny, and he sure as hell doesn't deal with the bug legs and robot mode as elegantly as the previous figure, but I find I've had much more fun with this version due to his ease of transformation, amazing head sculpt, and, in my opinion, far superior Wasp mode. Not only this, but we have two awesome repaints of him in the form of Buzzsaw, the colour scheme being particularly elegant on this version, and Skywasp, a reference to the Halloween horror cons of all things. The only real fault I can say about this figure is that he doesn't rip apart as easily as the previous version, as I always get a good laugh out of recreating the scenes of Waspinator's demise from the many times he was mangled in the Beast Wars cartoon. So yeah, you have two options when it comes to choosing a Waspinator for your Kingdom/Generations Beast Wars collection, but I find this newer version fits the current aesthetic much more than the previous incarnation, and it's just a fun representation of such an iconic character that just wants respect.
105!
So I went hard in on Kingdom. The way I saw it, it was my chance to get a full set of Season 1 Beast Wars characters, and given that Beast Wars has had spotty figure rep in Generations in the past, I had no clue when this opportunity would next arise. Eventually, in the waning months of 2021, I still didn't have the Wave 1 Deluxes. In a flash of brilliance, I found out that BBTS still had them in stock. Sure, I would get Warpath, who I didn't really care about, and this weird fossilizer guy called Paleotrex, but I would get the two figures I needed in the form of Cheetor and Black Arachnia, and for the price, even if I hated Warpath and Paleotrex, it would still be a no harm, no foul situation. So yeah, Paleotrex is awesome. Frankly, of the War for Cybertron figures I own, he's probably the one I reflect on and pick up to mess with the most, which is odd, because the dude is weird. His arms are longer than his legs and super gangly. His legs barely even feel like legs. He doesn't really have feet. There's a T-Rex skull on his back, and being a weaponizer type character, he needs to be completely disassembled and parts formed between his two modes. And yet he's so enigmatic, in spite of, or probably because of, his whack proportions. He poses like a charm. It's almost impossible to get him to not look at least a little dynamic however he's positioned. And his face is exquisite. Without the mask, he's haunting and alien, with so much emotion and character delivered through the yellow eyes of what is almost an anti-face skull. But then, flip down the mask and he becomes a bloodthirsty skull warrior, hell-bent on tearing any Maximals a new one. Frankly, while all the fossilizers beside Vertebrake have this battle mask feature, none of them pull off the concept as cleanly as Paleotrex does. Raptorknight gets close with his Riding with Biden visor, but it's not the same. Is Paleotrex the best War for Cybertron Trilogy toy? No, far from it. On a purely objective, quality of the toy on its own merits, devoid of personal feelings metric, there's so many better figures. Spinister's conversion is brilliant. Cyclonus manages to have both robot and vehicle modes so clean and yet so intuitive to switch between. And T-Rex Megatron is a T-Rex who is also a Megatron. That is sick. But, like, I don't care as much about those guys. I'm not gonna get them down off my shelf too often to mess with, or even really just think about on their own. But Paleo is something else. He oozes charisma and character, and no matter who else I get, I always find myself going back to him.
104!
Remember when Kingdom Tigertron won the Hall of Fame awards as the best Kingdom figure of 2021? Before he even released? Even in Asia? Remember how the Hall of Fame awards was probably either botted or rigged. Look, no disrespect to Tigertron, but like, he's just fine. I appreciate they went to the trouble of making an entirely new mold for him, instead of just going for the toy-accurate retool system. Obviously the transformations are very similar, but it still feels way different with buttery smooth Voyager joints and beefier parts. That tiny panel slide in the hind legs, that's clever. Legit, there's something special about Kingdom Beasties. Their cleverness with their bestial mass and kibble management. The ones we've gotten in Legacy and Rise of the Beasts are pretty cool too, but they just don't have that same ingenuity. Lyo Convoy came close, but his engineering is clever in a similar way to the G1 figures. Not in the same way as Kingdom's style. It's just something that can't be substituted. The deco in both modes is stellar, and yes, that includes the sun bleaching effect on some of it. I dig the realism. It's a Voyager that's well worth the pickup. It's just not figure of the year material. So I really gotta wonder, how did this happen? Was it 4chaners f***ing around with a bot, like Hound in the Power of the Primes poll? Or was it a Hasbro initiative to try and drive up sales into the holiday season? Or maybe it was just overzealous fans excited to complete the lineup and voting prematurely? Perhaps we'll never know. Perhaps it doesn't matter. Actually, forget perhaps, I'm pretty sure that's accurate.
103!
And the mutant version is basically the same thing, just with a better deco. From some angles he looks a bit ridiculous, kinda like a demented cereal mascot. Not to mention, although the mutant head sculpt works here, I still prefer the original. And without the sun bleaching, the stripes don't work as well. But I don't know, the orange just does it for me. It's far more striking on a shelf. I feel like eventually, when I get my own place, I'll have a Beast Wars shelf, while this guy will be separate to play with. Tigertron fills a spot, but Mutant Tigertron fills an afternoon with play. And ultimately, I'm just glad to have two really cool versions of this mold. What can I say? Shit slaps.
102!
Surprisingly, as much as a lot of YouTubers enjoyed it, I did not get much out of Kingdom. Yeah, it was pretty exciting to get modern representations of all the Season 1 Beast Wars characters, but man, I don't know, there was just something off to me. Which is ironic because the 2-packs from Kingdom are literally my favorite parts of the entire trilogy. Primal and Rat Trap as well as Sideswipe and Skywarp were cool, but the most fun I had with the 2-packs was Bumblebee and Spike with Wiki. Which is weird because me, blown away by a core class figure? That's absurd. I mean, I hadn't done Legends class in a big way since like Revenge of the Fallen, so this is a big deal for me. As for Bumblebee, he's fun. The car mode's just adorable, and it's really reminiscent of Bumper. The transformation's simple and clever, and it really reminds me of the classics Bumblebee, right down to how those little hood flaps form his shins. There's even a place to store his pea shooter. It really fits well into his hand, so Prime can tell him that there'll be days like this. And honestly, this is the most accurate his gun has ever looked compared to most Bumblebee releases. Also, you get this guy. Now, I already said it's Spike, but I can already hear people still asking if it's Spike or Daniel. It's Spike. And even with that, I can hear people saying, "But Treebot, you don't know that it's Spike. He doesn't even have a face." And to that I say, because it's on the fucking box. But also the real reason I know it's Spike and it'll always be Spike is because Hasbro and Takara have this weird obsession with Bumblebee and Spike scene from the Transformers movie. You know, the one where Spike says shit and everyone gets eaten alive. But yeah, it's a fun set. And for a core class, I really think you get your money's worth.
101!
My experience with this figure was a bit of a weird one. Over the years, that is. Initially seeing the product photos, I was hella excited. The deco looked fantastic, way more interesting than the standard retail version. Plus I'd be sidestepping the whole backward shoulder issue that plagued the first run. Not that I really care, mind you. Exposed shoulder pins were never particularly a concern for me. And I actually found it a bit silly that people went to the trouble of disassembling the whole thing to quote-unquote fix it. But since I was getting this one anyway, it didn't particularly matter. But then I got my copy in hand, and I don't know, it just didn't click for me. Without the stickers, the whole thing just seemed boring as hell, with a perceived overabundance of grey and a sort of accuracy-only conversion that wasn't quite 86 boring, but was well on its way to being so. So I debated keeping it or selling it for ages, until my workplace got some leftover stock for a Christmas clearance sale of the original version. Second batch too, so no shoulder issues, which I guess is nice, if unnecessary to worry about. The mold finally clicked for me. The deep purples and mean as f*** presence made me understand at last why this mold rocks. So, that should have been it, right? I have a good representation, so I should sell off the original, right? Well, actually, after going back to the Selects version years later, understanding the strong points of the molds with the original, I actually quite like this now. The grey doesn't seem boring anymore. The coincidental comic stylings weirdly work for me in a way they didn't before. The head gives a completely different vibe, diving headfirst into 80s cheese, something I never really appreciated before. So yeah, like Squat Wozniak with Fire Emblem, sometimes you just need an entry point to truly get something. Maybe that'll be Renegades and G.I. Joe for me, who knows. I've still yet to apply the stickers, mostly because they're in one of the many boxes after the move, but hey, I get it now. I actually get it. I dig this deco, and there ain't no way in hell I'm letting him go now.
100!
Scrapface is very much another pointless Netflix toy. Although releasing in Wave 1, his character didn't particularly become relevant until the second season, so I have to wonder if they knew about this character ahead of time, or if the show retroactively used this character because of this toy. Nevertheless, it's Refractor in a cooler deco. The blue's resplendent, and the rust aesthetic works quite well. It's not the best deco this mold has received, but it definitely fits the bill of premium re-release. Its main issue is its release system. Netflix toys are produced in minimal quantities, so forming a camera from 3 of these is prohibitively difficult. It's something I'd very much like to experience one day, even if it's not something I need to purchase myself. Still, good job Hasbro, going this hard on what is essentially Netflix's version of Glup Shito.
Good thinking, 99!
Oh my god, is it finally time? Can we finally talk about the Countach mold? Boy, I've been waiting for this. The Siege Sideswipe mold is perhaps one of the most enduring, redecoable release of the trilogy, sporting a whopping 14 releases. That's one more than both versions of Starscream, which, to be honest, makes me feel a bit better after surrendering the title of True Seeker to Earthrise. The mold is so good that they even managed to carry over its qualities to the collaborative line unscathed, which, let me tell you, that's a rare achievement. Of course, there's always going to be a worst one by default, and unfortunately the Netflix line gave us that this time. It's still a decent release, but compared to the rest, it just comes across as dull. The grey wash is done very well, but by god does it make this figure a bit dreary. Still, if this is the only Sideswipe you have, it'll do in a pinch. The mold still kicks all kinds of ass, it's just out of all the Countach releases, this one stumbles the most. It's also coincidentally the last Sideswipe I need, so at this point I'm probably going to get it anyway. Yes, I have become the very thing I swore to destroy. Someone who buys to complete a set. But in my defense, the engineering still rocks. It's just got a few blemishes in the deco here and there, and is otherwise fine.
Number 98!
And it's sort of the same for Red Alert. The mold is fantastic, but the deco isn't that great. It's just a bit bland, all things considered, though I'd argue less than the stock configuration. That might cause confusion with why I put this below the stock one, but I'll explain that in due time. Will say though, the stock photos are a bit shit, and this time I mean in the literal sense. They out there making it look like his feet are covered in feces, when it looks nothing like that in person. To be honest, I wasn't really gonna grab this fella. I thought, who really needs it? Then I saw one for core class price at TK Maxx, and I figured, what the hell? And now between this and the G2 version, I'm a Countach completionist. F you, TK Maxx, how dare you? But yes, again, solid mold. Just not a particularly great deco, but not a particularly bad one either. Solid all round, and 20 bones well spent.
Number 97!
Okay, so Dr. Lockdown came to me for this collab video and asked me to pick what my favorite War for Cybertron figure was. And I genuinely think I'd have an easier time figuring out which one of my limbs to cut off, because only after saying yes did I remember that this trilogy has like 300 figures or something. But I think I'm gonna have to go with Siege Shockwave, and it has nothing to do with the fact that he's like one of my favorite characters, okay? Female. Like, dude, I would never tolerate a figure that's actually terrible just because I like the character, okay? That'd be ridiculous. One of the things I love about Siege is the way that it took like really obscure characters and fan favorites and treated them both with like the same amount of care. But my god, did these guys just go absolutely ham on Shockwave. Most of the toys in Siege have either been redone in Earthrise, Kingdom, or Legacy, and so I've just kind of like unceremoniously sold them off. But when Hasbro made Shockwave, they obviously knew there was no way they were ever gonna top it. Shockwave was legitimately a grail for me for a while. It took me so long to get a hold of this figure because like I had to stalk Facebook Marketplace for an entire year before I finally found someone nice enough to sell it to me for under like $200. And I really hope everyone watching this has one, because please don't try looking for it now. To be honest with you, a lot of the grails I do end up getting rarely ever end up being worth it. It's more of a case where I'm just like glad that I own it so I don't have to look for it anymore. I'm not sure why we're holding on this footage for so long, but I've owned Shockwave for like 2 years, and every time I pick him up, it's like I'm 10 years old again, and I don't have to pay income tax. Because Shockwave turns into whatever the f this is, nothing in the robot mode is compromised. It's got every kind of joint you could ever possibly want to get him in any and every kind of seductive pose that my mind immediately goes to whenever I think about Shockwave. I'm like the world's biggest ratchet joint hater, but Shockwave's leg ratchets are the very rare kind where they actually feel really nice to move and not like the toy is screaming in agony. I have heard some horror stories about this wire, but I think as long as I don't touch that shit, I'm good. And then on top of that, we've only been looking at the base figure. This thing's a leader class, which means it comes with all of this extra shit for them to charge you even more money for. But unlike Blitzwing and his stupid Hulk hands. All of this other stuff is actually really cool. You can turn it into a green goblin glider that Shockwave can ride around on and do a really bad Willem Dafoe impression. But the real highlight is that all of these parts separate and you can plug them onto Shockwave to give him a big hulking mech suit, which is like such a Shockwave thing to do. So now he's even more equipped to be ignored by Megatron for 4 million years. I don't know if I'm in the minority here, but I think this thing looks super cool. I'm like a really big fan of like Transformer mech suits and super modes, and giving Shockwave one was like as good of a decision as them never re-releasing this toy ever was a bad one. I love all of the Siege line, and Chromia is in there also, but Shockwave will always be the standout figure for me, maybe in all of War for Cybertron.
Number 96!
You know, really brave choice of them to do such an obscure repaint of Puffer and Mainline in the form of Pipes. Bold choice considering nobody knows who he is. What, you haven't heard? Yeah, Pipes is technically a redeco of Puffer, as the Amazon pack came out first. Laughs in detritus. Nevertheless, it's a fine little mold. The backpack folding is far superior to Huffer, almost as if it was designed first. The deco is adequate. Could be better, leaning into the blue a bit more, but accuracy is a thing to be considered. My main gripe is the alt mode really suffers without the inclusion of a trailer bear, but I doubt anyone really cares about that other than me. Most people want the G1 style, so Pipes needs his pipes. And the back is accurate to the toy anyway. It's a me thing, so I get people not caring. People have debated this mold being worth full price, and honestly, I think it depends on the person. If you're used to small deluxes, it'll probably be okay, but if you're still on the fence, this isn't going to convince you. Still, if you're hankering for a Pipes, you can't really go wrong with this one. It's just not a figure worth buying 7 of, because of course I don't know anyone who's done that. Of course I don't have a friend who bought 7 copies for different purposes. Don't even propose such a preposterous statement. Okay, side note, it is actually a friend that's done this. I would never do something like that. It's absolutely absurd, and I don't get why he did it.
Number 95!
And yeah, I do prefer the backpack on Pipes, but overall I think Huffer is the superior mold. You've got more appealing colors with a crisp, striking orange, wonderful paint on the torso, a more complete alt mode with the combining accessories, and a nice Halo-esque rifle that gets the Easter egg crowd going. Not sure if it's appropriate for the character, but between Huffer and Hound, nice to know Halo fans are getting to show their love in the toy line. At least they have more respect for the source material than Paramount Plus. Maybe the reason I prefer Huffer to Pipes is the upgrades I used though, because yes, I did install gap fillers. Yes, sometimes I use gap fillers. I upgrade figures I like to be better, not to fix bad figures. No point spending 30 bones on a figure you don't like in the hopes it'll make you like it. Problem is, whatever company made these awesome swivelable ones for Huffer never made them for any of the other versions. I'd buy them for all versions if they did, but they just didn't. It's a real shame because I feel this mold is worth it, but they won't let me. Maybe if I do find upgrades for them, I'll prefer Pipes over Huffer one day, but it's the stage I'm at now. I can only speak for the present.
Tomorrow? Who knows?
Number 94!
Okay, this one's gonna ruffle some feathers. I actually think Kingdom Tracks is good. No caveats, no, it's good if you adds. Genuinely, this is a good mold. Yes, the transformation is fiddly at first, but once you know the order of operations, it's pretty smooth. Yes, if you're ham-fisted, the legs can fall apart, but balance it properly and it works fine. Hell, it works more than fine. The articulation on him is honestly great. The feet give him plenty of stability and the sculpting accentuates the posing. My main gripe is simply the lacking toon-accurate flames. That's it. I don't think the faux parts in clear plastic are bad. I think he's a solid deluxe with 2 great modes and a satisfying conversion. And I'm not kidding. Is Road Rage superior? Oath she is. Are some copies affected by poor QC? Oath they are. But by and large, this figure succeeds in what it sets out to do. It may not be to the standard of other figures in this line, but I just can't bring myself to complain about this figure, let alone call it the worst in the trilogy, as so many people have dubbed it. It's a real shame people have shut on this thing so hard, because I'm still waiting on that Loud Pedal. Red Mirage too, but at least he's an eventuality. With Loud Pedal, I have to wonder if the fandom has killed any potential release. I'd hate to have that happen, because we're so close to finishing the Diaclone lineup, and this is far from a bad mold to throw into the mix. I'm not going easy on him because of what I want to happen. If a figure is shit, I'll call it out. I just genuinely don't think he's shit. And if that clouds all future statements I make, then I apologize. Well, not really. If you're leaving because of that, probably not the channel for you anyway.
Number 93!
Growing up, I had always loved Beast Wars. And Beast Wars Megatron was always a character that I wish I had a figure of. I missed out on the original Beast Wars line, and I couldn't afford the Masterpiece. But when the War for Cybertron trilogy came to be, and Kingdom released a leader-class Beast Wars Megatron, I grabbed it as fast as I could. It is one of my favorite Beast Wars figures of all time. The robot mode is so accurate to the show, but what I like about the T-Rex mode is that it's not exactly show accurate, it's more It's more accurate to how we depict a T-Rex to look, and I quite enjoy that. I prefer the realism that Kingdom went for the beast modes. Its posability is great, its transformation is a little finicky, especially with the rubber parts, but that doesn't take away its enjoyment. And the T-Rex mode is surprisingly posable as well. I have so much fun with this figure, and it's very satisfying to have him on my Beast Wars shelf. The Kingdom toy line was one of my favorites of the War for Cybertron trilogy. Definitely.
Number 92!
Many Micromaster sets can be plastered with a badge worse than their G1 counterparts through mismanaged engineering, poor stability, and generally worse mechanical detail. You really can't argue that with the Airstrike Patrol, however, because these two are just brilliant. They may take a few steps back in some areas, particularly in the wing design and colors, but they more than make up for it with their improvements. The knife mode works surprisingly well, sizing aside, and the robot mode provides quite a bit of fun with their posing. I could complain that these don't really push the envelope, or that they got overused in the box sets, or any number of things. But they're still a good set. If these are the ones that were overstocked, maybe the Micromasters wouldn't have failed so bad. But no, we got stuck with these faces instead. The world is a cruel place.
Number 91!
Look, I know everyone and their mother questions the existence of the Earthrise modulators. I know they all think it's pointless and useless. But I'm sorry, I think they're really neat. The part swarming use is actually really unique and clever, and the base building is genuinely fun. And sure, Ironworks is the worst by default, but it's far from bad. The deco is stunning, all grungy and industrial. The sculpting is dynamic, so he actually looks pretty characterful in most poses. And my word, pair him up with Ironworks as a target master, and this dude instantly shows they were meant for each other. Perhaps if they were packed together and not separately a la 10-pack that was then discontinued and really hard to import, this would have done better. But alas, even me buying 4 of each and 2 of the selects did nothing to help the sales. I'm debating selling the spares off, as I'm not much of an army builder these days, but at the time I had no regrets. And in terms of the figure itself, I still don't. It's a hella underrated release that nobody seems to talk about, and it's a damn shame. Sure, Grease Pit is better with his wonderful deco flourishes and extra solidity with the side panel, but Ironworks still deserves more respect, damn it!
Number 90!
I think most modern CHUG fans, or at least those who have been with the fandom for a while, all had a moment where they realized Masterpiece just wasn't cutting it anymore. For me, well, that would easily have to have been Black Arachnia. As a standalone figure, there's not a lot of note. While she's definitely better than, you know, she's still a figure that just shoves all her robo bits up her cloaca and hopes for the best. The deco is pretty good, but a lot of the charm relies on you having another version to steal the spider legs from, as out of the box she's pretty bland. Aside from that, the only other thing of note is how she reminds me I still need to ship off the Takara Legends one to Lena over in the UK. Still have no clue where the accessories are, but beyond that, there's not much of note. Aside from the fact that I look at her, and I look at Masterpiece, and I just wonder, what's the point? Sure, the Masterpiece looks way better, but is it really worth it? Should I really spend that ridiculous price on something like that when I get a comparable experience at mainline? And yes, I'm dead serious. These days, it is comparable. You lose the deco and build quality subtleties, but you gain so much in fun factor and engineering. Because don't tell me Masterpiece has good engineering these days. Well, with one key exception. Or set of exceptions, should I say. But yes, Black Arachnia was the point where I really stepped back and thought, why am I collecting what I collect? And it hit me. I collect to enjoy the figures I purchase. War for Cybertron gives me that. Legacy gives me that. Not sure Masterpiece does to the same extent. So like many, I had that moment where I came to realize the kind of collection I wanted.
Number 89!
Please, indulge me for a moment, if you will, as I delve into Siege Impactor. He came at a very important time when I was really questioning myself as a collector following some pretty big price hikes in Canada. And this guy would end up being my savior. Why? Well, let me explain. Ironically, I was first met by this guy's Grimacing Visage, a character I had no idea about, knew nothing of him, but I was immediately smitten by all of his paint, from the battle-damaged silver on his leg, and yes, that is a 3D printed turret that I have placed in one of the multiple ports he has. We'll revisit that in a bit. To the yellow that breaks up the yellow of the plastic, to the purple and yellow on his cannon and his head. Top to bottom, what was there not to like about the mix of my favorite color purple and this glorious bright yellow? From there, the story only got better, because I noticed the little things, like the notch in the top of his head where you can fit your fingernail or some other implement to help put the head in and pull it back out during transformation, as well as the abundance of 5mm ports all over his body. I think there were 12 if you include a couple of the pinned ones, which do work well. See what I mean? As if that wasn't enough, next I noticed his articulation, a wide range of motion, using hinge and swivel joints for the most part. Now that's not to say everything's perfect. I do admit that I wish he had a wrist, and I do acknowledge that there are hollow parts to him, even though he clocks in at a hefty 105 grams. Gigantic for a deluxe, so I kind of overlook the hollowness, and really, I don't notice it that much. The dude, overall, is fantastic, and we haven't even talked about transformation yet. Amazing color, astonishing articulation, and a transformation that's second to none. I love that we can take the top of the body and turn it into a half tank while he still stands ready for action. Beyond that, the entire body kind of folds in half and the legs completely unfurl to give us, in the end, this fantastic tank mode. It's compact, it's chunky, and it's clean. And if this isn't up your alley, maybe one of the variants will be, such as the version that has the IDW-inspired head, or maybe the more G1-ified iteration that came in a 2-pack. I think that was an Amazon exclusive. Either way you cut it, at the end of the day, the scowling face of a character I didn't know was just the thing that reignited my passion. And you know what? That says an awful lot about just how good Impactor truly is.
Number 88!
See, this is really all you needed to make the Cheetor mold good. All you gotta do is deepen the yellow a bit and get rid of that god-awful pastel tone. And bada bing bada boom, you got a perfect Cheetor. Not the perfect mold, mind you, but this is basically all I need to be satisfied with this figure. Sure, they do downgrade it a bit with the legs now lacking the extra blue paint, but I'm fine with that sacrifice now that everything else has been fixed. Plus, some people may prefer how it looks in cheetah mode, so it could be better for you. Really depends on the person. I know this figure still isn't perfect deco-wise. I'm well aware they improved it further with the Beast Wars Versus pack, finally bringing back the extra blue and picking out the highlights. But you know what? I'm good. I'm happy with what this does. I don't need to go any further. It's fine as it is. We don't need any more Cheetors. Especially after the disaster of the Studio Series version, which I can finally show now that the actor strike is over. Not that it's worth it, given, well, it's Studio Series Cheetor.
Number 87!
Yeah, we finally got a decent Power Dasher. Only took us, what, 3 tries? Yes, this is the only one I bothered buying, not because I really knew how bad the others were at the time, but instead because it was the only mold of the 3 back then I actually liked. And yes, this is an okay retool. The head sculpt finally works well, adjusting the original proportions appropriately, so he actually looks like a modern Transformer. The deco is mostly nice, though it kinda fails on the legs. Sure, the originals were entirely yellow, but this was a good opportunity to add some much needed color breakup. Unfortunately, they went accurate to a fault on this, though I commend them for not being as bad as the others. In the end, is a nice Selects release, and good enough on his own to make me not care about grabbing the others. I do wish the others were better, but at least this chunky adorable lad turned out alright. He's no brunt, but he's still a solid fella.
Number 86!
Has this ever happened to you? You stumble upon something late. Could be anything, a movie, a show, a game, a toy, a comic, a restaurant, it doesn't matter. Point is, you find it after seemingly everyone else. The hype has died down and everyone has moved on. There's always new stuff to be excited about. They're probably off enjoying that new stuff, and you're sat here with your aging new passion, wondering if anyone still cares. That's my relationship with Transformers Generations WFCS9 Deluxe Class Autobot Hound. See, I didn't get Siege Hound on release, or even during the War for Cybertron trilogy. I was interested in it, but the constant churn of new releases meant he always slipped through the cracks. It wasn't until a friend gifted me a used copy this year that I finally experienced this thing. And man, what an experience. In a word, Siege Hound is evocative. As an army vehicle, Hound was always destined to wear the Siege uniform more comfortably than his Autobot brothers. He's in his element, tearing through the trenches as a Warthog, a Cybertronian armored truck. Okay, whatever it is, it looks properly heavy-duty and capable for the Autobot's premier scout. The transformation is immaculate. The way the entire sides of the vehicle fold up to make the lower legs kind of broke my brain a bit. It's simple, easy, but also super clean and classy, and helps perfectly distribute the weight and mass going into robot mode. Speaking of robot mode, it's great. Again, evocative is the word. It just embodies that feeling of a war robot from Planet Robot fighting a robot war. The siege weathering on his lovely dark green sells the idea that this guy's been warring for Cybertron for quite a while. The big beefy bumper across his chest and his truck kibble backpack remind me of the kind of tactical gear you'd see a soldier decked out in. The bronze highlights and bright emblems feel like proper military regalia, and it just looks sweet. In hand, he's everything you'd want out of a Siege Deluxe. He's solid and tactile with all the posability you could expect. He's loaded up on ports and posts, and those bright blue eyes just cut through all the grit and grime, reminding us that even if he's neck-deep in eons-long planet-killing war against the force of tyranny and annihilation, he's still our good buddy Hound, even if he looks ready to spend the rest of his life as an army surplus vehicle. For me, Hound is basically the best parts of Siege operating at the highest possible level. From the tone and setting to the play pattern and posability, he's the definitive slice of War for Cybertron's first chapter, all packed into one deluxe. He's one of those figures just makes you want to grab the nearest person and scream about how good it is and how I can't believe we as a fandom have moved on to other things. How? I've had this thing for months and hasn't left my desk, no matter how many new bots come in. He's a constant in my collection. And he should be a constant in your collection too. Do you have a Siege Hound? Do you know where it is? When was the last time you showed it some love? Do you not have a Siege Hound? Get one. No, seriously, pause the video right now, go find one.
Number 85! Sparkless Bot, all things considered, is a pretty bad idea for toy conversion when you consider his humble origins. From the get-go, the idea of the Sparkless was created out of necessity. Due to the rather limited budget of the Netflix shows, they needed a last-minute idea that wouldn't break the bank. So a zombie palette swap as a protective force against the necessary MacGuffin was kinda necessary. Legitimately can't recall what said MacGuffin was, mind you. The first season was simultaneously infuriating and forgettable. Nevertheless, it was an idea born from cheapness, and the idea of putting it in the Netflix toy line was likely born out of, oh, we need a wave filler on a mold that's available. These things really fell on deaf ears, or I suppose blind eyes. Between this and the DCS drone, the Wave 3 Deluxes were ripe for shelf warming, and yet he's actually really good. This is probably the most apt description of a terrible idea being done to the highest standards. The digital paint on this thing is utterly immaculate. The cross-hatching is vastly reduced compared to most examples, and given it's primarily rust-based, it works very well at hiding what few imperfections it does have. The leaning into the orange tones means it doesn't look dull and boring, and because the torso is so visually interesting in vehicle mode, the alien window design actually works really well. Even the robot mode turns out better than expected. Every part that isn't covered in the orange speckle or smoky transparent grey is done in this rather refreshing gunmetal, something that really doesn't come across in the stock photography. They even did the shoulders up. That's surprisingly nice attention to detail. This toy is very much an acquired taste, owed to its origins as an idea derived from budget limitations. But it does what it can with the idea and delivers an absolute banger of a deco. Sure, the tolerances on the knees are a bit weak sauce, but given that's the only thing on this 5th use of the mold, I think we're doing okay mold degradation-wise. Far from the best of the molds, mind you, but I'd sooner go for these than I would any of the more traditional decos. I mean, I guess the fact it bears an uncanny resemblance to an old Chris Chan OC might be a turn-off for some people, but that's probably a coincidence. Doubtful there's actually a conspiracy going on. This may have been a near impossible task to bring to life in plastic form, but credit where credit is due, Hasbro delivered. Number 84! When this toy was first announced, I really hated the concept. Because the first mold was wasted on little old kind of blackface, and the best one was wasted on Arc Force, we were ultimately going to be stuck with the worst War for Cybertron mold getting the deco I'd been waiting for years. No, seriously, ever since owning the Legends one as a child, I've always craved a CHUG version. So imagine my disappointment when they announced this. Surprisingly though, actually kinda neat. It definitely has its problems. The tank mode still looks hella wonky, the face sculpt is still somewhat trash, and the parts forming is still hella stupid. But at its core, it's still G2 Megatron with all of his G2-ness intact. I should hate this, all the flaws still hold true, and yet, I don't know, I quite like him. I guess it's like the Black Convoy effect, but for neon versions? I don't know, ultimately he wasn't a ton of cack like I was expecting, and I'm very glad for that. Number 83! This is one I didn't think I'd bother picking up upon release. The stock photos looked incredibly bland, and I'd settled on getting Tricranius instead. Figured this would be an easy skip, but weirdly enough, I ended up stumbling into a purchase with an Amazon sale. And you know what? I'm glad I did, because this Fiend looks a lot better than they do in the promo shots. The deco actually works in physical plastic form. It's not premium or anything, but it's still pretty damn good. They're super expressive, even with their limited shoulder articulation, and just having a big beefy Styracosaurus bone fella on your desk is an absolute blast. I don't know if that's their actual dinosaur mode, don't correct me, not interested. With the purchase of Ractonite, I sort of found myself stumbling into fossilizing completionism, as if I didn't need another completionist rabbit hole. Never intended it to happen, it just sorta did. And this agender icon really ups the ante when it came to quality in this sub-theme. You can tell, even though these boneheads were few in number, the designers really cared about making them as good as they could be. Number 82! There's no denying that Earthrise Ironhide is an absolute piece of shit. He has all the awful anti-qualities of Ratchet, only f***ed over with multiple plastic colors that plunge vehicle non-cohesion into deeper depths. I don't even mind the parts forming. As far as shields go, this is pretty alright, at least compared to his contemporaries. But yeah, it's an awful figure. What is there to say? Well, perhaps an explanation on why these two rank so high on this list. Well, it's simple. I didn't keep Ironhide. I split the pack with Michael and I only kept Prowl. And Prowl is pretty damn good. The monochrome ratio works well, the car mode looks great, he really comes to life with toy hacks, all around a solid release. I don't associate this pack with Ironhide as it's never been a part of my life. My copy never even left the box. I've never messed with what was once my copy for all of 3 days until I handed it over. As far as I'm concerned, the pack is Prowl. And as far as Prowls go, I'm satisfied.
Number 81!
Ironworks is already a pretty good figure, but Airwave takes that concept to a whole new level. Everything just fits together more solidly. The base mode is far more creative. He has way more configurations that actually make sense. The only real downsides is his Micromaster body doesn't have a standalone Target Master to use, which isn't his fault, and the colors are slightly worse, which of course will be fixed in time. He's just a solid lad with a surprisingly dynamic character design. Again, kinda second guessing my choice to buy 4 of the buggers, but he's still a very nice deluxe. He just needs a better deco. Speaking of which,
Number 80.
There we go, that's better. Ironworks and Airwave are absolutely rocking these new decos. Sure, they don't quite fit together as neatly as I'd like. The decos could be a lot more unified, but it's still close enough that they seem like part of a set. All in all, damn good decos for damn fun figures. Oh, and I guess they come with Micromasters. Moonrock and Missile Master are nice, but I have to wonder why they bothered to retool the cannon on this one, but not on Wheelblaze and Fireguard. What? Was a Cherry Picker too expensive? Yet here they're able to not only retool it, but also include Double Dealer's Missile. Okay, why though? And the Shuttle Bros, yeah, it's a shit mold and an even shittier deco. Obviously, these guys aren't pushing the ranking, the modulators are. And for what they are, they're pretty good. I think I might just stick with one of each going forward though. This army building thing really isn't doing it for me anymore.
Number 79.
Already being a massive fan of the Ironworks mold, when I saw Grease Pit, I knew I had to have him. While Ironworks has never been the most posable of the whole weaponizer modulator gimmick thing, his waist putting the mold on equal footing with COG, he more than makes up for it with style. His ankle tilts do help him get to be a bit more dynamic than what others might be. In his primary alt mode as a gas station / drive-through car wash, Grease Pit hits a bit closer to home than Ironworks' oil platform and comms tower forms. And he pairs pretty well with Rat-Bat perching on the main building. As for the secondary alt mode, well, it leaves a bit to be desired. But thankfully, that's the brilliant thing about the modulators. With just how modular they are, you can take this sad weapons platform, switch a few things around, and now it's a state-of-the-art Blackrock wash and roll center. Ready to clean Autobot Micromasters far and wide. Well, as long as they ignore the menacing bat perched atop and let the nice, entrancing lights distract them from the Energon siphons. And the armoring up feature for other bots is, well, it's silly looking often, but it's harmless fun. Overall, I love this guy for being a perfect toy to build on top of a classic Marvel story. And because the base building Micromaster play pattern was really effective for me personally.
Number 78.
And here we are at last, the best of the modulators. Why is he the best of the bunch? Well, it's simple. Best mold, best color scheme. Enough said. No, seriously, that's why he's great and that's it. The thing I can really criticize him is the lack of a Micromaster body. Aside from that, it's a damn good figure. Not bad for a contrafact of what is this thing called love.
Number 77.
Man, I love Diaclone. I love that Hasbro has been doing a bunch of these, almost to completion. Sure, we're still missing a few, but having an almost complete lineup is awesome. And Exhaust is a good addition to that. It's a solid mold, though it doesn't shine as much as Wheeljack because the deco isn't quite as good even with toy hacks. Speaking of, genuinely surprised how well the repro labels turned out. Was genuinely expecting to be disappointed as they refused to go full accurate due to a staff member losing their father to lung cancer. It's a touchy subject and I get it. But even so, I was anticipating dismay. Turns out, no, it's actually really good. Combine a solid mold and a great Diaclone color scheme with a wonderfully mean head sculpt and you've got the second best Exhaust in my collection. Yes, I only own 2. Why did you ask? Either way, aside from needing to replace that awful Mercenaries badge, seriously, this thing looks disgusting, he's definitely a nice one to have, Diaclone lineup or no.
Number 76.
I don't know if they took the feedback from the last 2 to heart or not, but these 2 are a massive step up. They don't do anything particularly crazy, but they embody the Micromaster mantra quite well. They're just simple fun. I don't know what draws me to these 2 specifically, but I just can't bring myself to put them any lower on this list. Especially with the combining functionality. They're just fun. And that's all without Soundwave, mind you. I just genuinely think these 2 are damn fun toys, plain and simple. The only thing I'd ask them to change isn't the figure itself, but rather the fandom's reaction. Can we all just refer to them as we like? I call this Frenzy, you may call this Rumble. It doesn't matter. You do you. No need to get your long hauls in a twist.
Number 75.
Welcome to the wonderful world of repaints. I've been given the task of actually reviewing a few of this Siege line, and I will be reviewing Slam Dance and G2 Sideswipe. These things were supposed to be a Amazon exclusive in America or something like that, and for some reason, I assume because Hasbro made about 1,000,001 of them, found these things in a 2-pack for about 20 quid or something like that, which is about £10 a Transformer. So most people just snap these up, even if they had the original one, they just snapped it up. Anyway, first of all, Slam Dance. Slam Dance is a 2-parter combines into one time a Transformer when it turns into a robot. The tank form looks very much like Warpath. Bit of a maroon thing going on with a few little wheels on the bottom. Jet mode, which is like a little Harrier jump jet. Got a little bit of kibble on the bottom where his arms are definitely visible. It's still better than any Silverbolt that's ever been bloody made. So that's one good thing I can say. So these things actually fit together quite nicely. Torso meet trousers and they snap together like so. I think it's a very, very loose way of actually making this guy into an half decent toy. Very nice articulation. Got nice knee bend and got loads and loads of ankle tilt like most of them have in this line, and it's pretty good. It's not bad. Not bad for a £10 toy. Sideswipe is basically the thing that's been copied 1,000,000 times before. If you haven't got a version of this mold in your collection, what's wrong with you? Everyone has this thing, and I've always thought this. It's probably one of the best transformations they've ever done. I absolutely love it. It's one of the ones, you know, when you actually sit down and you can fiddle with the toy and you can just keep going over and over in your mouth. Everything goes together perfectly. The arms go together really, really nice. It's based upon loosely like a modern spacey version of a Lamborghini Countach, but the actual transformation is glorious because you just fold his arms out like so, up, and that is just glorious. Absolutely glorious. The G2 Sideswipe, the black, red and white, I feel works so much better than the red on the white and all the rest of it. It looks really nice. I'd have liked to see him with the head like they did in the comic books, and it's just beautiful articulation. Really, really nice. Pretty little thing. This also came with a Target Master, but the less said about that, the better.
Number 74.
Once again, the Decepticons always get the cool shit. Yes, indeed, the Racetrack Patrol gets a massive makeover and transition into the Sports Car Patrol, and these are just better in every way. I don't make the rules. Black with purple and turquoise with yellow are just better decos. Also, yeah, I'm biased as these were literally the first G1 figures I ever bought. But I don't care. They're simple yet awesome, and I really wish they had a wider release in Australia. I don't know if they even came out here at all. I know I had to import them from TF Source back when they weren't objectively terrible. Regardless, black repaints rule, and turquoise and neon repaints rule, and Siege Micromasters rule. God, I miss the Siege Micromasters.
Number 73.
This is the kind of figure where I'm more excited about what it represents than what it actually is. See, in the third-party Legends space, companies seem to be dead set on overcomplicating the Soundwave transformation. They keep adding bells and whistles, changing things that don't need to be. Half the third-party Legends Soundwaves in my collection are way more complicated than a brick ever should be. And then you have the core class, which does it simply and effectively. It doesn't have a billion steps, mostly because it can't, and yet it still delivers a wonderfully proportioned Soundwave. Minus the cat ears, but 20 bones, who cares? It's just a solid Legends Soundwave. They didn't need to reinvent the wheel, and after Hot Rod, I'm quite glad they didn't. They just delivered what they needed to, and for that, I couldn't be happier.
Number 72.
Even to this day, I still find myself coming back to these two. They're just fun. The vehicle modes are pocket-sized packets of military goodness, equal parts adorable and badass. The engineering is simple but effective. The robot modes are awesome with their hidden details and reasonable posing. And, big shocker, they actually work well as a combiner. The combined gun is genuinely good, no joke. I'd happily put this on any of my other figures. Again, I really wish more Micromasters had been of this quality, and I suppose to the start of Siege they were. In hindsight, we ended up having a good run. Maybe I should focus on remembering the fun I did have for a while, rather than the bullshit I got stuck with towards the end. Actually, now that we're this far into the video, that's likely easier done than said. Probably healthier, come to think of it.
Number 71!
Yes, bring back the Toy Hacks bias again, because really, that's what makes me like these figures this much. They're fine in their stock configuration, and they're based on one of the best molds in the trilogy, but the red isn't as rich as it could be, and the stock windows on Corden are hella bland. But fix those up, and mate, you got a hella dynamic release. I know the paramedic style isn't accurate by any means, but it's a really nice aesthetic that differentiates him well from the other Countach molds. Just overall, it's another reminder of how hard Selects went in Earthrise, doing the damned best it could while Mainline slipped into its lazy habits. It's for this reason that I miss Selects. Screw store exclusives, I want Selects back.
Number 70!
This is a set that just sort of exists for me. The first two Buzzworthy packs didn't really do well in justifying their members. Worlds Collide especially. Nemesis Primal is fine, I guess. Awesome deco, but I don't see much of a point over the standard monkey. Black Arachnia is garish and really only serves as a spider leg upgrade for her standard edition, and Bumblebee is Bumblebee. Is even worse than Hubcap, bland and boring, just taking Cliffjumper and making him B. So why have I put this set so high? Well, it's because I really like Fangry. I know from day one this mold has been heavily criticized, but for me, every outing has been a blast. Double Cross with his awesome dragon heads, Grotesque with his killer deco and insane beast head sculpt, Repugnus with absolutely everything, and Fangry continues this tradition well, bringing the Monster Mash back to the modern era. He's not the best of the bunch, but he still has his unique conversion, awesome colors, techno-organic aesthetic, and badass head sculpt. Seriously, who thought pink and neon green would seem mean as f***? And while most people just got Fangry to fill G1 shelf space and check a box, I genuinely love him. He's got his flaws, carried over from the original, and the knees can be a bit loose at times. But I can't bring myself to hate him. Once again, a single member in the pack raises the ranking for everyone. Yes, it's biased as f*** once again, but I don't care. As long as they keep doing monster fellas of this quality, I'll keep buying them. Now this is what I'm talking about. This is how you make this mold shine. With Ironhide, the deco and character connection kind of betrayed this design, but as Crosshairs, now it's starting to work. Yes, this is by no means accurate. It's an opportunistic redeco that uses the original design as a base, but takes it in a wildly different direction. But you know what? I actually think this works better, with his blockier torso and greater emphasis on black. It's a striking figure in this wonderful new color scheme, so striking that I was mesmerized with him when I unboxed him, to the point of accidentally throwing out the hammer.
How do you lose? Other side rocket pod.
Either way, it's not a particularly effortful figure, but it is quite a good one. I mean, he came out the same wave as Spinister, and is still pretty memorable. That's a big achievement, all things considered.
Number 68!
Honestly, it's a real shame nobody talks about Vertebrake anymore, because she's a real hidden gem. She was a wonderful glimpse into the fossilizer gimmick before the big boys kicked off, and she had a really nice and simple transformation that worked well for the size class. The deco was as lovely as the other fossil mates, and she was a wonderful example of freelance sculpt work, which made the Kingdom line feel so special when it hit the scene. I don't feel Kingdom Beast Modes get enough credit for that. I do wish she combined with the others, but I'm sure with the amount of bits at my disposal as well as this port on the back, there's gotta be a way to do it. Not sure how, but I'll figure it out someday. Regardless, she sort of fits outside the standard fossilizer system, but she still delivers as her own fun, self-contained release. Honestly, I wish we'd get more creative endeavors in core class. Until recently, they've been playing it real safe. Vertebrake showed that the return of Legends could bring back some of that unique magic, and I'm hoping Legacy can recapture that soon. At least if they won't remember Vertebrake, they can carry on her legacy.
Number 67!
Man, they just kept making the fossilizers better and better with each wave, didn't they? Wingfinger hits the scene with easily the most dynamic design out of the bunch. Seriously, the posing on this lanky lad is off the chain. Where Quartz thought it was impossible to make Paleotrex not look dynamic, I find that with Wingfinger. And you never realize until you've looked closely that it's got reused parts from said Paleotrex. They integrate so well that it just seems like Wingfinger. And hey, the combined mode kinda works. Yeah, I've left it until now so I can go over each fossilizer individually, but despite leaving a bunch of pieces to the side, it still works as a combiner. Far from perfect and very unstable, but a neat little novelty nonetheless. And at the heart of it all, Wingfinger acts as a wonderful send-off to the original trio of fossilizers. I just wish she got a redeco because she really deserved it. Vertebrake got Dracodon, Ractonite got Tricranius, Paleotrex got both Skelevore and Transmutate, and this is ignoring the Amazon Wreckers releases. And yet, to this day, Wingfinger still hasn't gotten anything. anything. Seems like a massive oversight, because out of the main three, she's easily the best. That said, if you expand to outside the main three,
Number 66!
You quickly find that a deco can go a long way. Wing figure may be the best of the three molds, but you cannot deny that the deco alone on Tricranius makes him outclassed in every way. The bone aesthetic on Ractonite was neat, but the lava aesthetic, my word, this is gorgeous. This isn't a clear deco I tolerate, this is a clear deco I genuinely love. The blackwash and highlights really give this thing a mean aesthetic, and yet he's the Maximal. And Ractonite is the Predacon. It's mental. Honestly, this guy is just a genuinely good figure in a genuinely good deco, and there's not much to say beyond that. You've got the softer clear plastic from Scalivore to avoid breakage, the yellow wash that makes him look like he's glowing. They even retooled the crest to turn him into a Triceratops. Move over Records Collection, this right here is where the retooling really began. Honestly, I'm not even fussed about the blast effects anymore. I'm also glad I got to handle such a fantastic figure. No fiction, no expectations, no nothing. This guy had to stand on his own 4 feet, and he delivered.
Number 65!
Siege Starscream, for me, signals the time I really got into Siege. Before that, I got an Optimus Prime and some Battle Masters, but they never particularly clicked like they should have. I also got some Micromasters before that, but we all know how those turned out. On the 15th of March 2019, I was beginning to feel like this toy line would never grab a hold of me. The only toys I had access to had been fine to legitimately terrible. Then, I saw a lone Starscream on the shelves of a kid stuff near my workplace. I'd hated the reveal images from whatever Comic-Con they had dropped at, and I didn't think I'd get it, but against my better judgment, I figured, what the hell, why not? And that's when it started. That's when the trilogy, for better or for worse, took a hold of me and never let go. The engineering was simple but clever. The alt mode was detailed to oblivion. The articulation was buttery smooth. In spite of a somewhat gangly appearance, the presence was unmatched. Screw his wavemate Soundwave. This was where it was at. People constantly insist the Earthrise one is superior, but I just cannot agree. Earthrise doesn't have this articulation, this smoothness, this fun factor. I love this figure, and every deco that came from it. Really, the only issue Starscream has is a slightly lackluster deco, but it's far from the worst, and at least as durable. In essence, it's everything Siege stands for. Everything the trilogy stands for. It may not have been my first figure in this period, but it was the first that made an impact on me.
You can no longer ignore my presence. The cancerous obscene mass of the backpack kibble must be eliminated.
I've had enough of this. James!
What? No.
That's enough.
No.
Finally, peace and quiet. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, no problem. Who was that guy anyways?
I literally have no idea.
Number 64!
There's nothing in this set that really should scream, you need to buy this. It's pointless and tangential, just like the Earthrise one. Some of the characters aren't even a reference to anything, which would be fine on a mainline release, but as an exclusive, it's a bit iffy. They make no effort to complete any of the other teams, save for one member out of the 10. So why should you waste your time with them? Well, because they're awesome. That's why. A few decos are lacking, but the vast majority go way harder than they have any right to. And beyond that, having a bunch of these spread out in front of you is just fun. I really wish they'd done more packs like these instead of the really lazy one we got for Galactic Odyssey. Perhaps if both this and the modulators had released alongside each other, both would have succeeded better. But ah well, we had them for the time we had them, and especially with this set, we had some good memories.
Number 63!
Galactic Man! My nostalgia resonance frequencies are very narrow, but tapping into the shockwave I actually had in my childhood, the gray Radio Shack release known by the brutally intense moniker, The Galactic Man. When you merge that with easily my favorite Shockwave figure ever released in Siege's Super Mode Sportin', actually looks like a battle cruiser if you want him to in alt mode, can stand on the armor bits like a spooky hover platform riding mastermind, first and best execution on the leader class pays for upgrade parts, play pattern, leader class, Shockwave. It's a recipe for success in my books. But nostalgia aside, what I love about this early generation Selects headliner is his raw and inherent swagger. He's the clean version of the toy because nobody can scratch the Galactic Man. He has his name written across the top of his monocular cleavage, but not in some silly G2 era goofball way. No. He wears it with confident intent, and most of all, everything about him screams that he is the Galactic Man. The package said Galactic Man Shockwave for various nonsensical legal reasons, but you and me, we know this is a different character. Shockwave's older, hotter, richer, louder, and mouth-feel-inducing, sexier brother. Shockwave is basic. The Galactic Man is cosmic.
Number 62!
I mean, it's Optimus and Rat Trap in a box set. Two great figures packed together for a decent price. The only real downgrade is that Rat Trap has a slightly worse deco, but it's not hateful. Still a great figure. Out of all the Voyager packs, this is probably the best bang for your buck you could get in the Netflix line. To the point where I saw a lot of parents talking about getting this for their kids. Many young Transformers fans growing up now are probably going to have a lot of nostalgia for this set, and I really commend Hasbro for doing this. It's just for me, I don't really need them since I have the originals. No disrespect to this pack at all, it's just something that was not on my or any of my friends' radars.
Number 61!
What's happening, DrLockdown? I'm gonna look at some Kingdom stuff for you today. This thing is stellar. I mean, just gorgeous, man. Look at all the detail. They went in there and sculpted in all that hair. All of the expression's beautiful. Just loving that. Got weapon storage. I mean, you can't go wrong with this thing. I think this is definitely a worthy pickup. I'd put him up there, man. Top 4, top 5. I think he's right there. This is beast mode. It looks great. It's got all the articulation that you need, all the emoting. Loving it. Absolutely digging what I'm playing with here. And look, man, you can even beat his chest in this mode and then get him transformed. A robot mode is just as impressive. Love the colors, love the paint, love the deco. That head sculpture is just magical, man. It really captures the old Beast Wars cartoon back in the day. Love how much this guy cleans up. He's super clean, super articulate, looks great. No junk about him, no waffling, no kibble. This is an A+ in my book. Absolutely love this whole toy line. I think it was one of the better ones. And this in particular is one of the best figures. I think there's an argument definitely to be made that this guy should be in the top 5. Optimus Primal's got my vote. Guys, take it away.
Number 60!
Road Rage is an interesting example of being overlooked. She's an excellent figure in several regards, mostly in her gorgeous deco, her proportions, her articulation, a wonderfully shaped car mode, and a transformation that isn't terrible, at least compared to the figures that her original form is compared to. I believe her being overlooked is due to the fact of her being a repaint of the controversial tracks, the fact that she was a difficult Target exclusive to find, and a relatively obscure character outside of a cameo in the Takara Legends comic and a minor role in IDW's second run. The only objective issue that I can find with her is that her car mode locks a little too well. Mostly just because of the top of the car mode being clear plastic is what worries me. Though I don't take too much issue with it, since several copies, including mine, have stood the test of time, at least so far. The shin not pegging might also be an issue for some, but I find that putting some clear nail polish on does help with the solidity somewhat. Overall, I am rather happy with this figure existing, especially in an age where fembots are in a strange spot of only existing if a repaint can be done with it. If she were more accessible, I imagine she'd be more well regarded, or at least remembered. She's definitely one to track down if you can, as a hidden gem of the Warfare Cybertron trilogy.
Number 59.
Jesus, talk about coming out of left field. Smashdown wasn't a figure anyone was particularly expecting. I think we'd all mostly resigned ourselves to the idea that the Battle Masters were just going to be the same old nonsense repeated over and over. And, well, it did become that eventually, but we did thankfully get one last hurrah before the end times. Smashdown is a wonderful little surprise with a unique concept, transformation, and execution. Nothing about him screams par for the course. Everything he does is something you'd never expect in Transformers. And yet, he pulls it off exceptionally. Both modes absolutely rock, and he instantly makes any figure look better. In fact, he was so good that they had to reissue him in Earthrise to try and salvage that size class somehow. Didn't work, of course, but they tried. Either way, there's a reason all the other Battle Masters shelf-warmed. Except him. He's just so compelling. You can't go past him and not pick him up. He calls to you, he calls to everyone, and he is well deserving of a place in your collection.
Number 58!
Blaster is not a War for Cybertron toy. He just isn't. It's super easy to tell from a glance, just like how Punch Counterpunch doesn't fit with anyone. There's a certain engineering and mechanical detail style present in all figures in the trilogy, even with the Beasties, and Blaster doesn't have that. It's clear from the way he's built that he was always intended to be a legacy figure. However, unlike Hot Rod, him being brought forward wasn't a detriment. He's a no-frills Voyager that doesn't push the molds in any crazy way, but instead does everything he needs to 2 to the highest quality. He's probably one of the most solid Voyagers, where everything feels super chunky, even more so than Cyclonus. He's a man of right angles, both in engineering and design, and he somehow makes an entirely clear plastic figure function properly. This thing should be a build quality disaster, but instead it's actually built really well. For many, Blaster was an apology, just as Battle Across Time Mirage was an apology for me. In this instance, it was an apology for the Titan's Return version. While I actually really like that figure, most despise the thing due to its scaling issues. As such, this here, for many, is a case of finally getting it right. It's because of this that many consider it the best figure of the trilogy, and the next. And while I personally can't agree, I do appreciate Hasbro listening to fandom feedback. Not fandom whinging, but instead feedback. It's clear this is a toy made with love, not one out of begrudging release schedules. And I'm glad they did it, even if I still like his predecessor. At least I'm grateful enough that we got 2 killer decos afterwards.
Number 57!
Wheeljack was a figure I thought I wouldn't like at first, mainly because the stock photography was very unflattering. He just looked incredibly boring, and the arms seemed so weird and spindly. What said stock photos neglected to show off, however, was just how brilliant the alt mode is. I mean, sure, the Netflix one is fine, but this is something truly special. The racing livery is absolutely what makes this, and the stripes aren't too shabby too. It's an absolutely wonderful representation of the Lancia, emphasizing the sleekness and bringing it into the modern era. And the robot mode also works quite well. The arms don't look that bad in person, and the deco really comes through. I'm glad I ended up taking a chance on him, as he really surprised me. This easily could have been a lazy cash grab, but you can see they genuinely put in the efforts. He's not quite jacked, but he is really good.
Number 56!
Warpath is another figure that a shit ton of people seem to forget about, in a line where beasts are usually the focus. Unless a G1 figure is hated by the community or absurdly good, it just seems to fall through the cracks. And Warpath seems to have done that, to the point where none of the collaborators seemed to choose him until there was no one left.
When medical professional Lockdown reached out to me about this video, I really wanted to choose Impactor because I had him T-posing on my shelf for a long time, and then he died while T-posing in the actual show, and I laughed hysterically despite that being the least appropriate reaction. However, I was ultimately forced to choose Warpath because he is quite literally the only War for Cybertron toy I own that wasn't already taken by someone. What can I say about Warpath? I like that he's red.
What the f am I gonna do with this? It's practically unusable. But I don't think that's really fair, because Warpath is absurdly good. Nowhere near on the level of Cyclonus, but still, he brings a wonderful conversion to the table with a stellar alt mode and awesome detail. He continues the trend of first wave matte finish red deluxes, and much like those before him, he looks gorgeous. I think the main reason people keep forgetting him is simply because he's overshadowed by the much more popular 2010 version. I mean, why would you get this dumpy old Sunbow dude when you're gonna have this mechanical behemoth? Well, to that, I say... ¿Por qué no las dos? Both are fantastic in their own right. Both deliver endlessly addicting transformations, wonderful decos, and killer tanks. I pity those who only enjoy one of each character, because they're missing out on true hidden gems like this. Now, can we get a Treads already? This mold still hasn't been redecoed or reused 2 years later, and it's getting annoying.
Number 55!
This set has no right being this good. This set has no right to deliver the quality it does. I mean, it includes the worst mold of the trilogy when you take out the build quality issue ones at least. Why is it so good? Well, simply put, the other 2 main bots are genuinely awesome. The Bailiff really does make an otherwise boring mold truly wonderful in a way that hasn't been recaptured since. Nor is a nice little addition, not as good as the original, but still better than the 86 version. Can't believe that was a Hasui design. What the hell happened? So yes, predictably, a few of the members bring the ranking of the whole box set up, but can you really blame me? It's common practice to buy a box set for only half of it, then sell the rest off. And that's what I did with mine here. It's what I constantly did with Siege. Half the time I don't even have the original anymore. What I remember is the good shit, and because of that, I'm going to rank it such.
Number 54!
Yep. Not kidding here. I genuinely think Rhinox is a brilliant Voyager. The Rhino mode is well proportioned and detailed, save for some flat nonsense on the top, but given the robot mode requirements, I kinda get why. The weapon storage is clever, the engineering is really interesting once you get the hang of it. The robot mode is greatly articulated, wonderfully proportioned, with great kibble management. Really, the only 2 things that suffer are the head sculpt and the colors, and the former I can live with. The latter isn't even that bad anyway, though honestly I think I'll swap out for the Takara version. Mostly because, hot damn, that is a good deco. Rhinox is one of Kingdom's biggest punching bags. Worse than Scorponok and probably tied with Road Rage for complaints. But I just cannot agree. I love this figure. I've never not loved this figure. He does everything a Rhinox should. And I keep looking at all the ones that came after and thinking, why would I want to swap out. Excluding Takara, of course. But yeah, he's brilliant. Thrilling 30 might be better overall, but this one just hits me right in terms of what I look for in a Transformer. I wish he had more recognition, because all I ever hear is hatred. So, if you're a Rhinox fan, sound off in the comments. We may be few, but together, we are strong.
Number 53!
Transformers Kingdom Titan the Arc. Wow, can you believe it? Hasbro made a transformable Arc, and it's not just from Dark of the Moon, but from G1. And for the most part, they nailed it. I love all the detail and all the little touches that they put into this Titan of a figure. And not only did they make the Arc, they made Teletran 1 that transforms into Mainframe. How cool is that? And the Arc mode that you can display it both vertically or horizontally with working ramp. Whee! Arc the Herald, this big boy bot, and he is a big boy. Never thought I needed the Arc to transform, but he just proves that the Arc Knight rises. Awesome robot mode, iconic vehicle mode. You get the freaking Teletran 1 that also transforms into Mainframe. Great articulation. Hasbro has proven that even a Transformers base can have a real character arc. This is bad comedy.
Number 52!
When SS86 Jazz hit the market, I was quite disappointed. He was fine, and he does look positively gorgeous with repro labels. But like, talk about a mold downgrade compared to the Reveal the Shield version. Tune accuracy really was his biggest flaw, because he just doesn't compare to Autobot cars from the same time. But predictably, Kingdom came in the clutch with a redeco that made it ever so sexy. I was hesitant to get jackpotted first, given the disappointment with the original, but oh boy am I glad I went in on him. The black and yellow just really brings this mold to life in a way Knockout wishes he could. And sure, the head is a bit lopsided, but honestly, who cares? It's still a wonderful release, only brought down by the fact he's stuck with a Taraxodon redeco, but even that isn't enough to ruin him. Face it, Tiger. Hasbro, hit the jackpot. Yes, that joke was corny. Cringe at the thought of it. Look me in my eyes as I feed off cringe energy and build my taste empire.
Number 51!
Another Countach, another fantastic release. Not much to say at this point aside from it's a black redeco of an already great mold. The only thing of note is that people stupidly kept asking for a light bar, despite the fact he's an undercover police officer. So, I don't know what to say there. Of course, the difference between this and G2 Sideswipe for me is that the blue ironically ends up being way more striking. I don't know, it just does it for me. Perhaps after eventual toy hacks, my stance will change. But for now, here's another awesome Countach that earns his keep. Now, between this and Powered Convoy, we just need Red Mirage and we're sweet on the PCDX sets. I keep wondering who will finish theirs first, New Age or Hasbro. Either way, hurry up you two! Looks like while I was editing, New Age accidentally leaked their Sideswipe. So I guess that's GG, New Age wins. Not that it really matters, I mean, I'm getting both and both are gonna be awesome.
Number 50!
Behold! Pew pew! So Kingdom Galvatron just might be the best Galvatron we've ever gotten officially. I can't say for every third-party one, but I mean, it's way better than the Titans Returns. Every time I look at this, I look back at this, it's just kind of sad. So I have to be real with you, technically this isn't the Kingdom Galvatron, it's the Legacy reissue. The only difference being it doesn't have all that scruff and whatever marks on it. I mean, what, you want me to spit on it? Essentially, it's basically the same thing. This Galvatron is superior to any other version of Galvatron that it could have been in the SS86 line. In fact, I could be convinced that it was meant to be. He is a chunky alt form. He's some sort of space cannon, which is fine. I think they thought ahead with this one because with Megatron, he was a pistol. So instead of making this a future submarine, it's this now. I do like the fact that it's got tank treads. It's got little wheels, so it's able to roll. Go Megatron, drift! I like that not only the cannon, but the backing for the barrel is able to attach here. The side guns are the Revenge, which I guess you could just leave off entirely. But come on, you gotta love the fact that the Matrix and chain wraps around that. A cannon with a Matrix. If you fold up the backing, you can use it as a blaster piece, which I managed to get Black Zarek to hold. Transformation's a little tricky at times, but if I could sum it up, I would say it's convenient. Oh, now this is Galvatron. Nice, beefy, with a large suppository and a little jewelry thing going on. I think the best accessory is the crown though. Oh, sorry, that's ridiculous. Obviously, I forgot about the red abs. The treads on the side of the arms are nah, but they are part of his design, so I get it. He may be a short leader class figure, but he's a hefty leader class figure. It's like the scene in Ratatouille where the guy takes a bite of the food and he starts to realize how just perfect this is. Yeah, that's what Galvatron, I guess. He poses fine. You can plug the cannon in 2 different spots on the arm, so depending on what frame you want it. And he could go against Rodimus Prime, pointing at him and saying he's a frick. If you do not have this guy in your collection, you do not like Galvatron and you do not like the 86 movie. You are required to get him, and they gave you 4 chances. You know they love it when they made it 4 times. So yeah, that's Galvatron. Moral of the story, I hate this.
Number 49. When I heard they were doing a new, bigger size class, I was like, they better do Skyfire. And sure enough, he was the first. Nice to see Hasbro put their priorities straight for once. And the new size class went on to be pretty amazing. Commander class has produced some of the best and coolest figures in years. And also Rodimus. But this was the first, and this is Skyfire. I am sick of this argument. Jetfire is the guy from the Unicron trilogy. They are 2 different dudes. This is Skyfire. And Skyfire is, to this day, I would still say, the best commander they've ever released. Skylynx is cool, but is plagued with weak build issues, so he can just fall apart. Motormaster is pretty much exactly what you have to do for a Menasor. It's just too bad that 3 out of the 4 Stunticons to complete him are mediocre to terrible. Armada Optimus is great, but his vehicle transformation is limp, and his trailer base kind of sucks unless you do the Prime Recliner. And Rodimus is a $60 value crammed into an $80 budget. But Skyfire is perfect, or damn near it, with the exception of his face being a little more sinister than it probably should be, and the fact that parts of the figure mildly yellow over time. I've never seen one of these get super bad like some other figures. Really, it doesn't even look like it stopped being light. He just looks like he got dirty, which does make my brain itch, but it's not the worst thing. In all other ways though, this is amazing. Prior to this, officially there was really just a G1 guy and the Classics figure, so by default this looks the best. And yes, I'm including the Fans Toys version with its bad plastic surgery face. It poses fantastically, the accessories are cool as shit since they were stylized to be just a bit more hardcore, and I will always prefer these now over his normal guns. His transformation is incredibly fun, though it is something I'm worried about breaking because there is only one screw holding the cockpit section on, and the alt mode is so good it haunts me at night. Someone at Hasbro clearly agrees that one of the most important parts of Skyfire's alt mode design is the exact shape of his nose cone, and this still is one of the only Skyfires to have that correct nose cone, third party included. I think it's pretty much this, the masterpiece, and then the Magic Square has a valid alternative one. This Skyfire satisfies the child who always dreamed of one who still lives deep within my soul. And it's huge like Skyfire should be, while not being so big that it's a pain in the ass to hold. Everyone loves a Titan, but there is no denying that trying to work around the figure is irritating. This is the perfect size to have good times messing with without feeling like you're trying to wrestle a hobbit. Honestly, I think Commander is now the size class that most people are hyped to see announced with each line. But I don't know that Commander will ever reach the dizzying heights this figure set the bar to again. Number 48!
My favorite figure from the War for Cybertron era has gotta be Netflix Voyager Soundwave. Why do you ask? For the answer, I point to the Masterpiece line. I mean, sure, they're great. They're boss. They're big, expensive, packed with detail, and the most complicated engineering money can buy. But therein lies the problem. They're so complicated, so expensive, and so advanced that they're not any fun. They're more like museum pieces, display items that are so delicate and valuable that you're afraid to just handle them, and transforming them is such a chore that you will leave them unchanged for months at a stretch. Me, I like to handle my figures. I want them to evoke that Generation 1 joy without being afraid to touch them, and Netflix Voyager Soundwave fits that bill nicely. To date, this Soundwave figure is the best Generation 1 remake I've seen. It's not a car, or a plane, or a satellite, or a hover crab thingy. It's what he was originally, a tape player / lamp post. It maintains the Generation 1 spirit of both the robot and the alt modes, combined with modern toy technology for robust articulation, ease of transformation, and solid durability. So you can handle, pose, transform, and use this figure all you want without fear. And you won't be ripping your hair out because of 75 transformation steps. Toss in that it actually comes with 2 mini cassettes which also transform and store in the chest. And it all adds up to pure win. Is this figure perfect? No. But hey, what is? And this is as close to Generation 1 remake perfection as you can get these days. If you can find Netflix Voyager Soundwave at a good price, buy it. I am deaf. I have spoken.
Number 47.
Another figure I wasn't expecting to like upon announcement, but in my offense, could you really blame me? The first two were bad, and he was designed for a Titan I had no interest in getting. Why would I like something like that? Well, turns out he's goddamn awesome. The design is killer, both in detail and paint. He really sells the industrial look, especially with all the minor greebles picked out. Every piece does something useful, compared to bits not pulling their weight previously. And the parts forming conversion is actually engaging. It doesn't just do a transformation minus the parts being connected. Everything goes above and beyond to rearrange in a way that wouldn't be possible otherwise. These are the kinds of weaponizers I love, and the kind Hasbro fortunately moved towards after the first two attempts. Again, it's not something I feel the need to keep around sixfold, which I really did back in the day, but it is something that was very fun then and is still damn well is now. If you don't have a Brunt in your collection, you really need to at some point. It may be forgotten these days, compared to COG with him constantly coming back, but to those that own him, he's memorable as hell and a definite worthy purchase.
You're doing the hoeing.
I am not doing any hoeing.
I don't even know what hoeing is.
Yeah, well, hoeing anyway, you don't need a hoe. There's only one tool you need for gardening. And I've got it.
It's a hammer. It'll be a hammer. It's not a hammer.
This
is that a hoe?
Is all you... No, it isn't.
Number 46.
When I first saw this figure, it literally did stop me in my tracks. I'd never seen anything like it before in my life, and it was just such a refreshing sight to see. I mean, I think with the War for Cybertron trilogy, the best thing about that was the fact that they did random figures like this. Now, I know this is a rather, I suppose, strange figure to pick. I know there were some other fantastic releases in that toy line. Obviously, Cyclonus is an absolute favourite of mine purely because of just how good it is, but this one for a couple of silly reasons. Now, I'm old enough and was lucky enough to remember and actually had the original as a child, and although this is completely basic, the little gimmick on it was just amazing, and the fact that it was two separate figures. Now, although this is missing the gimmick, it just, as I say, I wasn't expecting to see something like this. I mean, if you think about the Generations toy line, since they, I suppose, started it way back in the classics before it was officially known as Generations, we've had numerous Sideswipes, Sunstreakers, Optimus Primes and everything, and whereas this character, it just seems to be such a random one for them to pick. But not only did they pick it and do it just amazing justice, the fact that it is still two separate vehicles that can be displayed, again, individually, but it was such an upgrade from whatever this was, you know, the few years before. And, you know, I completely forgot about this. And then when you saw this, again, just spectacular. Face sculpt, paint, everything. And the funny thing about this is, and I'm sure most collectors may relate to this, I wasn't going to really collect War for Cybertron. I think I pretty much near enough run out of space after the Prime Wars trilogy with all the Combiner Wars, etc. And I did really well at holding off, not buying any of them. But then I saw this and I was like, okay, I just couldn't resist it. It's just such a fantastic figure, such an amazing idea, and a random figure. I mean, unfortunately, he's not called Flywheels anymore, but just the fact that they managed to take an obscure character with an obscure gimmick, granted no gimmick, but just turn it into this work of art, and then funnily enough use it again to do Slam Dance later on, it just blew my mind. And then because of it, obviously everything else ensues. You end up buying the rest of the toy line, and again, you still run out of space, but you've got amazing figures like this. So this is my pick purely because of that. Just loads of nostalgia, loads of great memories of the original, and just because he's an amazing figure.
Number 45.
It's no secret that Earthrise was my favorite line of the trilogy, but even I'll admit that most of the figures had at least one flaw, if not two or three. Incomplete backs, parts forming, updated decade-old designs, etc. But not so with the Datsun mold. The vehicle mode is probably the best the line had to offer going for this modern update of the retro car, and Blue Streak was easily my favorite out of all of them. In standard Blue Streak fashion, you get the nice charcoal on that sporty two-door with a black accent running up the hood and onto the roof. Can I just say how grateful I am that we were given a car that looked like a complete vehicle from nearly every angle? Most cars these days seem to have some sacrifice in the back, and this alt mode is just flawless. The robot mode is absolutely fantastic too. You get the iconic shins and toes made up of vehicle, the thighs got a massive beef up over Siege. I was enthralled by the way the engineers designed the chest so that you still got the doors pointing up behind the back without adding to the cost of the figure by adding hinges in the doors like the Masterpiece had to. Like, no matter what angle you look at the figure, and that goes for robot or the vehicle, Blue Streak was one of the best the line had to offer.
Number 44
is the amazing Roy Ritchie! When they announced this guy, I knew what I had to do. No fast track, no settling. I had to make sure I got my hand on this fellow and vote with my wallet. I don't particularly care for Scorponok. He just kind of seemed to me, especially since I haven't really partaken in many of his major media appearances. But Black Zarak, well, I love the design on its own. So hell yeah, I want to support that. Of course, years passed and I thought my hope was misplaced. I eventually resigned myself to the fact that I'd never see a Titan class get a Selects release and began saving money to purchase Scorponok instead, until the day before payday on April Fool's when they announced the big lad anyway. Best April Fool's prank ever. That's one of the reasons I like this guy so much. It feels like my faith paid off in a way. But as a figure himself, Black Hitachi Wand is still really bloody good. The ore mode is compact and chunky, the paint is vibrant and creates the illusion of a full coat of paint really well. It's not, there are parts of the body where they couldn't afford it, but it still works. The spear is a bit naff, but it works alright with Black Zarak's normal spear bits. The only thing I find annoying is the lack of extra antennae on the head. See, the designers took a look at this one particular screenshot on TF Wiki and assumed he didn't have any in the show model, when actually they were blending into the background of the shots. Whoops. Regardless, Black is a killer toy, and he served as a prelude of what's to come. No complaints on my end. He's just a great little weaponizer.
Number 43
Generation Selects. This line was truly a remarkable thing for me because it was basically making BotCon-esque repaints accessible for everybody. And the one I'm talking about today is Hotshot. Hotshot means a lot to me because I was a Transformers Cybertron baby. I woke up at 5 a.m. watching Transformers Cybertron before school, and Hotshot was naturally a favorite. So it's really cool that there's an actual modern Hotshot in the Generations line. Even though this is just a repaint of Siege Hound, I feel like it does such a good job, and the new noggin really helps. That is just Cybertron Hotshot. He looks so mean, so ready. I love it. It's kind of odd how they picked Hound of all molds. I feel like they might have picked something different. You know, maybe Rook might have been a decent choice. But I don't know, this still works for me. I still really like it. I mean, I can't really be too mad given how nice this mold is. This is one of the earliest Siege molds, and it really shows with how nice and durable it is. The transformation's really cool too, we'll get into that. But I just have fun posing and articulating this guy. And I love, you know, since it's not Hound anymore, we can kind of get a little more loose and abstract with the guns, because it's Hotshot now, you know, we don't have to keep things where they were supposed to be on Hound. Let's get this guy transformed though. I really want to show you the cool Jeep mode. The transformation for this mold has always been pretty fun for me. I definitely prefer these colors. I think this is probably the best color scheme that this mold has seen. But then again, I'm biased. Again, I'm a Cybertron baby. It's really cool how Generation Selects was able to give us a Cybertron homage. And I'm really hoping as lines continue, we continue to get some more love for Cybertron. One of the best elements of this transformation is how the legs do the little fold and flip me do. It's just so fun seeing all this mass just totally shift and then go along the side and just complete this cool Jeep mode. Man, Siege, especially at the start, had so many cool transformation elements, and I really think it's what made this line really stand out, and even all these years later, I still consider Siege one of the peaks of the Transformers franchise. Getting some of the weapons on and bringing in its original iteration, we can see it's a pretty decent homage. You can tell it's supposed to be Cybertron Defense Hotshot, but it's not the same kind of vehicle, so it is a bit of a stretch. But I do have to say, Generation Selects really just brought a lot of that obscure BotCon repaint energy, and I just feel like this is a figure that would have come out as an exclusive a while ago. I really like this thing. It's just a fun mold overall. It makes me happy.
Number 42
This was one I was planning on splitting. I had already lined up a buyer for a spare puffer with plans to just keep Road Ranger. I mean, can you blame me? Road Ranger is easily the star of the show with this set. The Black Decker was brilliant, and with the greater focus on orange, I'd say he's superior to the E-Hobby version. So the idea was to keep him, ditch the puffer. Turns out though, puffer is kinda neat. Not as good as pipes, mind you, as the blue can be a bit garish, but still not worthy of selling off. So I ended up buying a second set and selling off just the Road Ranger, as I'd already promised to sell puffer and couldn't back back out. Yes, these are technically from mismatched sets, but I don't care. They're both pretty neat, though again, yeah, Road Ranger is carrying this set. The reason this release is so high up on the list is purely because of him. Still, either way, it's a solid set, even if half of it is a racist cut.
Number 41!
The Kingdom Battle Across Time 2-packs achieve something very few 2-packs do. Deliver a set where both members are absolutely stunning. Yep, and I mean both of them too. I can't think of the last time something like this happened, save for the recent Shattered Glass, Rodimus, and Sideswipe sets. Yeah, I'm surprised too. Regardless, AirRaiser was easily one of the best Kingdom molds, and Skywarp is still pretty good. The deco kinda undersells the secret brilliance of the figure, but it's still a quite nice release, if a bit skewed on the side of obnoxious freedom. And Sideswipe is another Countach. That's not an insult, I always get excited for more Countaches. It's just, what else is there to say at this point? Well, I guess there's a retooling. Yes, at this point we finally got an Earth Mode mold for this release, even though the originals were already pretty close. Gotta be honest, I kinda prefer the original style. They all had this effortless vibe to them that couldn't be beat, while this has a bit of jank in a few places. But it's still an absolute winner. It's still a Siege Countach alike. Still endlessly enjoyable to transform and awesome in both modes. Just slightly less awesome compared to the OG. But yeah, both are damn good figures, but weirdly enough, I associate this set with Sideswipe more than Skywarp. Which is weird. With Mirage and Grimlock it made sense. That figure felt like an apology after all the time sulking over the Netflix outing. But here, I already loved the Siege version. There was nothing to feel vindicated for. Ah well, guess I'm just a slut for Countaches. Be lucky I don't deep throat them. I've seen people do that to their toys, and it ain't pretty.
Number 40!
You know, it's actually really funny that Core Class managed to deliver a better Starscream than the Earthrise one, while still basing its aesthetic entirely on said Earthrise Starscream. Talk about a middle finger to the failure of a figure, lol, and I must also say, Lamau. But yes, this figure is great. Sure, he uses faux parts, but given the complexity and fun factor of the conversion, I can't say I mind. Both modes are endlessly fun, free of all the aesthetic and conversion baggage of his predecessor. In fact, the engineering was so good, Dr. Wu stole it on their version. Now we just have to wait and see what Hasbro will end up stealing as revenge. They did it before, and they can do it again. Either way, it's really good that they got this near perfect right out the gate, because if they hadn't, well, the remaining Seekers would have been real stinkers, which, already happened once. Glad that crisis was averted.
Number 39!
When Kingdom dropped, it was a real breath of fresh air for the trilogy. There were fantastic figures left and right, to where I ended up collecting every single one of them. Literally. I collected every single Kingdom toy. Out of all of them, the one that impressed me the most was, honestly, Dinobot. It's obvious from a quick look that they didn't get everything quite right. The Dino mode suffers quite a bit at the front, and it's definitely something I can overlook, but it is there. The robot waist can also get a bit wobbly over time, something that all molds sadly get stuck with. So I wouldn't call him the best figure of the line, but I would say he's the most ambitious. In a similar way to the Siege Tetrajets, he takes a very difficult concept and pulls it off not just pretty well, but in a unique and interesting way. It doesn't just add more panels and more panels and more panels and more goddamn fucking panels like the Masterpiece. To be honest, I'm kind of off Masterpiece for too much of that shit. They managed to get the conversion to work with minimal faux parts, still using the original Dino head and only supplementing it on the sides, while the MB cheats more than Tiger Woods. The Beast Wars cartoon had transformations that weren't very toyetic, and Kingdom took the task of bringing them to life by the horns and nailed it. How many toy lines have done that? Not many, I think. Kingdom rules.
Number 38.
Already I liked these molds, but in these new killer decos, well, sign me the up! You've got Wing Thing, which carries over all the charm of the Action Master original. Rumble, who looks even sexier than his mainline counterparts, and perhaps even better than the eventual 86 version. Evangelion Bat, which, yes, yes, yes. And this dude who just looks like a tokusatsu hero converted into a cassette con. These are lovely. I don't even care they're supposed to go with Double Dealer. They're just great as their own things, and even better as companions to Soundwave. I don't think Rumble should have been a Selects release personally, but they did rectify that years later, and even so, these all turned out gorgeous. Now, let's see who gets repacked with Soundwave. Probably none of them, given a buzzsaw is more likely.
Number 37!
This is it, lads. This is peak Micromasters. This is as good as it gets. And my word, what a fantastic set these two are. The vehicle mode is stellar. A murder truck of doom with a monstrous cannon. The two actually work quite well separated, a feat that the G1 toys wish they could do. Their conversions are buttery smooth. No clashy bits, no awkward tolerances. The robot modes are a real treat. Armored up to oblivion, the perfect perfect Decepticon goons. The cannon is to die for. No, seriously, it's probably the last thing many Autobots will ever see. It's just the perfect Micromaster package, and all things considered, probably should have been the end of the price point. If you only get one duo, this is the set to get. They're the best self-contained set, the best individual figures, and have the best integration with other figures. They are, without a doubt, nothing short of spectacular. And it's a real shame they never made any more Micromasters in this combining style. Yes, none at all.
Number 36!
I didn't end up getting Thundercracker until well after Siege, as my Tetrajet completionism hadn't really kicked in until that point. He wasn't hard to come by any means. Hell, if anything, he was overstocked. I just figured I could wait until a later date. And when I finally did get him, yeah, here's another Tetrajet. Another really nice Tetrajet. Sure, I personally prefer my Thundercrackers to have deeper blue, but that's not really accurate, so I get it. But aside from that, here's a solid release in the lineup. I can only keep saying I love the Tetrajet mold so many times. What more do you want from me?
Number 35!
Another figure that I feel gets the short end of the stick when it comes to community reactions. We have a lot of options for Ultra Magni these days, and the Siege version is usually at the bottom. People hate the double homage aspect. The fact he doesn't carry cars, the core robot, the combined mode, but me? I think it's fantastic. It's a wonderful merging of RID and G1, balancing both very well. The trailer mode may not be functional, but considering the junk he has to fit in there, it makes sense. The core robot really comes to life with its posing. It should be boring and bland, but it never feels like it. The combined mode does have you parts forming the whole thing, but it really feels like you're building it up piece by piece in a way the Kingdom one just doesn't. And hey, everyone was fine when Fans Project did it. And the combined robot mode, just stellar. Chonky and powerful with mean as shoulder stacks and utilitarian boots. I look at Combiner Wars, at Kingdom, at even SS86, and I just can't bring myself to call them the best when Siege just hits me in all the right spots. Yes, I upgraded the thighs, but that's because I already liked the figure as is. I didn't upgrade him because he was lacking. I upgraded him because he was my favorite Magnus, and I wanted to make him even better. And he's still my favorite Magnus. I don't know if that'll ever change. It certainly didn't with the Commander, as good as said Commander is. If I have to be the only person who will defend Siege Magnus, so be it. I'm proud to do so. He's great and deserves more respect. You and your shitty failed G1 homages. Siege rules.
Number 34!
Yeah, it's definitely predictable that the best of these 5 would be a figure channeling the Black Convoy effect. Barricade, on paper, seems like a pretty lazy idea for a redeco. Sure, tying it back to the Guido Guidi fan art is a deep cut, but this is in an unofficial capacity. And when they did actually go to him, it ended up turning out, well, you know. And then there was the obvious backlash. Most people viewing this won't know anything about it, but in G1 groups, these two were hated. How dare Hasbro make this and not this? Many are still mad to this day, despite getting both.
Curse you, Hasbro! Curse you!
In their eyes, the damage has been done, and the perception of Barricade has been ruined anyway. Never mind the fact that Movieverse Barry has been iconic since the first movie. So, a potentially perceived lazy repaint coupled with massive G1 backlash. Sounds like a recipe for disaster. But Siege Barricade isn't privy to all that nonsense. He simply focuses on being the best goddamn redeco of this mold. The vehicle mode finally comes into his own with an awesome balance of grey and black, as do the purple wheels, finally sticking out with their fluorescent goodness. The robot mode rules, really selling the corrupt police officer vibe, or should I say police officer vibe to avoid being redundant. The purple highlights on the legs keep the clear plastic from being lifeless and boring. Sure, the Cybertron was in the wrong script, but I got toy hacks, I don't care. Just, it's a truly gorgeous deco that finally brings this mold to life like it should. Legitimately, although the base molds for the Earth modes is better, this figure, through its amazing deco, is better overall. It's my definitive Barricade for my collection, though that's partially because the others are all kinda or kinda shit. Regardless, I wish we live in a world where all cops are Barricade. Would probably ironically be far more ethical than our current one, all things considered.
Number 33!
So when it comes to Hasbro trying to make unique figure designs for characters that haven't been in the spotlight for the last 35 years, it's pretty rare that you ever get a figure that turns out to be an original mold, not directly repainted from something else. But there's always a rare occasion where Hasbro stops snorting up crushed up bits of G1 fan service and actually gives the fans what they want. And that's how you wind up with Siege Spinster and Rotor Storm. Two completely unexpected releases that absolutely blew me away at the time they came out. both being helicopter bots, they already have the burden of having an incredibly rare vehicle mode for a Generation 1 style Transformer, but mix that with the fact that the only thing they have to reference is something with a 35-year-old antiquated design philosophy, where both legs were the combined sum of a single cockpit in the helicopter mode, and you wind up backing yourself into one of the worst engineering nightmares that you could possibly get yourself into. This left the designers burdened with the choice of either making the cockpit of the helicopter mode split in half, completely throwing the entire alt mode off balance, and making the legs into the cheapest, thinnest, shittest material on the planet, or they could take design liberties and make the vehicle mode less than perfect. And in this one case, they finally decided to grow a pair and actually took a risk. And let me tell you, it absolutely paid off with the sickest asymmetrical karate kick of a transformation that I've ever had the pleasure to animate. There are some imperfections like the clear plastic legs, f*** off, but the robot modes otherwise have some of the most durable joints that I've ever worked with. Aside from Spinister, his knees are kinda The plastic balance on these guys is perfect for animation. The articulation overall is absolutely maxed out. Like, check this out. Most of the time you'll have ankle tilt and toe bend on a figure, which can hypothetically animate a walk cycle. But as a result of the transformation, you have the maximum ankle tilt, downward movement, and ankle extension. Everything about these figures screams brilliance. From the asymmetrical, unique transformation that still knows how to have fun with itself, the plastic balance and durability, the perfect humanoid proportions, in spite of the helicopter mode being completely different, an articulation that takes everything to the next level. I did the funny pose. Laugh, laugh, bitch.
Number 32! I still don't know how this figure goes as hard as it does, or how this mold goes as hard as it does. All these redecos later, except that one. It's funny, I've gone this entire list, but thanks to caveats and collaboration submissions, and pieces of shit, I've never really discussed why I like this mold so much. Well, the Datsun mold is just the perfect, simple deluxe. It's straight to the point with no frills or compromises. It just delivers on the original design to the highest quality it is able to. I see the Datsun mold in the same vein as Needle Nose, only you don't need toy hacks to truly appreciate their brilliance, though it does help. And of the three, Smokescreen is easily the best. The car mode rules with just the right balance of sleek and chunky. The deco goes unimaginably hard, and although the front section isn't as boxy as the original, I kinda like this style. It works for the War for Cybertron aesthetic. The transformation isn't as smooth as the Siege version, but it's smooth enough to be satisfying, long as you didn't get a copy f***ed with knee QC. Yeah, apparently these guys have a tendency to shatter to the point where a bunch of people bought the corpse version just for the solid plastic. Fortunately, none of my versions were affected as such, and I'm glad because I'm able to appreciate a truly wonderful robot mode. Everything here just works. Great proportions, pretty good articulation, wonderful detailing, killer deco. It all just comes together without trying to reinvent the wheel, and it just succeeds. It's not too toyetic, nor is it too Sunbow. It's not dated, nor does it pull an Icarus in engineering. It just works. And talk about a happy coincidence with the best deco being the one that was the easiest to get. Prowl was, well, Prowl, and Blue Streak was apparently only stocked at Walgreens, despite not being a medicine-themed character? It's so dumb, I had to get Rhymes worth a dime to ship one to me, and he was scared half to death it would crumble to pieces in transit. Not only is he the best, but you could just go onto store shelves and grab one. They didn't need to lock his brilliance behind a paywall. They knew what they had was good, and they let the world indulge. As such, he did get the respect he deserved for the most part, which is good, because he deserved it.
Number 31!
Is it, is it my turn? Alright, cool. Hey, what's up? So yeah, this version of Deep Cover is pretty sick. Car mode's great. I'm a huge fan of Blue in general. Like, look at this. Chef Kiss, right? He's got some killer windshield details. Like, are those cracks or are they like light speed lines? I don't know. Do you know? Let me know if you know. But what I do know is it looks great, to me at least. It's like, this is the perfect amount of battle damage, you know? Not too little, not too much, and it's not just dirt either. It's kind of a shame they finally seem to nail the battle damage, like right at the very tail end of doing battle damage stuff, you know? But I guess better late than never, right? Robot mode's something we've seen a couple dozen times before, right? But it's But it's done up with black and gray and blue and like all that battle damage. It's great. I'm into it. Hell yeah, he's killing it. Articulation's pretty great. Nothing's loose or too tight. He's got like nice palish light blue eyes that you just get lost in. What a guy, right? And check this out. Even his faction badge is like scuffed up too. Top tier, man. S tier all the way for me. Are we doing letters? I don't know. No. S tier. Hell yeah.
Number 30.
Right, so remember earlier in the video when I was talking about how I thought Netflix Red Alerts looked better than the stock version? I stand by that statement because out of the box, Steege Fred Albert looks boring as shit. Due to going down the Sunbow route, you're just left with this abundance of white plastic in robot mode, with no red to break it up. It's essentially run amok all over again, although fortunately not as bad. So why does this fellow take a higher list ranking over the supposed superior Netflix version? Well, it's quite simple actually. Toy hacks. Yeah, I actually have 2 Red Alerts, and I applied repro labels to my original copy. I got the second one much later. It was actually given to me as a freebie, since the guy tried sanding off the battle damage on the legs.
But it didn't work.
But for my main copy, this has got to be my favorite repro label set of all time. In fact, I'm pretty sure I said as much in a review ages ago. The sheer transformation on this thing is absolutely stunning. It's probably not something I do these days, since now I have a rule not to upgrade figures I'm iffy on. It's why I'm hesitant to mess with medics, even though he's really boring. However, I did make the decision back when I first got him, and this one time, I'm really happy with it. It's one of the sexier Space Countashes I have as a result, and I wouldn't go back and change anything. From buying this before a rather frustrating gig at the Annandale Hotel prior to its change in ownership, to applying those repro labels, to having a solid lineup today, it's all part of the journey. Yes, it's biased as f*** to put this on the list higher than the out-of-the-box Netflix rendition, but as I said from the beginning, this is my list. I don't know what you expected at this point. I'm gonna be honest about my thoughts and experiences with these figures, and to present you with that honesty, after everything I've done to it, I love this rendition. Though I might give away the other one, as apparently another friend's son is getting into Transformers, and he could probably make use of it.
Number 29.
When I first got Kingdom Megatron, I was a little lukewarm on the fella. What is this tank mode? What is this robot mode? Why is the backpack hollow as f***? Where are the treads? I deferred to Starscream as my de facto favorite, but that didn't last for long. The more I played with Megatron, the more I began to enjoy him, and play with him a lot I did. Especially because I used him as a size comparison for all my Legendary episodes back in 2021. Yeah, it's definitely been a while. Should probably do a marathon again someday. Don't think I'll get it done this year after this project though. Regardless, it all clicked together once I installed the gap fillers. Once the treads were fully fleshed out, something that bugged me a lot before, I finally came to realize what this figure was trying to do. Everything made sense. The proportions with the treads at the back came into their own. The engineering, although the same, felt far more addicting. And the tank mode, well, it's still the Kingdom tank mode. Universe has a beat there, but it's still fun with its functioning turrets and movable cannon. And as said before, it's more like an artillery unit than a tank, but it still provides endless hours of fun. So yeah, he ended up surpassing Starscream for me. It's funny how things work like that. This is why I don't like to review things right away, because opinions change over time. Though I guess that's inevitable, and if I wait forever, I'll never get anything done.
Number 28.
Red Alert. A character I love so much. I love him so much, I even made a costume of him in Animal Crossing.
Please ignore that.
When it comes to War for Cybertron Red Alert, there are 3 versions to choose from, so why do I like the Kingdom one the best? Well, for starters, the Netflix one is alright, but I think the battle damage got out of hand and his foot has fallen off. Like, no joke, this happened as I was about to start writing this, so bye. The original Siege Red Alert was a brilliant figure. Honestly, probably a better update than the original Classics one, but it just didn't hit me right. But with Kingdom Red Alert, it does something a little different for me. First off, the alt mode is brilliant. Like, it brings to life the original Red Alert shape and design. All the little details are here, and especially with the Autobot badge, I like how it blends in with the red a little bit, keeping that Robots in Disguise theme. I know it's missing the spoiler, but honestly, I think that's quite good, and we'll get into a reason why later. The transformation is fun, and I always want to do it again, like, from the folding of the legs to lifting of the pants so he stops sniffing his own groin. It's a good time to have. Not sniffing your own groin, don't do that, don't do that, unless you're into that, just keep it private. With his accessories, he looks brilliant, and oh my god, finally, we have a Red Alert that comes with a shoulder rocket. For God's sake, why have they not been giving it to him? But you're probably asking yourselves, why is he my favourite? I mean, I assume you were asking that, I can't hear you, I'm writing this back in October. Well, the reason is he reminds me most of my original Red Alert. My first Red Alert figure. The G1 reissue. I mean, starting with the alt mode, you can see that my Red Alert is missing the spoiler. It fell off when I was young, and honestly, seeing the new one without a spoiler, it kind of feels like this was aimed towards me a little bit, just because I'm there. Just because, like, they're both missing their spoilers. And that just kind of hits me a little bit different. I mean, if you turn it around, mine's also missing taillight stickers, and, well, this one's not going to paint it, but that's just cost effective these days. During the transformation even, the G1 figure's having a wee whiff of his crotch. Ugh. But even the groin sniffing doesn't compare to the one thing no other Red Alert has had, except for the Kingdom one. Red arms. If you look at my G1 figure, you can see the arms are starting to go a bit red, which is also happening to the feet, but this isn't wiki feet, so let's not show those. To kind of see the red arms on Kingdom, it makes me feel like this Red Alert was made for me. It wasn't just an update of G1 Red Alert, but an update of my Red Alert. And this is why Kingdom Red Alert is one of my favourite figures in the War for Cybertron trilogy. In my honest opinion, Siege Red Alert is like a beef burger you order at a restaurant and go, oh, that's surprisingly good. So you go to the restaurant again, you order it once again, but this time you get the Netflix version, which ends up coming out covered in hair and being filled with DVDs that just have that one M&M's advert with Danny DeVito on them. Whereas Kingdom Red Alert is when you go back to that restaurant after it's had some renovations and got rid of the old chef. You go in, you sit down, and you decide to go for the Southern Fried Chicken Burger, but you're feeling a little bit experimental. You decide to order it with a beef patty and bacon. It's so good. Just brilliant. You want to unhinge your jaw and eat it. Look, I've wrote this and now I'm really hungry. I'm literally just going to end this here. I need to go. Just leave me alone. Why does my Pepsi look like piss?
Number 27.
One of my top figures from the War for Cybertron line is Inferno. I never had the G1 version as a kid growing up. I played with it a few times, but I don't think I've ever, at any point, even with the reissues, owned a G1 Inferno. I've owned several other versions from, I guess it was Generations at the time, it wasn't still Classics when that one came out, to the Masterpiece, to, there's another one I had, I can't remember, but I always thought he was neat. I love the fire truck alt mode. It's a lot of fun, there's a lot of detail. Most of them have had a posable ladder, it can extend. I think they really captured like the long fire truck with the little hoses and the detailing here. And just one of my favorite characters. And like I said, I think the War for Cybertron line really nailed him right down from his vehicle mode to his robot mode. It's just a really neat design. Even after all the different versions, it's just a more animation-centric. Doesn't quite hit the Masterpiece level, but it's just a really solid figure. I love how the whole cab of the fire truck forms his torso. I think that's something that's been in all of the different versions that I think is really cool. The way it's clearly car parts, so it's clearly a transformer. The wheels on the feet, the little fire hose detailing. I always like the ladder on the back. I thought that was a neat little detail. And the War for Cybertron version just really nailed it. It looks great next to Grapple and Hauler if you've got those. Just a really, really solid figure, and I'm glad we got it. There is War for Cybertron Inferno.
Number 26.
Yep, forget toy hacks and upgrade kits, this is easily the biggest departure compared to anything else stock on this list. See, when DCS Drone hit the scene, he shelf-warmed hard. Nobody wanted him, me included, but then a little toy hack set dropped, turning him into the buddy we all know and love. No? Just me? Oh well, I love him. See, at the time there was no word on whether the Earthrise one would be turned black or not, so I took the plunge and started customizing. The toy hack set did most of the work, but the stripes weren't quite right, so I made my own. I also painted the windows, but it kept scraping off, so I ended up buying a second and cobbling the two together. They shelf-warmed so hard I was able to get a second copy for $15. See, this is why I don't tend to customize stuff. I can, mind you, but I'll always have to be careful not to chip anything. I like to play with my toys, and customizing doesn't really allow you to do that. Either way though, I'm glad I did this, and although it's incredibly far removed from its original concepts, it's still an integral part of my journey through Kingdom. As such, it's the second best of this mold family, easily, not counting the Earth ones, obviously. I'm sorry, Ratchet is just better. Autotrooper is quite nice though, however, I feel he'd be better suited as a Snowcat homage. Hurry up, toy hacks!
Number 25.
if I'm gonna be honest, the War for Cybertron trilogy left me feeling a bit bored. Yeah, the toys that came out there are probably some of the best G1 and Beast Wars style toys we've ever gotten, but it was all just that, and it felt bland to me. Didn't get much of Siege, got hardly any Earthrise because I was on a spending break, and I skipped a lot of Kingdom because it just wasn't appealing to me, though there was one figure that really stood out to me. Yeah, it's this idiot. I like it, okay? Price aside, it's such an amazing figure with a pretty cool playset feature on top of all that. Plastic is wonderful and dense, the joints are super solid, the articulation is wonderful, and he looks like a grumpy old man. Okay, I don't mind the face, but I see why some people don't like it. But it's fun, man, it's fun. And he comes with all this stuff that makes it look and feel even more epic, with the massive gun, the other more smaller gun, and the sword, which I've lost, so we're just gonna pretend it's there, please don't hurt me. And that alt mode, man, it's just so nice to look at. Yeah, sure, on the surface, it doesn't look like Commander Price, but once you get it in hand, it definitely feels it, and I dig it. It was the nicest feeling figure to come out of the War for Cybertron line of the ones that I handled, and that's really why it's my favorite. Now, DrLockdown, where's the pizza you promised me for this, huh? Huh? I take pepperoni and cheese, I'm real basic.
Number 24.
Now, I don't know if this will be better than Kingdom Slammer. At the time of recording, I don't have him, none of my friends do, I have no way of knowing. Well, turns out he was. Who'da thunk it? Yep, Hasbro knocked it out of the park with this weaponizer. He does everything Brunt did, but on steroids. The parts formation is 10 times more insane. The modes are 10 times more badass. The articulation is 10 times more articulation-y. They basically gave us an auto trooper before Hasbro even made a proper one. Between this and the last two, Hasbro proved that the rocky start was just that. A rocky start. It wasn't what ultimately ended up defining the weaponizers. They rose above those shoddy beginnings to incredible heights, and those lessons also laid the groundwork for future parts formers, like the truly wonderful Junkions, and of course, the Fossilizers. Slammer just feels like a victory lap at the end of it all. Like, we finally made it. We finally hit that sweet spot. Deadass doesn't even need Metroplex, he's just that good on his own.
Number 23!
Be it the original G1 figure, the United version, or even the Masterpiece, Artfire has always been relatively difficult to obtain in the West. Therefore, I was very happy to hear Hasbro was finally releasing a version of this character for Kingdom through the Generation Select line, along with his little Target Master partner, Nightstick. This is a faithful update of Artfire, and with the exception of some extra black in the paint job, it is extremely faithful to the original in both his proportions and colour scheme. The figure has good articulation, having ankle tilts as well as movement in the knees, elbows, shoulders and waist. Sadly, he has zero head movement, so if he wants to spot who he is sniping, he needs to move his whole body. Speaking of sniping, I think it is fantastic that Nightstick was included with Artfire instead of having to be purchased separately. His transformation into a Mitsubishi Fuso F-Series FT fire ladder truck, as well as the truck mode itself, are both faithful to his origins. With hoses, water cannons and a telescoping ladder, this is one bot who, when not fighting cons, is more than equipped to fight some fires. With the exception of no wrist and head movement, there is very little to fault with this figure. With a straightforward transformation, kids will love having a fire truck that turns into an alien robot, and I know there are many collectors like me who are happy to finally say they have an Artfire Nightstick combo on their shelves.
Number 22!
Siege Megatron wasn't a bad figure by any means. There was a lot of hidden detail under his problematic exterior. He was just let down by a bland and misguided deco, and a weird and misguided deco, and a disgusting deco. But hey, fourth time's the charm, because now we finally have this behemoth. This is a Megatron worthy of going toe-to-toe with any of the trilogy's primes. The silver deco finally makes this release look as beautiful as it always deserved, and when coupled with the wonderful gunmetal base plastic, it just oozes mean as f*** energy. It was also surprisingly easy to get, all things considered. While the other decos sold out pretty quickly, Megatron hung around for a while. Maybe they just ordered more, but for many collectors, this became their main Megatron. Not the Siege one, not the Earthrise one, this. And yeah, it's deserved. It finally delivered on the promise of a properly rebooted G1 Megatron, and it'll likely be the main choice for many for a long time. Or at least until 86 makes their version.
Number 21!
Yep. Your eyes do not deceive you. Unicron is here at this part of the list. Not only am I counting HasLab, but I also genuinely believe this is one of the most hype releases the trilogy has to offer. Save your complaints, I've heard it all. For many, this is the most despised release Hasbro has ever done. period. For some, it shouldn't even exist on principle. Many criticize the kibble, and the engineering apparently requiring a stand. It doesn't, I've done it before. Not gonna bother now as this video needs to come out on time, but I can confirm it doesn't. But the point is, a lot of people hate this. And yet, there's one key factor that the vast majority of criticizers share. They've never seen one in person. Unicron is a figure that needs to be seen to be believed. Once you finally behold him in the way he was meant to be, as a centerpiece for your collection, it all clicks into place. The mechanical detail, the solidity, the presence, my god, the presence. If you buy this figure for display, he's going to be what people focus on. And even then, the engineering isn't hateful. You have to turn into a ball, and at this size, they can't really get away with anything super complex. Plus, I'd rather have this than a nightmarish conversion that becomes an anus ball from a company that actively engages in promoting fascism and Nazism. But even if Cancer Cell didn't exist, Unicron would still be amazing on his own merits. It's not a case of he's great as an alternative. It's just an amazing figure in general. Not the best figure of the trilogy and not the best figure of the year it came out in, but definitely a damn good one.
Number 20.
Yeah, it's another Tetrajet again. Another cause for celebration. Another time for me to go absolutely nuts. And it's another great deco. Redwing is such a left field character, so finally getting a readily accessible version is a real treat. But is he really accessible? See, out of the whole bunch, he was honestly the hardest to get for me. The problem with Target exclusives is that Australian Target is not American Target. Basically, Westfarmers licenses the brand name, and that's it. Exclusivity distribution is entirely separate, and Hasbro just decided to skip it. Same with the Micromasters. So fine, okay, I'll just use a freight forwarder, same as I always do. Nope! Turns out they don't ship to freight forwarders, and when I asked why, their response was... Wow, is that racism? Like, actual racism? Bruh, I just want my silly little Tetrajets. I had to get someone with the red card to ship it to themselves, then ship it to me. It was absolutely insane. Joe, if you're watching this, I'm forever grateful for what you've done. Regardless, it was a pain in the ass, and I'm not sure it was worth it for something as simple as this. Seriously, it was easier tracking down a Skywarp, which is insane. But still, he's a lovely mold and a lovely deco. So if by chance you find yourself craving one, and he's not as insane as my journey was, I'd say go for it. Just don't deal with any racist customer service representatives.
Number 19.
Much like the Sideswipe and Skywarp set, I associate this pack more with the G1 homage, though not for the same reasons. I have never liked the Siege mold. To me, it was always clunky with its poor kibble management in both modes, inappropriate proportions, and baffling deco choices on the original. Though, the Netflix version was nice, if a bit pointless, so when Kingdom came along, well, it felt like a genuine heartfelt apology for the annoyance caused. The proportions were finally fixed with a nice slender lad. The kibble management was infinitely better with much slimmer leg and spoiler kibble. The articulation was even better with an actually functioning ab crunch. The deco was much better, no more of that stupid clear blue shit. And overall, it was just a genuinely fantastic deluxe, one that only got better as the redecos came out. And yet, people have the nerve to insist it was inferior to the original because faux parts, which the original had, and no missile launcher, which... Really? That's the deal breaker for you? A missile launcher? I hardly think a missile launcher is as iconic as, say, Prime's torso windows. People keep calling this thing a monkey's paw while I'm out here living the dream with one of the best Mirages ever. Is it as good as the classics version? Obviously not. But he's still bloody brilliant. He's still another fantastic War for Cybertron figure that just doesn't deserve the hate, and yet to this day gets shit on. For shame. Oh, and Grimlock is pretty good too. Could use some extra paint here and there, but pretty nice.
Number 18.
Now this is a reflector. Simple, cuboid fun, awesome unique color schemes, killer camera mode, the works. Had this set not existed, Scrapface probably would have been my go-to, but it does exist, and I'm so glad it does. The robot modes were already pretty good on their own, but in these new color schemes, they really shine. If they had unique face sculpts like the G1 toy, they'd basically be perfect. The jet modes are still daft, but the camera mode, by god, the camera mode, finally coming to life with all the extra parts. This thing looks utterly gorgeous. It's just the kind of alt mode you want to carry around and behold. It makes a statement in a way very few alt modes do. This set is an absolute triumph, and I mean that in more ways than one. See, this was supposed to be an exclusive for HasCon, but HasCon didn't go down so well, so the event was cancelled, and yet, this release survived. Amidst shows and products being cancelled left and right, it stood its ground and delivered a truly wonderful release. They very easily could have called it quits, but they didn't. And let me tell you, I'm real glad they stuck to their guns. He's the perfect snapshot of the War for Cybertron trilogy. There were so many hidden gems that otherwise would have gone unnoticed, but take a closer look and you might just find hidden brilliance within. And also frustration if you're trying to catalogue all this stuff and you realise you've forgotten bloody Double Dealer. This video is both a joy and a nightmare.
Number 17.
War for Cybertron Earthrise Optimus Prime, or Kingdom, depending on when you bought it. You know, as somebody who had the privilege of owning and playing with the original G1 figure, there was always things that I would look at that figure, as great as it is, and think, what if they could change this, or what if it could do that? Things to, in my mind, make it the perfect Optimus Prime figure. This is the accomplishment of everything that my kid version ever wanted that figure to be able to do. Now, granted, I know that the trailer is not perfect. It's a little short and it's a little hollow, so we're not going to get too much into the trailer, although there are plenty of customization things that you can do to it. But this figure looks like the perfect updated G1 Optimus Prime. The vehicle mode is absolutely gorgeous. You got the beautiful red cab right there going into the silvers down here for the tanks, blues along the bottom of the trailer, again with that trailer right there on the top. Figure is a fantastic size, and it just does everything to evoke that G1 Optimus Prime figure while being completely modernized. This is a fantastic, beautiful figure. Now, this is one of those figures that is fantastic as is, out of the box, or like me, you can just customize it. I've added some upgrade stickers to it, and I've added some upgrade parts to the trailer because, again, admittedly, the trailer did need a little help. So you can go either way. It's a fantastic toy, either out of the box or customized the way that I did it. The transformation itself is absolutely fantastic. It is nothing short of plastic origami. The way that his entire torso just explodes so that everything that needs to come out can fold out and everything that needs to go in can fold back in. It is a complex transformation that is fun to do while not being complicated to the point where you dread doing it. It's just a fun figure to transform. At the risk of repeating myself too much, the robot mode is once again the perfect modernization of the original G1 concept. You look at this figure and you know that is G1 Optimus Prime through and through, all the way around. They made a perfect solid figure that just looks absolutely perfect. It looks like, again, everything I wanted that original G1 figure to do. It fills in all the gaps that the original one had. It gave it all of the articulation that it needed. It looks like the cartoon. It looks like Generation 1 Optimus Prime. The articulation is absolutely fantastic. And again, the figure does open itself beautifully to some customization, whether that be with stickers or with add-on sets like I've done, replacing the rifle right there. Again, it's one of those figures that leaves the option up to you. If you want to leave it the way it comes out of the box, it is a fantastic figure, but it's also a lot of fun to customize and upgrade. The trailer, again, it serves a great purpose because it does serve as the maintenance bay. You can use the drone. It also serves as a way to carry the weapons, not just for Prime when he's in vehicle mode, but some of the other Autobots in the line as well. You can just fill this trailer up with weapons and Prime can carry them along. Again, in my opinion, the War for Cybertron Earthrise or Kingdom Optimus Prime is the perfect modernization of a classic G1 design, and it's the perfect update for a near perfect figure.
Number 16.
You know, I feel like this guy should have been more difficult to get. I didn't see any online, so I took to Facebook and ended up buying a set of 3 just for Skywarp. Zella thought he was scalping, but, yeah, I paid Aussie retail. Kinda funny, actually, with all the currency conversion. Either way, once again, I don't think Skywarp should have been an exclusive. The trend of having 1 or 2 members be ridiculously hard to get was, and still is, utterly terrible. Honestly, wow, that the only set we got that didn't use exclusivity deals were the core class outings. Yes, Legends fans stay winning. Either way, this guy is another real treat. I actually quite like the smoky grey they use instead of the traditional black. Gives him his own unique vibe, separate from all the other Skywarps. Still, beyond that, there's not too much to say. It's another Tetrajet, another fantastic Tetrajet. I can only say I love this mold so many times, so give me a break, man.
Number 15.
Airazor was really a turning point, and I don't just mean in terms of soft rebooting the channel style. Up until this point, fembots had been, pretty bad. Warden and his predecessors had taken a page out of McFarlane's book, not only refusing to put out that many female Transformers to begin with, but also refusing to give them any efforts. And then along came Airazor. Already she had the strong qualities that permeated the Kingdom Beasts. With her killer bestial design, gorgeous deco, clever kibble management, and effortless effortless conversion, but it was different for her because this was a fembot. Sure, Black Arachnia came first, but Airazor really showed the only thing you needed was effort. And then after her came Elita 1, then Bumblebee RC, then Minerva, then Crasher, then Shadow Striker, then Javelin. Slowly but surely, Hasbro was getting the message. The only things really missing from female Transformers were proper releases and, most importantly, efforts. It's likely that we wouldn't have gotten those figures if it weren't for the groundwork laid by Airazor. In years since, she's had her fair share of criticism. Some say she's a nightmare to transform, others complain about the colours, and some complain that she is not feminine enough? Whatever the f that's supposed to mean, seems concerning. But for me, she's as gorgeous as the day I got her. She's one of the best deluxes released in the trilogy, and the kind of figure that can cause someone that wouldn't normally like beasts to take the plunge. I'm not kidding, I've seen it happen, and as such, Airazor deserves some respect.
Number 14!
And there he is, the lad who started it all. Arguably the frontrunner of the entire trilogy, mind you. The main deluxe people gravitated to in the first wave. He was certainly the first Countach at least, and honestly, he's still one of the best. It's the matte red finish. It does so much to make this figure stand out. That aside, it's really wonderful to see where all of these figures' special traits got their start. You have the optical illusion of the side panels making him seem slimmer than he is, something sadly lost on the Kingdom rendition. You got the subtle paneling that folds out of the way for the knees. You got the cleanest backpack where the sharp black windows blend in seamlessly. You just have a brilliant deluxe, one well worthy of a billion repaints. There's a reason that Countach has received more redecos than any other figure, even more than either Seeker. And yes, said reason is because it's just that good. There's nothing you can do to argue its brilliance. You can't pick up a Countach and hate on it, it's impossible. And Siege Sideswipe pioneered that. Without this wonderful fellow, there are no Countach collections. There is no Siege, hell, there probably isn't any Trilogy. It's all built on his back. He's the linchpin and he holds his possession very well.
Number 13!
I like Springer. As a little lad, the G1 toy was a birthday present I cherished and still have to this day. At some point I'd stopped collecting Transformers, but one day in early 2020, just before the dark times kicked off, I kept seeing this modernised G1 looking take on my favourite green and yellow wrecker in a local toy store. I'd already treated myself to my first figure in about 18 years with Siege Starscream, and I thought that'd be it. I was done, got my Transformers fix. But man, Springer looked nice. Obviously I buckled and proceeded to spend the whole evening in amazement at what I'd been potentially missing for years. I think I'd dipped out of collecting because the complex figures I wanted were pricey, and a lot of the figures I'd seen on shelves just weren't complex or badass enough for me. I was in my early 20s when I stopped. This figure just struck me right in the face with how it was all those things I thought had stopped happening in the toy line. I really had been so out of the loop that I was unaware there was a little mini revolution in Transformers design going on in the Generations range. The figure looks entirely like the tough, no-nonsense butt kicker I remember him being in the cartoon. He even had the worn down paint to prove how much of a brawler and a wrecker he was, plus I got a real kick out of posing him up in cool sword guy poses which he pulls off effortlessly. The transformation really blew me away. That previously mentioned Starscream fulfilled the requirements, sure, but hardly has the most in-depth transformation out there. Springer though, this is some mass shifting genius. I still marvel at how the legs rearrange themselves in both modes. The car mode is a big war brick of a thing. It looks like it's made with the polygon budget of a PS1 game, but then you see all these details in the moulding, and it feels next generation. The helicopter mode maintains that bulk up front, but casually shifts it backwards until it tapers off into a point at the back. Plus the rotor blades spin really well, which has been great for a bit of swooshing around your room making helicopter noises. This may not have been the first figure I'd purchased in recent years, but it sure was the one that made me actually want to start collecting again. It re-engaged me with something I was obsessed with as a kid, but had only kept a casual connection to as I got older. In 2020 I found myself with a lot of spare time, and I filled it with new bots and Transformers YouTube, and that in turn enabled me more. It's all because of this figure that I'm in so deep now. It engaged me in a tactile way that none of the live action movies could have, and because of that, Siege Springer is one of my favourite figures in my collection. This figure has given me the hobby I needed in my life in a way nothing else has in decades. And what do you know, it was the hobby I already had when I was a young lad, and I think that's pretty neat.
Number 12!
There's something to be said about the concept of being better or worse than the original. Galaxy Upgrade Optimus Prime, when compared to the OG, is far from a superior toy. He doesn't have the presence, he doesn't have the solidity, he just isn't on the same level. The original is god tier among Transformers fans, so why even bother trying to reach that same level? However, does that make the Siege version bad? Well, the fandom would certainly have you believe that. Hell, 2018 DrLockdown would as well, going out of his way to buy the original instead out of spite. But years later, later, I finally understand the truth. Galaxy Upgrade Optimus Prime is spectacular as his own thing. He's wonderful in both modes, with the same awesome functionality as Magnus, only improved with a wingspan. His posing brings the design to life, and in combined mode he still represents the character well. The original toy? No, but the character, absolutely. I know this franchise is all about celebrating the past over and over again, but Prime excels when you put him in a vacuum as his own thing. Or at least as a siege figure first and a homage second. If you separate the original toy from this, it won't be too long before you start hearing the theme song in your head again. Sure, get the original, enjoy the original, but don't discount this lad just because the original is better. There's endless fun to be had here, and you do well not to squander it.
Number 11!
Okay, so I said I wouldn't include any of Shattered Glass in this list. It's sort of its own thing without any of the War for Cybertron branding, so it doesn't particularly make much sense to include it. However, there is one set that predates the Shattered Glass subline, one set that classifies itself as a selects release, not as part of the later run, and it was really popular, and for good reason. Hasbro somehow pulled the unthinkable. They actually made a good version of the Earthrise van molds. Before God, anyway. The turquoise highlights make a statement, so the whole blending issue doesn't even matter anyway. And since it's not a case where everything is boring and grey, he actually looks dynamic in most poses now. Even a lot of the design blemishes blend in a lot better now that he's supposed to be a deranged doctor. Why would you care that his shoulders are visible in van mode? Why would he give a shit that his feet stick out the back? Well, I gave a shit, so I swapped them out, but I still like the figure enough to fix him up. But that's just Ratchet. Sure, he's good, but not top 15 figures of the trilogy good. So, with that, you get to Optimus Prime. And oh mama. I already really liked Earthrise Prime. Much like Mirage, he felt like an apology for the issues with the Siege version, fixing everything I took issue with. But in recent years, it's become quite popular to shit on him for being G1. Yes, G1 oversaturation was very much a thing back in Earthrise, but that's no reason to deny the qualities of the lad, and I've made no attempt to do such upon release. But Shattered Glass? Damn, this is something else. The deco on this thing. It might just be one of the best decos in the whole trilogy. It's the perfect balance of purple and silver, and the shades they use really sell you on the thing too. It's not super desaturated like the Masterpiece or way too saturated like the original. It's deep and rich, almost Evangelion-esque. For years, I just couldn't take this guy off my desk. He was a consistent desk toy that simply refused to leave. And even after moving to a new property, he's still extremely compelling. So yeah, these two are great, and you can see why people loved this pack, which consequently led to a whole line of Shattered Glass figures. These two were trailblazers in many respects, and you cannot deny the impacts they had just by being the best goddamn redecos they could be.
Number 10!
Hey! You're going to hear a lot of people talking about what their favourite WFC toy is, and that's fine. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion, even if it's wrong, because Earthrise Skylynx is 100% the greatest release, not only of that generation, but one of the greatest of all time. And hey, look, it's not a competition, alright, calm down. Earthrise Skylynx has everything you could ever need from a Transformer. Interesting modes. It's modular without parts forming. A base mode. It's great articulation, quality sculpting, and a premium feel. Oh, but Gavin, he doesn't have a robot mode. So what? Neither do you. There's a lot to love in each of Skylynx's modes. First up is the Miracle Chicken, a wonderful boy with a ton of personality. Look at those little legs and that cheeky face. The fact he turns into a space shuttle is just a bonus. But what a space shuttle though. There's so much detail in there, truly earning the name the Magnificence. The Lynx mode is, okay, look, it's less successful, but it's still pretty incredible. A big chunky pizza box on legs with a terrifying head. A ton of leg articulation means you can negate a lot of that brickish awkwardness too. So the Lynx mode turns into like a big shoebox, and thank you. Slap the two alt modes together and we've got the full Skylynx vehicle mode. As awkward as it is, it's a classic look and I love it dearly, so shut up. Earthrise Skylynx is unique is that he has a base mode that I don't entirely hate, and it comes with some fun features like a ramp and of course connector ports to make a little Micromaster city. What more could you ask for? Of course the real main event is getting those two alt modes together again and transforming them into Skylynx's full form, and it's just so wonderfully realised. Everything about it, that elegant neck, the wingspan, the tail, the robust leg possibilities, I love him so much. Earthrise Skylynx is the best, and he came with blast effects that I lost down the back of the washing machine, so trust me, there's even more good stuff about this toy. Okay, goodbye.
Number 9!
I want to know what the fuck the designers were smoking when they cooked up this core class figure, because it pops off insanely. Rat Trap is basically lightning in a bottle when it comes to core class. No other modern Hashtag Legends figure holds up to his standard, and no other has since. Even classics like Combiner Wars Shockwave can't hope to compete. Rat mode? Missing articulation, sure, but still brilliant. Conversion? Perfect. Robot mode? How the fuck is it this good? How is it so well proportioned with such good articulation? I've seen people complain about the shoulders, but honestly I consider it a non-issue. It blends in seamlessly and he still poses effortlessly. The fact this figure is $20 still astounds me. All that engineering, all that cleverness packed into 20 bones. At the same time, we're getting this. This. And you're telling me they could do this? Core Class to Legends was essentially what Siege is to everything else. The next big step in engineering. It just took a bit longer to kick in. But when it did, it went hard. Perhaps too hard, because again, I've yet to see anything top Rat Trap. Maybe someday a figure will. I mean, Energon Megatron is looking pretty good. Who knows? So either way, this is easily the best Rat Trap figure. Period. He brings the optimism back into the world, which is ironic, considering this is Rat Trap.
You know, with a mold that has as many past, present, and future uses as Siege sideswipes, it might seem a little strange to pick out Tiger Track as my personal favorite use of it as of now. After all, at first glance, it's just sideswipe but yellow, right? Well, having him in hand, Tiger Track's a perfect example of how a different paint job can elevate a mold to greater heights. Sideswipes are already an example of a pretty fun, if admittedly simple mold from the early days of the War for Cybertron trilogy, but when he had a swish coating of matte yellow paint, give him a complete set of weapons that neither of his more popular counterparts could dream of having, and top it off with some crisply molded white and black plastics, Tiger Track ends up being possibly the most fully fleshed out and premium version of the mold we've seen yet. And on top of all that, this was all for just $20 back then. It really goes to show you how great Generation Selects was as taking already wonderful molds and twisting them in ways that ended up making them way cooler than their original counterparts, and I really hope 2024 can bring a return of sorts to the peak of the line back in Tiger Track's day. Alright, I think I gushed enough about how some paint can make a figure so much better in my eyes. Time for me to get back to doing that myself. I'll see you guys when I post my next review in 2037 after I repaint another 4,529 Earthrise Optimuses.
Number 7!
A lot of people know me as a Soundwave guy, but believe it or not, he was only one of my 3 childhood favorites, the other 2 being Kickback and Astrotrain. So when it was announced that Astrotrain would be getting a brand new toy for Siege, you can imagine my excitement, doubly so when it turned out to be one of my favorites from the trilogy. Astrotrain's individual modes are pretty good. A robot mode that looks damn near perfect, even if his thighs are a little short. A shuttle mode which may be a little gappy, but makes up for it with that beautiful shaping, especially in the wings. And a train mode that just steals my heart. No mode is perfect, but his engineering is the real reason I love this guy. Taking the movements of the G1 toy and updating it into something amazing. In particular, I love how the front of the train is formed, with the smokestack flipping out and the front fender shifting downwards. Or how the chest flips out and then flips out again to form the tail fin, with the sides of his pecs filling in the shuttle fuselage. Or how the wings wrap themselves around the torso with a satisfying snap, while the rear wheels flip around and slot themselves into place. It's the type of transformation that just feels incredibly nice in hand. I often find myself flipping mindlessly through the modes while doing other things. Plus, extra room in the leader budget means he gets a little tender full of guns. Astrotrain may not be the best toy, but none of my favorite toys are. He's quirky with a cool design, interesting alt modes, and a lot of fun engineering tricks that keep me coming back every single time. Just all around, he's fun, and that's enough for me.
Number 6!
You know what? Despite being annoyed at first, I'm ultimately glad that I get to talk about the buzzworthy figures, because Origins Bumblebee is truly fantastic. You wouldn't think it from the stock photography with the brawn-ass head and weird kibble placements, but I'm dead serious. Origins B to Bumblebee is what the Tetrajet is to the Seekers, taking a concept that should not work, and arguably already hasn't under Mars toys, and doing it not just well, but spectacularly. It's got everything you could want. Great articulation, great detail, killer conversion, fantastic hockey puck alt mode. Hell, the paint even matches the plastic colors well, or at least better than some of the others on this list. He really is a fantastic figure, and he makes me wonder what a Cosmos retool would have been like. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad Cosmos got his own figure, but imagine if this figure had done that. It would have been insane. But yes, great figure, where the only things to complain about are the lack of an Aussie release outside of Zavi, where the cost was $60. No thank you. And the stupidity of the rods. Not a fan of these rods. They don't exactly promise a good time when the rest of the figure certainly certainly does. I don't know who on staff let such a wonderful Bumblebee be an exclusive. Hell, I don't know why all the Bumblebees in this trilogy were exclusives. But I do hope they re-release this fellow one day, because he really is worth the hype. He deserves a second day in the sun, though maybe get rid of the Energon sticks.
You wanna buy some death sticks?
No.
Okay. Number 5.
Talk about a left field surprise! Who would have thought that such a figure like this could have turned out as well as it did? Sunstreaker is another Earthrise figure that completely blindsided me due to poor stock photography. What is this torso? Why does it look so awful? Ugh! Then you get it in hand, and not only does that not bother you, but this might just be the most satisfying car transformation of the entire trilogy. The endless twisting and turning, the way the feet work, it's all great. And of course, I was always going to adore the car mode. It's a Countach. Sure, it's not that Countach, but it's still one of the coolest alt modes in the franchise. I don't even mind the color mismatch. The camera makes it look really out of place, but in person, I genuinely don't find it that bad. Really, once you add the spoiler, there's nothing I'd change about him. Really hope the upcoming Studio Series version is just a repack, or at least a minor redeco, as I'd hate to see this gorgeous window sheen get axed in favor of solid plastic. I'm honestly shocked that this ended up being the best Autobot car former of the trilogy, but in hindsight, it just makes sense. He's always been a special one to me. Forgotten by many, likely due to his awful stocking situation, but special to me. Let's just hope they don't f*** up his re-release.
Number 4!
As a kid, one of the characters I always wanted was Ratchet. I don't know why, to me, the collection just felt incomplete without him. Now as an adult, the first Ratchet I could get was Siege Ratchet. I don't think he's a particularly amazing figure, but he's one that really matters to me. I think the paint looks really cool, I love the alternate head, he has some really cool accessories that harken back to his G1 roots. I really like him. He's not an amazing, high-tech, amazing or whatever type of toy, you know, but he just kind of matters to me in a way that I can't really describe. Something harkening back to my childhood, you know? It feels like a part of me has been fulfilled holding this toy in my hand right now. And that's all I gotta say about Siege Ratchet.
Number 3!
Monado Cyclone! Backslash! 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 Monado Buster! Backslash!
Oh, I'm so sorry. But your blade, it did not cut deep enough.
Oh no!
When this toy first came out, I knew it was going to be hard to dethrone him. I knew he was of such high quality that finding figures that were better than him would be just short of a fool's errand. And predictably, here he stands. Ridiculously high to the top of the list. He's barely aged a day from when he first released. The articulation is still magnificent. The likeness is spot on. The sculpt is vibrant and full of life. The engineering is outstanding, with an addictive chunk and panel folding that never feels overbearing. And the alt mode, well, it's perfect. I don't know how else to describe it. Honestly, when they announced this figure, I didn't think it would be possible to outdo the Classics version. It was a flawed release, sure, but we're talking about one of the greatest Classics Deluxes of all time. Surely they wouldn't reach that height again, would they? Well, not only did they reach that height, they exceeded it. Cyclonus was a shining beacon at the commencement of Kingdom, showing that the team was done coasting by on G1 recognition. They were ready to start doing the series right, and hell, the message got across. Yes, I know he's prone to yellowing, but I can't not love this figure. There's very few releases I'd consider practically perfect out of the box. This is one of those releases.
Number 2!
I've been collecting Transformers for nearly 15 years now, and though they're primarily movie figures, I always wanted to have a G1 based collection because, you know, you gotta respect the originals, right? However, for the longest time, there were so many G1 based lines, and I did not know which one to hop into because there were just so much to choose from. So when, like, the War for Cybertron Siege series came out, I knew it was perfect because it had all the G1 characters, and they were cool because they had Cybertronian alt modes. And since then, I've amassed a pretty big G1 collection of figures. However, by far one of my favorites has to be this guy right here. Good old Spinister. Now, why do I like Spinister? Well, he's just cool. I mean, look at the colors. He has like a pink shirt and some like a blue Levi pants, basically. He has like these little rotors on the back that look pretty sick. And, you know, basically no back kibble. Pretty fantastic figure, to say to myself. He has a lot of posability in the arms, and, you know, he has these two guns, which I like to put this one on his leg and this one on his hand because, you know, it just makes him look cool. And he has a pretty fun transformation too. So let's see that. And yeah, there we go. Look at him. He's a helicopter. And I love helicopter transformers because you don't get too many. And look, it spins as spinning things should, and even the tail rotor too. And it's just cool. Okay, listen, like a pink and a blue helicopter, you're not going to see this anywhere else besides Transformers. And this guy is just so fun. And it just, I don't know, he's therapeutic to transform. You probably noticed it took me a while to get it into this because I kind of forgot. So it was fun, you know, trying to figure out all those steps. And he has even like a Decepticon logo on his tail right here. I mean, this guy's just cool. That's why I love this guy. And he was a hard to choose which one was the best, but he was one of the earliest ones I actually ever got from the War for Cybertron line. I think the first one I ever got was Megatron. This guy, I think, might have been my second figure. And he's just awesome. He's cool, and he was one of the first that started my massive G1 collection, so kind of thanks Spinister partly for that.
Just want to tell you both good luck. We're all counting on you.
Yep, I'm dead serious. As I said before, for me, the trilogy started with a Tetrajet, so it was only fitting that it would eventually end with one. Hot Link is, without a doubt, the greatest figure of the trilogy. He's my favorite mold, with endless enjoyment converting him, wonderful posing, killer mechanical detail, and a decent head sculpt. The alt mode continues to be lovely with its swish disposition and wonderful use of torso as thrusters. Yes, these are thrusters, not the chest at the back. Just because something was something in G1 doesn't mean it's also that in another line. It's not like Mirage where it's clearly kibble. But as for why he's the best, well, simply look at the deco. How can you beat this? For a while, I kept going back and forth on whether I preferred Skywarp or Hot Link more, and after deliberating, yeah, it's gotta be Hot Link. The purple spray effect is hands down the best Tetrajet deco, even in the face of Nacelle. There really isn't a grandiose reason on why Hot Link is any more special than the others. Beyond the fact he's a Tetrajet and, specifically, the best of the Tetrajets. He wasn't a figure anyone particularly needed, but he was fantastic in practically every way. And that's all you can really ask for a figure. Sure, I always want more Tetrajets. I'll still be asking for Tetrajet cone heads for years and years, but they'll probably never make one. You know what? Maybe that's okay, because we've already peaked. We already have this wonderful fellow who's delivered the apex of this mold. I'll always want more, but if we never get any, well, we still had a hell of a good run. And that concludes the longest video I have ever produced. Even while writing this, I still have no idea how I'm going to get this done properly. I don't think I've ever written this much before, or taken this amount of time to work on anything. Seriously, I legit missed 3 Splatfests to work on this. This video was insane, and definitely a completely original idea I came up with and didn't steal from anyone else.
Hey, Plane?
Yeah? What do you want? I'm looking at Fortress Maps.
Have you seen my hard drive with all of my video ideas on it?
No, not really.
I could have sworn it was here like 3 months ago.
But hey, War for Cybertron was, and is, deserving of such a long project. If you actually step back and examine, the good way outweighs the bad. And amidst everything, there are hidden gems everywhere you look, left and right. It needs to be remembered and catalogued, because years from now they're gonna ask, where were you when Siege dropped? Will I do this thing again? Definitely not for Studio Series. Already accessing figures I don't own was a logistical nightmare. And Studio Series isn't even over yet, so who knows how long it'll end up being. But for Legacy? Maybe. Perhaps it won't be a trilogy and will go on for longer. Whatever the case, just gotta watch and see and enjoy what Hashtag is cooking up. But in the meantime, this project has made me physically ill from overwork. And this is me saying that during the scripting process. I dread the final days coming up before release. And yeah, sorry, no marathon again this year. This video got out of hand, but don't worry, I won't be leaving Legends out entirely. In the meantime though, I cannot thank all of you enough. It's been a crazy 8 years, from the cringeworthy beginnings to forming connections to traveling halfway across the world, to traveling inside myself and realizing who I am. Transformers is an incredible part of my life, and probably the reason I'm here today. I don't know if I'd be alive if it weren't for the friends I'd made in this community. So to those, and to all those who've watched my nonsense over the years, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. But as always, fandom public consciousness is a conversation, so drop your thoughts on the War for Cybertron trilogy below. What's your favorite figure? What's your least favorite? Which line did you prefer? Was the trilogy a success or a farce? Endless thanks to everyone who participated in this project, offering assistance and personal experiences through collaboration. Without you, this video would never have been made. Thank you, and hope to work with all of you again someday. And as always, remember, there's a context for everything. Till next time.
Jayaba! Where the f is he off to now?